If I heard that you No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
The tournament began with 40 of the best, now only 16 remaining. Coming to you live from the National Exhibition Center in Birmingham, here at DreamHack. Every match matters, every round counts, because only 8 players will secure their spot at the Esports World Cup 2026 in Riyadh. This is what all comes down to the wire. And with that, welcome to day 3 of Trackmania Road to Esports World Cup 2026 here at DreamHack Birmingham. I'm Luckers Turbo, delighted to be casting this event alongside Twiggy. Twiggy, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, thank you very much. We had to wake up early to get ready for this one. Yeah. I'm very glad that we have, because it's going to be, I think, amazing, right? It's a rare occurrence that we get this many talented players together in a room together, right? Let alone at this time of year. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I agree with that one as well. And maybe let's quickly talk about the format where this all is being played out, because maybe some of you are not quite familiar with it, but I already alluded to you that we already had 2 days of playing, where we had a group stage that were played in 2 different groups, Group A and Group B, in a double elimination bracket. And from those groups, consisting of maximum 32 players, 8 players qualified to the finals. So we're now in the final phase. The first match already happened yesterday. We've seen like level already, but Twiggy, 16 players and only 8 can go through.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes could not get any higher at this point. It is down to, you know, the best of the best here, and it is staggering the kind of talent that we have on display here today. And I think, you know, the top 16, when you see the names that are lining up on this one, you'll understand why they're there.
Yeah, it's just absolutely staggering of how it is actually. And maybe to also quickly talk about, before we jump into the prize pool, also what kind of format we're playing. It will be 120 points in cup mode, and there will be 4 rounds per map. But we're also going to come to that later. Also, when we're in-game, you're going to get a grasp of what it actually feels like. And let's quickly talk about the prize pool as well, because not only do the players win, the top 8 players go to the Esports World Cup 2026 in Riyadh, but there's also a prize pool of $20,000 on the line.
Yeah, plenty to play for. It's you know, this is it's just the start as well, right? This is just the qualifier, the road to the Esports World Cup, and we're already starting out big here. High stakes, and nobody's going to leave anything on the line.
Yeah, definitely. And also $5,000 for first position is definitely a number that is also quite high in Trackmania standards, but also $200 for 21st to 24th, which was already determined yesterday, as well as 17th to 20th. Those positions are already locked in. And also let's take a look onto the journey of the respective players, because we also had 2 groups. I already said that beforehand. And let's take a look of what group actually looked like in the upper bracket and how the players fought their way into day number 2. So here you see it. This is the upper bracket, and we see like just the names on there. You see some of the organizations in there: Virtus.pro, Navi, Team Liquid, Berlin International Gaming as well, and they were coming out successfully, but some of them also dropped into the lower bracket as well, Twiggy.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, you have so much quality here. Some of the names you're seeing dropping down, you wouldn't expect to be losing out in games, but that's just how it is. We have so many good players that even good players are missing out on those kind of top spots and drop down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and then once you are in the lower bracket, so double elimination bracket means you can lose one match. So in one match, you can finish in 3rd or 4th position. But if you then lose one more match, you will be eliminated. And we have seen just nail biter of matches. I definitely want to highlight out the match between Mime, New Prime, Pack, and Snow, where it was just completely open who is gonna get that 2nd position. Pack stayed in front, and then Mime made it as well, just in front of New Prime in there. So they did not make it to day number 3 in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, losing out on players like Wizzy, like Tween, like Snow, like New Prime, that is, it just shows the talent that's on display, and that's only one of the groups that we're looking at.
Yeah, let's also take a look onto Group B. For me, this was the hardest group to get out from. We have multiple world champions in this group here as well. Just to name a few, Carl Jr., of course, Bran as well. Otak won alongside Bran in 2023. And Buddha and Wolsai start off very dominantly, winning their first 2 matches and also then the upper bracket round of 8, as well as Carl Jr. and Gwen being very early qualifiers out of Group B, but a lot of players dropped down and the level was just absolutely incredible here.
Yeah, and look, again, we're dropping so many good players down, and you'll see in the lower bracket as well that we lost out on players that have been making a name for themselves recently. Like, take a look at Josh, for instance, who has been really leaning into more of this style where you're competing for these, not just the full speed events, but everything else. And losing out on Josh on that one, it just shows how competitive it was, right? Being in a lobby with Elcon and Otak, it's never going to be an easy time.
Yeah, and Josh looked very good in his match as well, so he barely missed out on day number 3, making him to the top 16. And then there were plenty of rounds that were really so close, all things considered. Like, pressure played a vital role. We had double finalist situation. Finalist mode means that you, unless you, like, when you surpass 120 points, you activate finalist mode to your name, and then you have to win 1 more round to get either 1st or 2nd position and then move on. But we had a double final situation for the last remaining spot for 2nd place, and one person just crashed in the ending. So just managing pressure in this kind of situation is also very important.
Yeah, and that does leave us obviously with the playoffs bracket that we are left with here, and plenty of amazing players on display. Obviously, we have an upper bracket. We do have a lower bracket as well. Plenty of games have already been played here in the playoffs, and we're just left with these ones here. Gwen, Grenadi, Wosal, and Epos up in the first round there, and Mudder, Carl Jr., Otak, and Bren. That is a difficult lobby down there. Obviously, there's always a chance as well. There's a lower bracket in the playoffs too, so losing out on a game for those players, not the end of the world, but there are players who have already lost out in the first round of the playoffs, and they're here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and of course, they have a long day ahead of themselves if they want to make it into the top 8. They need to play plenty of matches to have a chance, and then also fight it out against the losers of the upcoming matches that will come onto your screen just in a couple of minutes. We have the first match already happening very soon. We talk about just also the maps as well, right? Because I think the maps are just quite cool to follow. We have seen them at the... They will be playing. They will be played just in a knockout mode, and now we play them in cup mode, which is a complete different format.
It's awesome that we get to see the players, obviously, as well. You can see already Grenadi in the background almost breaking the table with the... Thankfully, strong tables at DreamHack, I think, today, although you're going to see that one wobble around quite a bit. But yes, this is going to be interesting. And as you mentioned, obviously, the stage that we're playing on the maps that we have, you've seen them all before as part of the Elite Cup. You probably played them all before as part of the campaign as well. So everybody fighting for those rounds on those maps as well. And that just makes it all the more interesting, I think, when everybody knows what's going on. It's not just this unattainable kind of map pool for the esports players. Everybody has had a chance to take a look at this one and drive around these maps themselves.
Yeah, especially because they were part of the official campaign. There have been some tweaks and fixes, of course. There were some shortcuts that were fixed for the official version, but almost everybody who has made it to the black tracks has played those tracks. And to be honest, they were very fun to play as well. I think they found a very good mixture of just tailoring those older like kind of versions into there, because some of those like parts of the track were already used on different esport maps in the past as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that is such a cool part of it, right? Because it's not completely, you know, I think identities have always been a part of the kind of the esports landscape of Trackmania, right? They were introduced a few years ago, and love them or hate them, right? They are part of what makes Trackmania so interesting, how things can change up by the end of a round, and it can be really, really cool. I think the ones that were chosen as well are, you know, ones that you can understand as a player as well. So whether you're watching it as a casual viewer or whether you're watching it as somebody who is genuinely part of that esports scene, I think it should be interesting for everybody.
Yeah, I agree, but they look so easy to play. You're just like, yeah, just don't crash into the wall. But then you try them out yourselves, especially I was struggling a lot on the map called Brazil that you're going to see very soon. To even obtain the author medal, which is the time set by the just mapper of this map. And this one was quite challenging to beat. And I think a lot of players also struggled with that. And you're going to see why very soon, because I think we're going to get going with the first match here very soon. We've already seen the players warming up, so that is great to see. We have a very nice match coming into play here, which I'm very, very much looking forward to, between Gwen, Granadi, Wosal, and Epos. And two of them in this match, like the winners of this match, will qualify to the Esports World Cup 2026 directly.
Yeah, of course, that does get you into the top 8 straight away there in the upper bracket final. Still stuff to play for, of course. The prize pool goes on as you get in towards the grand final and everything, so it will go down to the wire. It's not like you're just playing for seeding after that. It is its own tournament in and of itself, so everybody is going to be fighting as hard as they can for everything. But we're starting out here on France.
Yeah, France is the pick from Gwen, who looked very, very good yesterday as well. He was just absolutely dominating his match against Bren, a former world champion, and then also Binks and Pussy Tobacco didn't have anything to say. And let's see how the pick for Gwen is working out. Let's quickly explain the format, because we have 5 maps in the map pool. We play each map with a small warm-up, and then there will be 4 live rounds where players collect points that you will see on the top left-hand side, right next to their name. And 10 points will be awarded for the first position, 6 for second, 4 for third, and 3 for fourth position. And then once you surpass 120 points, you activate finalist mode. But let's just take a look onto this round, because this one is already very close here. As you can see, Epos with a great line. They're going very wide, will accumulate a lot of exit speed in that corner, will overtake Gwen here temporarily for that first position. Granadi and Wosal, on the other hand, dropping a bit further behind. So Granadi not with a good line here, but now we come into the identity here, which have we already seen on esport maps in the past. There's a risky line where you just go for the right jump 3 times. And will it be Gwen or Epos winning this round? It will be Gwen, asserting dominance with a 107.2 as well. So good time for Gwen to start off things here on France.
It seems like Epos had some trouble there with the final jump, obviously going as low as you can possibly go. There is a barrier up there, so you can fully crash into that one. An unfortunate ending there for Epos, who was poised to take first or second place. And, well, I mean, this is a player that has been star-studded recently, right? Just recently won the Beacon World League. Has been, you know, racking up those points in those kind of tier 2 tournaments, and looking to really go for things here as a Team Liquid representative now.
Yeah, like you just say that, and also back-to-back XP Evo winner, the biggest LAN event from the Trackmania community, multiple hundreds of players playing this event, and he only gets 3 points in this round though. Now Genji Wosal finding himself on second position, and Gwen just is unstoppable. He looks so good. He also took a long break from Trackmania after he won the biggest prize pool in Trackmania up until today, or like up until like the Esports World Cup will conclude. 60,000 euro at Ascension, at the Ascension tournament hosted by Zerator. And now we see Wosal also with a mistake, so Gwen will get another 10-pointer to his name, but who's getting second position? Wosal certainly will not do that. and it will be Epos ahead of Granadi and then Wolsal in there.
Much better performance there, but Gwen managing to get a second first place on that one, and will be racking up the points, definitely making a gulf between himself and the rest of the players. I mean, that is such an important thing to get here on the first map as well. Just managing to just eke out that victory so far is going to pay dividends for you later down the line.
Yeah, exactly. And let's go into round number 3 here as Epos, Wolsal, and Granadi have nothing to say here, as it is Wolsal. A good start though, so only when it comes to points I was talking about. And Gwen is 0.8 behind, so we will not win round 3 here as well. And Wolsal finding himself on that first position, but trailing behind is Granadi. Granadi with a very incredible approach here, tries to squeeze out so much speed here, Twiggy.
Just out ahead, but Wolsal right behind now and fighting for that position. Goes further inside, is going to have less speed as he exits the dirt, and that might just hamper him here in this turn. Granadi pulls ahead. The turn is good from both of them. They are neck and neck down to the identity here over the penalty grass, and it's going to be the first jump. Granadi takes the lead. Can he keep that lead? He stays lower than Wolsal through all of the jumps. He's gaining more of an advantage, and it's perfect to the finish line. Granadi will gain himself 10 points. Wolsal close behind, and Epos is going to have to settle for third.
Yeah, Granadi with an absolute great performance there in this round, staying alive in the ending. He was half a second behind the world record, but exactly what the German wheel player is needing here. 18 points up to second position, but it's still so close. As you can see, the input down there as well. He plays wheel a bit different than the other wheel players, or just player that we have left in the scene by the name of Muda that we will be seeing in the other match. You will see that in a comparison in just a couple minutes of time. But Wolsal now with a great start. Epos and Gwen both with mistakes, and Wolsal now has the shot of getting himself 10 points in this round.
And for the time being, these two fighting for these points. Epos is the player that seems to be struggling the most here on France so far. And then again, it's the start of the day, there's plenty left to play, and obviously plenty of maps left to go in this game alone, so maybe we'll warm up later on into the series. Wolsal out ahead this time around. Granadi this time is going to have to settle for trying to keep up with Wolsal here. Now into the identity. It seemed like his identity was better, just those lower, more risky jumps, but maybe the gulf is a little too much to overtake, or maybe not. Wolsal goes a little too low. He slams his wheel into the side. Granadi overtakes, looks over at his competitor as if to say, what happened there? Yeah. Wolsal has dropped into fourth.
Yeah, so important here for Granadi winning this round. Also, Gwen getting 6 points due to that mistake from Wolsal, who dropped all the way down to last position. And maybe, Twiggy, it could be the difference of playing online in front of your PC or at a LAN tournament. The pressure really kicks in, and Granadi is very experienced. Let's just think about Red Bull Faster, which happened a year ago. Of course, Granadi only got second position in that tournament. There's a lot of story behind why only, because he actually had won the tournament if there wasn't a plastic bounce in the end. But Granadi is just so composed and so good when it comes to coping pressure.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you just take a look over at Twitter, you know, obviously everybody at the event is, you know, online talking about their experiences. Take a look at Leicester, for instance, who did drop out of the playoffs just yesterday. You know, there's so many circumstances that can impact your experience. You had some trouble with the hotels. That just makes you a little less focused in the game, and sometimes it is just about having to lock in when you know, you're in an unfamiliar position. Maybe there is a home ground advantage for some of the British players, although I don't know if I'd want to be in Birmingham as a British person, so maybe not, but who knows. That's the whole part of the game, though. Being there offline is so much different to being at home with your creature comfort.
Yeah, and of course, all players here coming from Europe, but we also have players from Canada, from Australia, traveling a long way. Jet lag could come into play as well, but what is certainly not happening here for Gwen is that he's going to slow down in this identity. Granadi gets the no slide, something that we can talk about after this round as well, but let's firstly focus who's going to win. It will be Gwen with a 0.5 as well. That is so fast, just 2 tenths away from the tournament record. So what happens to Granadi there is a no slide, and this occurs when you don't steer into the direction long enough and then you tap the brake button. So you need to steer into the direction that you want to slide in for at least half a second before you can do that slide. Else you have to do a neo slide, which is a very complicated technique, and it's very hard to do on a wheel, and with Granadi's wheel setup, almost impossible.
Yeah, indeed. And everybody just has to fight back for that position more. Gwen is the player who has marked himself ahead so far, with a good start there on France, of course, but making things work here on USA as well. But things are staying close between these four. I mean, the thing is, you see a lot of games, and I think if you're used to Trackmania Esports, you'll be used to the scores being a little further apart by now than this already, and players having to fight back for position. Gwen is going to have to respawn there on that checkpoint. Granadi also slow off the back of that. Epos is nowhere to be seen. Wosal way out ahead by himself.
Yeah, so many mistakes in this round, and that is really Wosal's round to lose. He needs those 10 points, but also I'm worried a bit about Epos, who now falls further down the line. Granadi is also getting now equalized in points. Almost. It's 1 point between them. So it's 35 points for Granadi, 34 for Wosal, but Epos now down to 24. Just in last position, 10 points behind third position. He needs to act quick. And also Epos looked very good on day number 1 and 2, but he needs to lock in. But maybe the map doesn't suit him that well. And of course, you know, we have seen it yesterday as well with the likes of a player called Letza. He had a terrible start into the match, and this just was the trend for it. And he couldn't recover from it, but right now it looks like Epos wants to have a saying and wants to get his first 10-pointer in this match.
That is the risk, but obviously plenty of time to rectify any early mistakes, and Epos is arcing out ahead in this round. Good turn into the ice. Can he get a good release from it in through the dirt? It's a little slower than Wosal. It's a little slower than everybody, in fact, and Epos is going to fall from first into fourth position. It's staying close. Anybody can overtake here in the final throws of the map, but it's Wosal who's in first for the time being. Granadi overtakes. It's staying neck and neck between these two. It seems like these two are going to be fighting for every position. Wosal's a little slower on the exit into the plastic there. Granadi, his eyebrows raised. He doesn't know how he became first, but he did, and he will overtake in points.
Yeah, very, very nice here from Granadi, who just secures his second position up to 45 points. Also, Gwen struggling a little bit on this map, doesn't really collect a lot of points in those last couple of rounds. And it's Granadi really the player of the minute, defending the attack from Wosal, who could have gotten much more out of it, but the ending, it's very easy to clip there. You really have to go so precisely in there, and Gwen now again with a mistake. So we could see a new point leader after this round here, who could be Granadi. And if we also take a look onto the stats from Granadi, he wasn't the fastest on the maps. He doesn't have any tournament record, but he's so consistent with his worst map already being played, France, where his personal best is 0.34 behind the tournament record, but on the other maps he's only 0.1 to 0.2 away from it, and it really shows that his consistent play style is working out very nicely also in this round. But look at that, Wosal coming closer, good line here as well, trying to squeeze out every kilometer per hour possible, but I think it will not be enough. Granadi with more exit speed, and he will win another round. Consistency is key here for him, and he's also very fast at it.
Yeah, Wosal risked with such a low entry into that final turn, risking your wheels, of course, lifting off the ground and getting airtime. But instead, the problem was he couldn't quite control the exit there on the plastic. But it was worth it. It was worth an attempt. We move here to Brazil, and some insider information. Epos has been complaining, maybe not complaining, maybe lamenting that his regu time has gone down by about 2/10 since he started playing in the tournament. Going from, I believe, I can't remember exactly what the times are, but up into the second above, essentially, what he was setting before. I can take a look at exactly what he said. Regu gone from 0.8 to 0 to 0.0 to 2 on the Regu. So things could get worse here for Epos.
Yeah, things could definitely get worse here, as Epos is also very far behind in points here. 32 points only, sitting in dead last position for now. as Granadi, of course, is the new leader in points, but we're not even halfway through. The point is 120, and then there's also finalist mode that you need to clear, which means you need to win 1 more round. And keep in mind, the top 2 will directly qualify to the Esports World Cup 2026. So a lot of things are up for grabs here, and also the prize money here in this competition of total $20,000. So that is something to play it out all out for. But look at the run from Epos here. Very good start, finding himself in the lead, fighting against Gwen. Now coming to the last water glider.
Yeah, good snap from Epos there at the exit of the dirt as well. Keeps him in first place. Granadi is all looking for something. Gwen has to try to regain control after the reactor boosters send him astray. Granadi right behind Epos, but Epos is back to winning ways. I mean, that is what he said. Now his kind of regu has gone down too, but it's enough still to come out in first place in this round, and he sorely needs those points.
Yeah, definitely. He comes dangerously closer to Gwen and Wolfsal with those 10 points, and he needs more of those rounds. He could even propel himself up into the lead, but also Granadi got 6 points out of that round, surpassing the 60-point mark, so the halfway mark of this particular point limit. In the final, we have a point of 140. And Granadi, again, playing a very consistent match so far, but look at the start from Epos here again, 0.15 ahead of its competitors here. And he also has a different line over that first water glider sector. You're gonna see he goes over the beach sector there. Not all players have adapted it, but for that, you make sure that your car rotates earlier and you just get much more exit speed and a better alignment for that turn in all terms. Granadi falling behind. Gwen and Wolfsal batting it out for second position. Gwen with a great line. You want to make sure to snap the car very nicely there as well to get a no slide. Gwen does it very good, but Epos is on a great time. This could be a 103.8 or even a 0.7. We could see a new tournament record here from Epos. If he survives the ending, he's so far ahead of his opponents. What is the stopwatch saying? It will be a 103.9. Still so fast though. 0.3 ahead. Epos is on another level on this map here, Twiggy.
Yeah, sometimes when your back is against the wall and you're down by 20 points, that's exactly when you come alive. And Epos has caught right back up to his competitors in a matter of 2 rounds here on Brazil, a map that he seemed to be a little bit worried about before we came into today's proceedings. But it's looking good from Epos, not only setting times quick enough to beat everybody else in the server, but times quick enough that we could be looking at a new tournament record very, very shortly here.
Yeah, definitely. But now Epos doesn't find himself that far ahead in comparison to the other round, but still very clear of 3rd and 4th position. Granadi struggling to find a good line over the beach sector here. Good slide though, very wide approach. Will have a lot of exit speed, but is it really working out for him? The answer is a no. And Epos can make it back to back on Brazil and makes this match very, very exciting. After a weaker start, Epos fights himself back into this match, doesn't get affected by the poor results from the round beforehand, and now he will go up to 62 points if he stays ahead of Wolfsal here. Very good line from Wolfsal, doesn't lose control. You can get the tires affected by the water, and Wolfsal will be out, and so will be Epos, winning 3 rounds in a row with a 0.8 as well.
Wow.
Wolfsal was also on an incredible time. Granadi getting second. Gwen really struggling the last couple of rounds, only with 4 points here, but look at that. Epos only 8 points away now from Granadi. 3 good rounds, it's all that it takes.
I mean, nobody can touch Epos here on Brazil. Absolutely ridiculous run that he's had so far, and has moved not only into 3rd, but within touching distance now of 1st position overall in this match after what were 2 what I would call lackluster maps to begin with. I mean, you got to keep in mind that you know, Epos as a player right now in the tournament does not hold any records on any of the maps, right? It's just a good player overall, and has, I would say, been, and probably by his own words, underperforming a little bit since arriving at Birmingham, but this is looking a lot better. Look, this is a player that can, when he is feeling good, be the best player in the world, and he's proven that in several tournaments, but he needs to prove it here when he's up against his peers.
Yeah, definitely. He really needs to prove a point here as he now goes very wide in that corner, and Granadi is now in the lead. That's what he's definitely in need of denying some momentum gaining here from Epos, who also now touches the rock, actually almost gets demoted to last position, but that was a close round here. Only 0.4 between 1st and 4th, and it is Bosa getting 2nd place here. And then we have Granadi, of course, winning this round.
There's Epos, of course. Probably feeling pretty good with his performance on Brazil there. But he's maybe one of the most, what would you even call it, stoic players. Just very, very locked in at all times. Really, you don't see much flicker across his face, whether he's upset or happy with his performance. So I think we'll be yet to see anything until the results of this match. But Granadi is the player out ahead, of course. Things have tightened up quite a lot more in terms of the standings, but Granadi out ahead by 13 points currently.
Yeah, looking very good for him. After Gwen had a very good start here on an opener map, he now finds himself only 1 point ahead of Epos, and then Wolsal also dropping a bit behind here. So Granadi looking strong to activate finalist mode the earliest, but this map was picked by Epos, so this is the penultimate map of the rotation. And we're gonna go back to one last map before we're gonna go to map number 1 again. So here we go. Good lines there from all the players. It is Wolsal, however, falling a bit behind Epos, Gwen, and Granadi in our top 3.
Epos up ahead this time once again on Greece, and the world record here held by Epos currently. Granadi right behind, trying to maintain that first place in the match. And again, doesn't matter if you come in first or second necessarily in terms of qualifying first off for the Esports World Cup and moving on. The top 2 players will move into the next match regardless, the bottom 2 down into the lower bracket, but he's definitely going to want to maintain that lead for as long as possible. And this risky is definitely something. I think if you have played this map, you will realize how difficult it is to do this time in, time out every single round. But everybody here manages to get it done. A little wheel clip from Gwen will send him down into 4th position, but Granadi gets a personal best there on Greece. And well, I wouldn't quite call it elation, but he seems proud of himself.
Yeah, but I mean, only 0.303 away, so 300 away from the tournament record. Granadi extending his lead now, looking very much in control. And Twiggy, I have to be honest, this was the trend from Granadi in all of his previous matches as well. He looked very strong, but then it was like now he plays against someone like Gwen, who was just incredibly fast. But it's a new day. Gwen has maybe also not been that active in Trackmania, and Granadi is just so consistent but also so fast at it. He's at 90 points, so he's looking like being the first person to activate finalist mode.
Yeah, indeed, and considering how many rounds he has come in first place in, that's a very nice position to be in. Gwen, the player with the tournament record currently here, sitting on a 113.234, has once again found himself in 4th place. A full crash and a respawn setting him down by several seconds from the rest of the pack, and Epos is having to fight from 3rd position this time around. Once again, as soon as he was out of Brazil, things not looking quite as hot, but it is very close between these 3 players, and anything can change here on the identity of Greece. Any little wheel clip could change the standings completely. Granadi moves further forward. It's a good landing. Wow. He might just finish first. Granadi snipes it out by 14 thousandths.
And I think he's a bit surprised of seeing that first position there as well, but now the pressure, of course, is coming into play as well. Finalist mode is very close, only 2 more victories. But what happened to Wolsal there is that he wasn't able to control his ending there, so he had to go left side of the hole, lost a lot of speed with that particular line, and Granadi was able to overtake only with a conservative 0.6 time here, so roughly half a second behind the world record. But there you can see just how incredible this level is. And maybe this affected Wolsal as well. Now he's behind. He has made that mistake. Granadi just looks so consistent, so composed. He's able to control it so well, just playing so like godlike with the wheel. I cannot even imagine how hard it is to pick this up, Twiggy.
I wonder if the monitors are shaking for everybody else with the desk feeling those shearing forces. But regardless, I mean, Granadi is so locked in. You can see it in his face every time the camera cuts to him here, and it is going to be a fight for 2nd place for everybody else in the server. It looks like Granadi is staying in first every single round from what it looks like. Gwen fighting for that position this time, but so far for Gwen, Greece has not been where he has found success, and once again falling off that final block there. Grenadi will stay in first. He'll hold on to first. Epos moves up into second. Grenadi now finally nodding away to himself, finally looks happy with his performance.
Yes.
And all it took was getting every first place.
Yeah, every first place, 3 out of 3 wins here, and now 20 points ahead of Epos. This looks absolutely beautiful for the German player, but he still needs to win this round here as well to activate finalist mode, but it's looking very good. But for second position here, Twiggy, look at this gap. It's almost non-existent. 6 points tearing second and fourth position apart, but it really seems like everybody struggles except Grenadi on this map.
Yeah. That way with most maps, honestly. Epos finds himself down in fourth position, a little bit of a suboptimal ice section there. It is a difficult part of the map, and you can lose a gear so easily there. Grenadi stays up in first once again, absolutely not holding any punches for the rest of the lobby. Gwen fighting once again, but maybe just feeling like every single round here on this map, the map where he currently holds the tournament record, has slipped away through his fingers like sand, and he just can't manage to get anything done. And the points are so important right now. As you mentioned, 6 between fourth and second, so every point that Gwen can get would be absolutely massive. And here he goes, looking for 10 in this round, but it's tight between everybody in the server. Grenadi might just lose out on a first position this time, and it is Gwen to take it away.
What was that round here? It was so close between every player in there, but still 6 points is huge for Grenadi. He only needs a third position on our next map, which will be China, the first map that was played during the Elite Cup as well. Map 21 in the campaign, and this one has a very tricky start on this map, Twiggy. It has a bug slide that you can do as opposed to the intended outside dirt line. We're gonna see that probably already in the warm-up.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, now you're trying to eke out every millisecond that you can get a hold of. It might just be the time to get that one done here, but it is, as you say, such a difficult trick to accomplish in rounds, right? And you know, I'm interested to see how successful. Yeah, exactly. There's no choice but to do it. Well, Grenadi sets up a little bit too wide, clips a wheel, and we'll have to wait a little longer, I think, to get in towards finalist mode. Epos, it looks like, did not quite get the bug slide off, and therefore is down in third, and that is just how difficult the start of China can be.
Yeah, quite funnily, both Epos and Grenadi going for a very hard setup there, just squeezing themselves between the walls, but both hitting it there. And Gwen and Wolsel, on the other hand, both got it okay. The bug set at the start, you can gain 0.3 of a second there, so this is very important, and in this level of Trackmania, this can already decide the whole round. But it is Gwen now who finally regains control, wins this round here by the looks of it, if he survives the identity. We've already seen this kind of identity on the map beforehand. The map was called Bicycle, and we also had a different format in Trackmania back in the days. We played with 6 laps, so it was a multi-lap version of the map, and this was just very close, all things considered. But it's so hard to gain time there in the end. But also now Gwen lurking into finalist mode, and I have bad news for Grenadi as well, because Epos was ahead of him, and that means Grenadi is 1 point away of reaching finalist mode.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer for that gratification, but no matter what in this round, this DNS, which I would be very surprised by, will get himself up to 120 and therefore be in that finalist mode, and then everybody just has to hold back Grenadi for as long as possible to try and open up as many spots in that next round as they possibly can. Epos is the one that arcs out ahead in this round, and Grenadi down in 4th position. It doesn't matter what position he finishes in, but it would be good for the confidence if it wasn't 4th every single turn.
And also deny some points to its opponent, because Gwen now up to 97 points as well. Rosa can get a significant point jump here as well. Could go up to 95, and Epos could surpass 100 points here, or reach them like just on the dot if he wins this round. And let's see who's going to win this round. Wolsal getting a lot of a boost here, but also Epos doing it very nicely here, finding himself 0.1 ahead of his opponents. But Wolsal is really pushing it. I think he will overtake Gwen in the ending. Epos winning Gwen on second, still staying ahead of Wolsal, and Granadi activates finalist mode. And now it's really all about surviving the start for the German, and he will qualify not only to the winner bracket final, but also to the Esports World Cup 2026. Good luck to Granadi.
On the brink of things here, you can see in the chat as well, everybody wishing good luck for Granadi in this round. So from the looks of things, it has not gone his way right off the beginning. 4th position again, he's going to have to wait, and that does allow the possibility of Gwen especially moving up very, very close to finalist mode himself. And you could see a scenario where we land ourselves with more than one finalist. We land ourselves with up to 3 or maybe even 4. I mean, take a look how close Wosal is, all things considered. And therefore, Granadi could miss out on that spot, right? Needs to start getting more consistent here. And while we will move back round to the maps he's been more successful on,
yeah, I agree.
See a situation, something goes wrong.
Oh, there is certainly something that went wrong. When with an unconventional mistake, they're going too far inside and having to respawn. So that is 10 points down the toilet for him, and it is Wolsal who was really in dire need of points in first position. And that now puts a lot of pressure onto Granadi as well, because he made the start 0 out of 3 times. And now we go into the last round, but the others are moving in. Gwen and Epos still at least 2 rounds away from reaching finalist modes. But the more time, the more rounds you're on this finalist mode round, the more you think about it.
Yeah, exactly. And this time, it's a good start for Granadi. Maybe not the best start possible, but close enough that he can make a difference in this round. But it's Gwen and Epos that are up in first and second, and these are the players that are fighting for that second position currently on the finalist and in the next round, and automatic qualification to the Esports World Cup as well. And they'll be fighting for that one tooth and nail. 106 points apiece, barely a 10th between them.
Yeah, very good start there from Epos and Gwen. Granadi also got the Boxer, but not the best of exits. I think he dropped the gear, so that's why he slowed down. Gwen and Epos got it so well, but now it's very important to get those 10 points here. Gwen, however, is 0.1 ahead. He could have already been finalist after this round if he just had survived the ending in the previous round. But look at that, Epos coming close, but Gwen will have more speed by the looks of it, and Gwen will overtake Epos here to the line, and also 0.3 for both of them. Granadi cannot catch this up, and I think he will also be happy that this map is over. But who looked very good on our first map in our rotation was also Gwen. He looked very crisp, and Granadi as well. Granadi, of course, still in finalist mode. Is he able to close it out now or not?
That's the question. Has those rounds there on China impacted his mental, right? Has that made a difference? How many rounds can you stay on finalist and still feel like you're capable of coming out in first position here as Gwen, as Epos, and even, as everybody in the server closes in on you, gets towards finalists themselves? That's the question. Can he maintain that, on the side of Granadi, the mentality has to be, I am one of the best players here.
It's France, true. I was mistaken, France with USA. I think USA is map 2, so I got this one confused. But I agree, can Granadi hold on to it and make a running into this tournament in the winner bracket, or does he have to go into the lower bracket here? That is the question, because every player is now into triple-digit points here. Gwen needs third position in order to reach finalist mode, but gets a great amount of speed in this corner here. Epos and Wolsal finding themselves in the lead. Very important for Wolsal to get that first position, but it's well for Epos. He will activate finalist mode as well. We could have 3 finalists here if Gwen also finds P number 3 in this round, but right now it looks like he has been falling behind. Wolsal wants to deny the finalist mode to Epos, so there's a lot of individual fights happening, and then Granadi hopes for mistakes from both Wolsal and Epos. We have seen that in the first rotation already. One already out. It will be Wolsal not have a saying in this round. Epos with good speed, and he will win this round, and we have a double final situation coming into the next rounds.
Epos denying Granadi again, and Granadi's got to be feeling it at this point. Having one player on finalist with you, not the end of the world in this situation.
2 though.
But exactly, having 2 finalists with you, that is, it's got to be horrific for Grenady. 4 rounds now where he has been in this position that he could close it out, and now he could be out of it in 2 rounds time. Epos and Gwen just need to put together 1 good round each here, and Grenady would be denied of a position that he has held for several rounds. Wosal, however, is going to have to settle for staying in 4th place. Another full crash. Epos down there. Gwen with a DNF indeed, and Grenady will be thanking his lucky stars for that one. I'm not sure if he checks the HUD. He looks very locked in regardless. I don't think he cares, but it's all now about finishing in 1st place, and Epos only just got into finalists, and he looks in position to take 1st in this lobby after what was an incredibly difficult start, right? 20 points behind off the bat, but now down in 2nd place. Grenady is overtaken. Grenady looking to finally close it out in finalists. Had to let 2 players up into finalists with him until he got it done, but he crashes out on the identity. Epos overtakes, and Epos will be our 1st qualifier to the Esports World Cup.
And you can see the excitement there as well from Epos. Grenady had such a good landing on the dirt, but he couldn't get it through. Grenady on his 5th finalist attempt, or 4th finalist attempt, could just not close it out here. So that is very, very unfortunate. You can see the relief from him, and we go into 1 more round here between Gwen and Grenady. Wosal also only 1 victory away of reaching finalist modes, but it's game on now. Grenady, who looked so much in control of this match, couldn't just close it out, and that is the beauty, but also the demise for Grenady in this particular format. Wosal with an incredible start, so we could see another triple final situation if Wosal will win this round here, because Grenady is 1/4 second behind. It is only Gwen who can have a saying in this round here, but Wosal, oh my god, almost clipping the wall there. Gwen is taking so many risks here. Will he send Grenady into the lower brackets? The answer is maybe a no, because Gwen has made a mistake, and now it is between Grenady and Wosal. That's how quickly the table can turn here as we go to the identity 1 more time. Maybe 1 last round after that one if Wosal gets that 1st position. Good landing from Grenady. Grenady with more speed. Good jumping there as well. Will it be enough for Grenady? This is so close. Grenady overtakes in the ending, and Grenady will qualify to the Esports World Cup 2026 and also goes into the winner bracket final of this tournament. What an insane ending.
I don't know if I can call that elation from Grenady, more like relief. Just seconds away from tearing his hair out if he wasn't able to get it done by the end. I mean, everybody nipping at his heels. Epos manages to overtake, and you can see just how it affects all of these players. Obviously, none of them are out of the tournament. They're down into the lower bracket if they did not get through in this situation. But for Epos and Grenady, they are through to the Esports World Cup. They're through into the upper semi-finals, and that's got to be an amazing feeling at this point.
Yeah, definitely. But also nice sportsmanship from Gwen there, fist bumping Grenady. So you can see the Trackmania community is very friendly. We all just talk, have a good laughter. There's hardly any rivalry. It's just a great community, all things considered. So good job and GG's to Epos and Grenady. But this match was just so close in the end here, Twiggy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely ridiculous stuff. I cannot believe that from Epos' start on those first 2 maps, he was able to overtake Grenady in finalists and get that win first. Regardless, I mean, both of them will be happy with their performance. I mean, maybe Grenady will be something to think about, right, in the next games that he plays. But you know, that great divide has been crossed now, and he's into that position. He'll be very happy with himself, and still plenty left to fight for. I mean, what a ridiculous match we just watched.
Yeah, and also like just very, very good mentality-wise that Epos knows how well he can perform on a map like Brazil. But on the flip side, I think China was coming in the worst possible timing there for Grenady. He was really underperforming on this map, where on the other hand, he was so good on threes, just getting 36 out of 40 points. But let's not jump ahead of things, because we still have plenty of matches coming up. After that one, there will be a match between Muda, Carl Jr., Otak, and Bren, where there will also be 2 direct qualification spots on the line for the Esports World Cup 2026. but we're gonna see that after a small break. So stay with us, and we will be right back.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
Hello everybody and welcome back to DreamHack Birmingham Road to EWC. Things have already heated up to a fever pitch here. Our first game was absolutely ridiculous on stream and many more have been going on while we've been talking as well. So, I mean, we can just start talking about everything that's happened. I mean, we just watched a barnstormer of a match between Epos, Wosal, Grenadi, and Gren. And Epos and Grenadi are our first qualifiers to the EWC. To begin with, they're also into the upper bracket final, and plenty more stuff to go here, Turbo.
Yeah, that was an absolute incredible match. It looked like Grenadi is going to qualify with ease, but then he made it exciting, allowing Epos to overtake him, getting that first seed into the Esports World Cup and also into the winner bracket final, of course. So that was very, very cool to see that Epos was also coming back after a terrible start into this match. One could even say it like that. He found his momentum back, but I think you should not count out Wosal as well as Gwen. Both look very strong as well, and they're now getting demoted into the lower bracket, so they still have a chance of making it into the top 8 and also continue their tournament, maybe even make it into the grand final.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities to do so. I'm not sure if we have an update on the standings of things in the playoffs here, because there are plenty of different games going on, and obviously two brackets just makes things a little more difficult to keep a hold of. But yeah, I'm excited to see what happens in our next game, because if every game is like the one we just watched from now on, I don't think we're going to have a moment to calm down today.
So also in the lower bracket, we already had 2 matches being played out at the same time. It was Pack, Mime, Heath, and Pussy Topako playing against each other. And it is Pack and Mime who went to the next rounds. And we also then have had a match between Binks, Massa, Elcon, and Jadon. And it is Elcon getting first and Binks in 3rd position. Massa getting P2 here, sending Binks and Jadon out on the tournament in 13th to 16th position. So that is quite something to consider. So the lower bracket round of 8B will be played after that as well, where we have also a match between Gwen, Elcon, Mime, and P4 of the match from the match that will come up now. So the match between Moda, Carl Jr., Otak, and Bren. And then Wosal, Pack, and Massa will play against the 3rd place of that particular match. But you're gonna see the players now in here as well. I think that's a good graphic to have. So the match that we're talking about is Moda, Carl Jr., Otak, and Bren. The losers will go into the lower bracket round of 8B, and the winners will go into the upper bracket final.
Yeah, this is another scary lobby. I mean, if you've been around the Trackmania esports scene for, about a decade, you'll know Carl Jr.'s name. You will definitely know Mudder's name. I mean, currently holding the record on China for the tournament by such a long way. I think well over a 10th in terms of how far ahead he is on that map specifically, and has just been a scary force in the scene as well. But then Otak and Bren absolutely cannot be counted out of things. There's a reason that they have been picked up by Team Liquid and Twisted Minds. These are scary players, all 4 of them.
Yeah, definitely. Bren, super consistent. Doesn't have a tournament record on a particular map, but it's maximum 0.16 of a second behind. So the Twisted Minds player pulled on a great show yesterday as well, played exceptional in his particular match that we've already seen was between Gwen, Bren, Pushito and Binks, and he sent Binks out of this tournament or into the lower brackets. And funnily, or like quite coincidentally, both players in this particular match that we had in the upper brackets getting demoted. So Paco and Binks are also now out of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it is weird to think the quality of players that we're losing at this point, but I guess that's what happens when you get down to pretty much what is, you know, not just the best 16 in Europe, but in some senses the best 16 players in the world, or very close to that at least. There's not too many players who have missed out on that opportunity here. We've said goodbye to a lot of players that you would consider to be at, you know, on their days, you know, finalist players.
Yeah, it will even continue like that, but we now want to see who is going to make it into the Esports World Cup here directly, because Moda, Carl Jr., Otak, and Bren, 2 of them will make it, and 2 of them still have a shot, of course. They drop into the lower brackets. But I think I really have to go with Moda and Carl Jr. in this match, because they both looked so strong in this tournament so far, but then Bren and Otak as well, like, it will be, I think this one will even be closer. I think no player really falling behind here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? This is such a stacked lobby, and it's hard to count out Mudder and Carl Jr. in this one, I think. Just based off of their recent performances, their performances in this tournament as well. I don't see a way in which Otak and Bren can put up too much of a fight against them. It's going to be close no matter what, but I just think that those two are... They have been just such dominant forces in the esports scene for such a while now that maybe just their aura by itself is enough to get the win there.
Yeah, just asserting dominance and, I mean, mind games and just being like on top of your game and just trying to maybe intimidate your opponent in that way is also something to just be good. But if you play against the former teammates and also world champions Otak and Bren, who played for Kamin Corp back in 2023, and they like had the momentum on their side, it was like probably one of the most exciting World Cup finals that we've ever had, and they were able to beat Carl Jr. and Pack in that final back in the days.
Yeah, exactly. There's just such a wealth of experience going on here as well. I mean, there are so many tournaments that we can draw upon. If you're new to the Trackmania esports scene, I think, and a lot of people will be, right? You know, its recent entry into the Esports World Cup has definitely shaken things up, I think, within the community, and will introduce a lot of new people to what's going on here. But this has been a thriving scene for quite a long time. I would liken it very much to a fighting game community, and just the way that it has kind of worked on its own legs for such a while. So we have a lot of results to draw upon when it comes to data points for these players, how they play in different scenarios, how they played at LAN, how they have played online, and it makes it very, very easy to kind of have a lot to talk about here.
Yeah, every player has their own individual little footprint, I would say, whether they go for world records, they're capable of doing that, if they rather on the safe end, if they also risk it. There's a lot of things on there, and well, I think that's also important to maybe analyze with your coach before this kind of match, what strategy you should go for. If you should push for first position in a respective round, or if you just take that second position, as we see the players warming up. And you see Muda there as well, playing also with a wheel, but a different setup. Then there is Carl Jr., the Team Falcons player, 7-time world champion, the greatest of all time in Trackmania, being considered by the whole community. Also got voted as Player of the Year in the Trackmania Awards 2025. Here we have Otak as well, formerly playing for KC, of course, now in Team Liquid. And last but not least, we have Bren in there as well, who is now in Twisted Minds, and you're gonna see him very soon as well. So Otak also getting ready, maybe has to do a setting, but he looks locked in as well. And there's Bren.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, these are faces, again, that you're going to recognize if you've been watching for a while. If not, memorize them, because these are faces that you're going to see a lot, especially those first 2 you saw. You're going to be seeing a lot of them. I'm 100% certain that Mudder and Carl Jr. will make it to the Esports World Cup, whether or not it's in this match or another match, right? If they don't manage to get it done in this lobby specifically, they will definitely get through, I would think, at some point. So commit them to memory, I would say, is the best way to put this. If you are new to the scene. And even, you know, Bren is another player that you're going to see a lot of. Everybody here in this top 16, you know, I would consider kind of having their own pillar in the community and deserving a spot, right? And there are many other ways to qualify, obviously.
Yeah.
For the Esports World Cup. So it's not like if you miss out on it here, you can't do it. There are online qualifiers as well. The Elite Cup rankings, the top 8 by the end of the Elite Cup, obviously there's another phase of the Elite Cup to go, are also going to qualify. So plenty more players, plenty more spots available. But yeah, the ones who are going to qualify in this event, those are who we're highlighting right now.
Yeah, definitely. There's still then 24 spots on the line, and also those players looking very good in the Elite Cup ranking. I think all of them sitting somewhere in the top 10, if my memory serves me correct. So we have, of course, Muda on second place, Carl Jr. on third. Then we have Bren on P7 in the Elite Cup ranking, and then Otak on P10. So they're all looking very good in there. And if they don't qualify from this event, I could see all of them actually trying to qualify, and that maybe is also the storyline here, Twiggy, because the players from the upper brackets, they have the opportunity, and this could be our 8 players qualifying to the Esports World Cup here in the ending. But here we go, we are starting the match here on France, and let's see who gets the first 10 points. Muda, Bren, and Carl Jr. as well as Otak fighting it out here for 2 spots in the winner bracket final, and also at the Esports World Cup 2026.
All to play for from this point onwards, and again there are many other opportunities in this tournament alone. The lower bracket is there waiting for the players who lose, because there will inevitably be 2 players dropping down from that one. But as we saw with Epos and Grenadi, I mean the fight gets fervent towards the end for those guaranteed spots, those automatic qualification spots. You want to get it done as quickly as possible. You don't want to have to fight for your life with absolutely, you know, no opportunities to come back from it. If you go down to that lower bracket, you have to do it. You have to win every game from there on out. Down goes a player. It's Carl Jr. to the finish line. Can't see who he's behind currently. This Mudder. Of course it was going to be Mudder.
Yeah, Muda winning the round here with a 0.2, so great time there to start off things. Carl Jr. on second, Otak have a second behind on third, and then Bren after that mistake, last place. So good start from the Australian wheel player, and interesting story for you guys, because Muda was a top-class player on a controller, but after the World Championship of 2023, he decided to swap to a wheel and finds himself in the top of the leaderboard as well. So he's an absolute talented player and just a mastermind behind everything in here. He has a very deep understanding of the game, as you can see here as well. Look at that speed from Muda, using the nose slide and of course the finesse steering that he can do with the wheel, but now goes a bit too inside there. He was on a great run there, allowing Bren and Carl Jr., the former teammates for Team Solary as well at the Raider Cup 2019, battling it out against each other. But now Bren also with a mistake, allowing Otak to overtake, and Carl Jr. has a free 10-pointer to his name.
And staying up in first position again, clips the wheel. We see that so many times here on France. He did not need to push for as much time there out in first place, but it is Otak will overtake into first. Quite happy with that one. As you can see, Carl Jr. is going to have to settle for a little further back, and look, this is the kind of lobby now as you get closer to the end of the proceedings where you can't afford to make as many mistakes.
But also Twiggy here, very unusual mistake from Carl Jr. Usually always punishes those if just players make mistakes. He is so good at cup mode as well, just playing the format to absolute perfection, punishing every mistake. But now he makes the mistake himself, finding himself in third position, just 1 point ahead of Bren here, and Otak moved into the lead due to the last position from Muda, but it's still everything to play for. Now the no set comes into play from Otak, doesn't get a good apex there, so he loses even speed to Carl Jr., Muda, and Bren, who are now in our top 3 position here. Good line from Muda though, but it's only 13,000 between him and Carl Jr. here. Great line from Carl as well. That's 400s between them now. Very important to land clean here. Bren doesn't do that, and you can just see how much time he's losing there. And it will be a fight between Carl Jr. and Muda. They have been facing against each other so many times and have provided one of the best matches that we've seen in Trackmania eSport history as well. In Trackmania Grand League, where Muda was able to dethrone Carl Jr. But can he do it in this round as well? Good job from Carl. Muda with good speed as well, but Carl will win this round here and will finally get into the lead here.
Carl finally finding that form there on France that we do know the player is capable of. Muda right behind in terms of points for the time being, but things are still close in this lobby. And I mean, look, we didn't really see things shake out in the last lobby we watched until well into the 3rd or 4th map, right when Epos started fighting back into things. Was way down in 4th position for quite a while, honestly, considering that he finished up in 1st. So anything can change. That is the beauty of this format, where you need 120 points just to get on finalist, and then you still got to win another round to come in 1st.
Yeah, that was the demise for Granadi, but it eventually worked out for him in this particular order. Granadi was very relieved about that, as you could see with his reaction, but the players are still long away from reaching finalist mode. They're still fighting out for the 10 points, and look at this landing there from Bren, going so low there, accumulating so much speed in comparison to Muda, but it's still anyone's game here. Bren also living in Australia, so he also had to take a very long road towards Birmingham, but he's looking locked in. But Otak coming closer here. Muda is overtaking Bren, who has made a mistake. Can Otak go into the lead? The answer is a no. And Bren again dropping points, cannot find himself a 10-pointer on France on our opening map, and it is Otak winning the round here, and Muda winning the round ahead of Otak, and now going into the lead.
Well, it's definitely shaking out in a way that things are going to stay a little interesting to the very end here, I think. I think Otak definitely feeling himself on this day as well.
Yeah, but Bren here, like, very, very unfortunate for him, getting 3 third positions and then just missing out on that 1st place in the last round here. And let's take a look what our next map is going to be. I think it will be Greece that we're going to see as map number 2. Which would be then the pick from the 2nd seed in this match. I think that is Carl Jr. in this regard. And let's go. Small warm-up, and then we will be starting with round number 1, as we have also a disconnect from Muda. So we might pause this match here for just a couple of seconds. But now he's back on the server, but I think still needs to get situated. So we have an extensive break before we're gonna start. Or is it a live round already? I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure about it.
Yeah, I don't know the ruling on that. I'm sure something will be done about it. Regardless, we can just watch some driving for now anyway. See how comfortable these players here are on Greece. I mean, look, here's the thing. Every player will be comfortable on every map at this point. It's just to what extent is the question. Are you as good as the top players here? Because people have been, fighting for those tournament records, and they have been getting closer and closer to the world records as well over the last couple of days.
And also Carl now quite far ahead here, 0.1 of a second. Beautiful outside line here as well. We've seen some incredible rounds on this map where 4 cars were just neck and neck in one of those rounds in the previous match. Now it is Otak with a mistake, allowing Bren to overtake, and Carl Jr. will win this round. But the question is, will this round count or not? Because Carl is also looking to the left and right. They were just playing. They just did their thing. It's not their decision making. So let's just wait to see what happens here. If Muda or if we have a reset, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And we now have a pause though. So we're gonna figure it out up until the point Muda resolves the issue. And Twiggy, like this of course affects a player's mentality as well.
Yeah.
If you just miss out on a round, you could have maybe won or at least get those 3 points. 3 points are vital. We have seen Granadi missing out on finalist mode by just a point. Like one finish is so important in every round. Every point matters.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be there are admins at the tournament, of course. They'll be sorting this situation out right now.
I hope so.
So I'm sure it will be okay. But of course, pausing the game also can affect your mentality. It can affect your flow.
Definitely, and it can also be a reset for the players who have maybe fallen behind in this regard. But Muda is definitely someone who, maybe takes those things a bit easier. He just tries to get into the groove. Same as someone like Epos, for example, on the previous match where he was just coming back so nicely after sitting, I think, at 32 points after just 8 rounds. So that was not the start that he was looking for. So very good to see that. And Muda is getting ready again as he's now warming up. And then we will continue. I'm not sure if it will be round 1 or round 2. We don't have any information on that as well by the looks of it. And well, still a good opener here for Carl Jr. Of course, Bren also getting something off the pie, but Otak, I think right now is leading, isn't he? I think he has gotten the 10-pointer in the last round.
Yes, if I remember correctly, that was how we left things. It looks like we're getting ready to get back underway, just based off of the expressions of the players. So we'll be back in the server very shortly, I am sure. Yeah, regardless.
I think so as well.
I think this game has been very interesting so far. Obviously, we've only had a few rounds. It's not really a sample size that we can base things off. But Carl Jr., I think, is taking a little bit to warm up to the level I'd expect him to be playing at right now.
Yeah, but also like this very unconventional mistake that he did in round number 2 that didn't get him the 10 points. Quite unfortunate to see, but there you can just see how high this level really is. We have like just the top level of Trackmania players attending this event. From the Elite Cup ranking, we had 17 players out of the top 20 attending this event. So the field was absolutely stacked, and we're not even done with it. It's just match number 2. We have plenty of matches coming up today. The upper bracket final, the grand final as well, but also then the whole lower bracket as well, which I'm really looking forward to today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, here's the thing. As we get closer and closer to the grand finals, the games are just going to get better and better, and the stakes are going to get higher. And well, of course, the stakes are already pretty insane, you know, just playing for that position. But I think especially in the lower bracket where it's either, you know, sink or swim, right? You either go out of the competition or you qualify to the Esports World Cup. Those will be some pretty insane games there. And like, regardless, the thing is, everything we will watch from here on out has just got such stacked talent.
Yeah, and also I really wonder if we see the same 8 players from the upper bracket also qualifying to the Esports World Cup, or if there will be a surprise, someone like Pack who dropped into the lower brackets very early on. He got 3rd position behind Muda and Epos. And can he make a deep run? I think he can, but also someone like Massa, Mime as well, looked very good as well yesterday. And we have Elcon, of course, playing very, very good as well, but got 4th position in this match against Carl Jr., Wosel, and Mime. So those are really players to look out for. They're very scary opponents, but only 8 of them can, of course, go through. We have to say bye and 2 players in the lower brackets that we're going to focus on after this match, I think, or is the upper bracket played beforehand? But we're live back. We're back live, and here we go. So let's take a look of what is happening. I'm not sure if something has happened in the ranking when it comes to points, but I don't think so. This is also the live round right now, and it is Carl Jr. at 23 points, Otak at 24, Muda at 29, and Otak at 24.
I think that's a reset of that round then, in that case, from what I recall.
So yeah, there was Muda winning this round, right? I thought it was Otak at 29, but I think it could be just my memory slipping away here.
Possible. Who knows? It's early. We had to wake up early today, so anything could be going on. But it is back to normality, it seems, as Muda and Carl Jr. are in 1st and place. Carl Jr. just behind the axle of Mudda here, and does overtake here into the dirt section. You want to get as much of that outside line as possible. Increases your speed, and it's close to the wall for Carl Jr. as we head here to the identity. But you can see Mudda is right behind, but Carl Jr. slides the bottom of his car along the edge there of the block, staying just about ahead of Bren, it looks like, and it will be Mudda to the finish line first. But what a round with only 2.5 tenths between the whole pack.
Yeah, and this was round number 1 on this map. So indeed, I just double checked now whilst you were casting. It was Mudda winning this round and not Otak. Otak made that small bump there on this last round that we've had on our first map, and now he finds himself quite comfortably in the lead. So we're just getting some numbers mixed up here, but great round there from Mudda. Otak, Carl Jr. and Bren only not 3 points apart, because Bren is at 20 and not 30 points. Bren is quite far behind. He needs to have a saying here on this particular map. Look at that speed here now from Otak. Bren dropping significant speed here, and Mudda with a very wide approach coming back to the field here. Otak with a bumpy landing, but look at this line here from Mudda, really trying to commit to it, but also Carl Jr. and Otak had it so good here as well. This will all come down to the ending. Firstly, this NASCAR turn. That's how we call them in Trackmania, where you don't drift but release in this couple of, or just for a couple of frames to get around that corner and not touch the wall. And then this dirt line as well, that is very important to get so much exit speed out of it, and then get a nosedive in the sector to not get affected by the penalty surface all too much. Mudda with a great comeback here, going incredibly close. Can he win another round? This is looking really good and very much controlled. Good nosedive there as well, and he will stay ahead. What a beautiful ending from Mudda here, Twiggy.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff there, and I think you're starting to see now the consistency and the scary pace of Mudda here, all the way obviously from Australia. What a flight to get to Birmingham on this one. God, what a downgrade! But well, look, it's it's a great performance so far. I think the thing is the resilience to be able to make that long flight, right? Get put up in a hotel, and you have a few days to just set up your equipment and get going. It's ridiculous stuff. I don't know how.
And also, I was meeting Mudda a lot in the past, and he was just illustrating or showing me how heavy his equipment is. Like, and then just running through Birmingham or just to the airport, through the airport with your heavy backpack, and then your suitcase as well. That is not an easy task to do, so travels can be very exhausting, but Mudda didn't get affected by that. Second place in this round. Carl Jr. 0.2 ahead. Otak and Bren nowhere to be seen. Maybe in that fight for second place, but Carl, very good outside dirt line. Placed with the internal camera, so he doesn't see where the outside of his car is, so he just goes by feeling, and maybe for some parts he swaps it here and there, but most of the parts are just playing by feeling. But Carl gets it so good. Let's take a look onto the time. It will be a good one, a 1:13.303, a new PB in the tournament for Carl Jr., claiming 10 points to his name.
Yeah, I realize now, of course, that there are many things, I think, to explain to a new viewer that we're going to have to start writing down maybe for the actual Esports World Cup, when we're going to have a lot of new viewers.
Yeah,
is the thing, because I mean the amount of ways to play the game with the wheel, the controller, the keyboard. Some people play with more than one at different times depending on the surface you're on. The amount of surfaces there are, the terminology. It will. We're gonna have to. Yeah. You have to write
also
those down.
explaining a Neo slide as well. Like it's I tried my best, but it's a very precise technique.
It's a feel-based thing. I feel like a Neo slide. It's difficult to explain.
Yeah, we're gonna brainstorm that and maybe do like some sort of like visual for that.
Maybe.
To just a Trackmania crash course and release a video before that for the things that you need to know. Also this particular line, the bug slide, very well in that camera being seen as well. You love to see that here. Very nice catch there from the observer. Bren gaining 0.3 due to that technology as well, a bug slide. Bren did it very nicely. Now the ice here as well. You don't want to release, else you're gonna drop the gear and slide out.
I mean, Mudda, well known obviously for ice gameplay as well, has been incredibly good at that surface for a long time, so gaining time on there, not surprising whatsoever. When he goes back down into fourth position, it's Bren in first place for the time being. The Canadian right behind him, Carl Jr., and it's looking like Carl Jr. is gaining on the Team Falcons player, just about trying to overtake Twisted Minds player. Good release from the ice. Can he get a better release here in the second one? It's going to be neck and neck to the finish line. It's going to be a little more speed for Carl Jr., but he can't quite catch up to Bren by the finish line. 18,000 in it, but Bren will gain some much needed points.
Yeah, definitely. Small slide there after the ice because your tires are still affected by the icy surface. They are not complete. Like, the car feels a bit clunky when you exit the ice. They're not getting reset. So it's a different mechanic in there as well. You see the tires also being affected by the dirt a little bit. So they are a bit, just a bit dirty afterwards. It can affect some tech turns, not in this particular order. But Oltec and Carl Jr., great start from them. Bren not too far behind. Moda has made a small mistake, is 0.7 behind. And now the exit's so important to accumulate as much speed as possible and also not slide on that particular part here. Looking very good from Oltak and Carl Jr. Carl again going for the attack. So much speed here in this sector. Different apex from him as well, but didn't nail it on the inside there. So he finds himself further behind, but he had a great last part here in the previous round. Also tries to transfer as much speed as possible in this corner, but Bren is also not slowing down. Oltak also in need of some points in this particular match. Has good speed in here as well. Is 0.1 ahead, and then as long as he doesn't fail the ending, he will win this round. And yes, it will be the case. Overspeed into the ending. Carl getting second place and Bren just behind. But what a great round between the top three here.
Yeah, this is something you're going to see so often as well, is just once you get consistent enough at a track. I mean, these players have played these because, again, not only is this, you know, the set map pool like you would have in any esports, but exactly like you would have in a first-person shooter, or exactly like you would have in Counter-Strike or in Valorant or anything like that. There's a set map pool that everybody plays. It's not just for the esports players, it's for everyone. And that's a new thing to Trackmania, is having the esports, the tracks that we play in the esports thing, the tracks that the players casually play as well. Well, casually, maybe not. The thing is, these are very difficult tracks, of course, and I think have been a learning curve for a lot of players, but they have played them so many times. The amount of reps that these players have on these tracks now is well up in the hundreds, thousands for some players by the time they get here to Birmingham, and therefore you just get so consistent. Unless you make a mistake, you're going to be driving this close to each other, and it's exemplified in this round. 3/10 in between the top four, 1/10 between the top three, and it is Carl Jr. who overtakes at the finish line, stone cold.
Yeah, stone cold here. No reaction from Carl Jr. What a great round. Tying the score to Muda here. Carl Jr. and Muda now leading with 67 points. Oltec and Bren still needing to catch up a little. They have shown the potential, but they need more round wins. They need more rounds going in their favor. We see now 3 players going for the outside approach, which is of course a bit slower, but if player, or if all players going for the safe way and then the only player not going for it, making a mistake, well, you still find yourself in the lead. Carl Jr. goes for the conservative approach and finds himself 3 ahead, so this is really his round to lose. Muda also not with the best of exits here, will not transfer as much speed as Carl Jr. in this sector, even though he's only 0.3 behind, so one mistake could set himself up for 10 points. But I think at this point, Twiggy, he also just happily takes the 6 points here.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, once again, you do not need first place right now. It doesn't matter whatsoever. It only matters in the grand finals getting first place. Technically, I suppose, in this, you know, the consolation game as well. You do want to fight for those in your final match here, but right now, you only want second or better in this match. It qualifies you to the next game, and it qualifies you to the Esports World Cup, and that's what matters for these 4 players here. So they're not too worried about losing out on points to first. It's not going to be slipping away from Mudder, but still, you do want to secure finalists as quickly as possible, of course.
Also, interesting fact here for Carl Jr. This is just when it comes to gaps, his weakest map. He's 0.35 away from the tournament record, whereas all the other rounds are a maximum 0.1 away from the tournament record. So it could be because he goes for the safe approach in the start. So that is something to consider. He just drove a new tournament, or like a tournament record for him. I think it was just maybe tied or a couple of thousandths faster than the time that he did beforehand. As we now go into the next round, or into the next map rather, and it will be Brazil. So 77 points for Carl, then 73 for Muda, then Otak and Bren. They have to do something, but maybe Otak has some tricks up on his sleeves here. Maybe he has learned from his teammate Epos, who was so good on this map.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely ridiculous, right? Epos has been so good. I had worries coming into today based on what he was saying on Discord. Just, you know, felt like he was slipping down in the rankings, and still able to pretty consistently be well ahead of everybody else in terms of that consistent time here. This is one of those tracks that is just feels a little bit inconsistent, I think, all the time. Even if you're good at it, it can feel just like there's so many things that can go wrong with those reactors on that water. There's so many slightly bumpy little areas with the new vistas as well that have just been introduced back into the game, I suppose. That can flip you off. Well, you know, well, my God, 2 PBs there.
Oh
not
my.
flip you off, but you know, I'd be worried if the players were flipping each other off on stage.
They're just catching you off guard here, and Muda with a great time at 0.8 on the opening lap here on Brazil. Only 500s away from the tournament record that was set by Elcon. So great time there from Muda. Now going up to 83 points. Back into the lead, but it really seems like Otak and Brent falling down the line here. Brent now getting a great start though, but he's only sitting at 50 points. So that is not really a lot to consider. And also here, not the best adjustment. He had a bit more speed than Carl and Muda here, but cannot really make use of that since he had to slightly adjust there. But good lines there from all the players, really trying to squeeze out every possible kilometer per hour in that sector. Muda with a very wide approach will have a good amount of speed in this sector, and also goes very wide into this turn. So he still is in the lead, but Carl Jr. and Bren are not too far behind. 700ths of a second between them. No side, very important. Bren gets it okay. Muda and Carl Jr. however still in first and second place. Carl with a very inside line. Muda with overspeed, and this could be another great time that we're witnessing here. Carl going for the inside line. Muda with a better setup into the drift, and Muda will win this round again with another PB. What? Only 200s away from the tournament record. Muda is locked in.
That's ridiculous stuff. I can imagine why Epos would have been scared if he was in this lobby. I mean, then suddenly you're up against players who are setting ridiculous times there, and I mean, wow. That is very, very impressive from Muda, and exactly what he needs right now to expand that gulf between himself and Brennan Otak, of course, the 2 players down in 3rd and 4th position right now. Get himself the finalist as quickly as possible with as many rounds in the bank as he can get, so that he can get over that finish line. I mean, we saw what happens when you only have about 4 or 5 rounds to close that out. Grenadi came in 2nd place, almost lost out, got to 3rd, triple finalist, sorry, and things can go wrong very quickly for you, so giving yourself that buffer is so important.
Yeah, and we have seen this kind of gap for Granadi as well, so the finalist mode still has to be cleared out from the players, but right now Muda and Carl Jr. are just hand in hand collecting the points in this particular match. Otak and Bren solely cannot match the pace. Bren also made a mistake. Let's take a look what Muda can do in the ending. He looked so strong on it, going wide here, having more speed into the ending, but Carl Jr. will stay ahead. No, he will not. Muda will win another round, and back to back to back. Sub 104 from the Thunder from Down Under. What a great performance so far. 103 points for him, 10 points ahead of Carl Jr. And look at the gap now between 2nd and 3rd. It is so hard for Otak and Brent to find some points here.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do when you're up against something like that? Muda was nodding along to himself there, knew that he was setting good times, even in his books, and his standards, I think, as we all know, are quite high. So it's a difficult time when you're up against players of this quality who are performing this consistently as well. You've just got to hope for a mistake that you can capitalize off of if your PB isn't quite as high as that. Otak, though, tears out ahead in this round, of Bren right behind the two players from France, able to finally find themselves some good fortune here in what has been quite a drought.
Yeah, definitely, but Otak now, it's his round to lose. Carl Jr. after a wonky transition, after the looping, entering the beach sector, not really getting it too well, but he fights back, and I think Bren made another mistake there, but it now between Otak and Carl Jr., and it will be Otak winning the round, but Carl came so close here to Otak, but he still wins the round here. He seems happy, but he knows that he has still a lot of rounds to do it like that, to come closer to Carl Jr. and Muda, who both at 106 and then 99 points. And we move to the last map of the rotation, and it will be USA, which is a map that has not been picked by the players, and it's the only map that has been left aside.
Well, then we go all the way back around, of course, in the map pool. So it is important to get your points on this map. In some tournaments, you'll have a situation where, you know, whoever sets the fastest time on a map in a map pool will get, you know, some kind of extra point, right? We're not fighting for points. It's not a league system, but players are used to kind of having that situation where now you're in that final map of the group, you're not going to play it again, and therefore you want to try and maximize how you're doing in this one. There's not quite that mentality, but maybe there'll be that muscle memory for some of those players that really fight for every single round here on this last map in the rotation.
But on the other hand, you know, if you're coming into this match as the first seed, you should know that when all things go not as planned, you still have your first map that you have picked, which should be one of your best maps in the map pack, still left aside. So you play more rounds on map number 1 on average, because matches hardly close out within 20 rounds. It could of course happen if two players really move away from the others, but it's very unusual to happen. But Carl can move up to 109 points here in this round, as we see a mistake happening there from Otak, rushing the inside wall, and it's really Carl's round to concede here, but he stays ahead. What will the stopwatch say? A 102.6, also a very good opening lap from Carl, going up to 109 points. And I think with that, he's tied or 1 point away from Muda here. No, Muda got 4th position, 4 points, so he's still 1 point ahead and can reach finals. So very important that he got that 3rd position that round here, Tweety.
Yeah, indeed, for those overall standings. I mean, just the ability to fight back into this one. Carl Jr. and Muda are getting to that point where they are incredibly close to finalists. You want to be within touching distance as much as you can be by the time that they're there, because they're not going to take too many rounds to close it out, you wouldn't think. And therefore you'd have to settle, obviously, before going down to the lower bracket in this situation. But Otak is going to have to settle for falling into 4th position here in this round. Muda slows down to avoid hitting the wall there, and that puts him solidly in 3rd as we enter the ice section. Bren, another player fighting for that position and currently holding Muda at bay, but Carl Jr. well out ahead for the time being. Can he maintain that position as Muda takes the more outside line in that drift, looking for a good entry into the identity? But Bren pushes on forward a little further. Can he overtake Carl Jr. at the finish line? He clips a wheel and it won't quite happen, but where is Muda? He's not 5 seconds behind. I thought he fully crashed, but 3 seconds behind. We'll have to settle for 3rd.
And also now Carl Jr. at 119 points. So 1 position change in one of the earlier rounds to his advantage would move him into final status already. But like that, he still has to play 1 more round, has to finish it in order to reach finalist mode. And of course can deny points to the others, hopefully denying the finalist mode from Carl Jr.'s point of view to Muda, who just needs a 1st position after only getting last in the previous round. However, Muda also not with the best of starts, as well as Carl Jr., Bren and Ortak finding themselves in first and second place. Now wide approach from Muda, doesn't go for the airtime reduction that gives you more speed, but still he's not too far away from the top group here, as now the dirt flick comes into play. This works because your tires are still affected by the ice, so that leaves us with this mechanic. But Buddha from last to first here, who really wants to get those 10 points over speed firm as well. Good approach. Carl Jr. finding himself in the lead. Will it be enough to deny points to the others? The answer is a no, because he clipped. But what is Muda able to do? Is he able to catch Ortak in the end? He's risking it, as well as Bren, but it's not enough. Ortak in front of Bren, and then Muda at 117 points now. But Carl Jr. is our first finalist in this match, so good luck to him. Only one victory away of reaching the Esports World Cup playoffs in Riyadh.
It's a tall order even for Carl Jr. though, in a lobby with Muda. The thing is, I've seen it mentioned a couple of times, it's impressive that you can make Bren and Otak look slow in a lobby. The quality of Muda and Carl Jr. to be able to put up that many great rounds, that it makes Otak and Bren's times, especially on Brazil back there, just look like they are far away from this quality, because these are also players who have played at the highest level, who know their way around Trackmania like the back of their hands. And somehow Muda and Carl Jr. just seem like they are infallible in their path to Riyadh right now. And it may just be, well, not this round, Muda and Carl Jr. who booked their tickets first.
Yeah, but Ortak really wants to have a saying as well. Sitting at 96 points now. Good slide there as well. And he could go up to 106 points. And he will do so, clipping the ending slightly. Muda also with a mistake. But most importantly for Muda, he goes up into finalists. So that is important to know, because now we have a double final situation into the next map, which is map number 1 again of the rotation. We're going all the way back to France, which was the opener and will most likely be the decider here as well. We could also have a scenario where we go back to Greece as well.
Yeah, I mean, Otak isn't too far behind. A couple of round wins, or a round win and a second place, should land him in finalist as well. So as long as he can hold on for a little bit, thread together a couple of good rounds, deny Muda and Carl Jr. those winning positions, he may just find himself within an opportunity of causing what I would definitely call an upset in this situation.
Yeah, definitely. And also Bren is completely not out on the equation just yet. 4 round wins would also set himself up in finalist mode, but this would be an absolute stunner of a performance, and he needs to beat Carl Jr. and Muda, who looked absolutely unstoppable. And also in this round, they find themselves in first and second position, but only the first position matters for both of them here. Muda with a wide approach goes for the nose side, will have more speed here by the looks of it. He is just excelling himself into the lead. Is now the 0.1 ahead of Carl Jr., but now we come to the outside sector here, looking beautiful from Muda. Carl Jr. with a mistake, and Muda has a clear lead here of 0.2 of a second. It's his round to lose, but still the half pipes and the ending are coming up. Is Bren able to fight back? He's really trying, but he's quarter of a second away. Muda has it. He just has to survive the ending, and he will be the 3rd player qualifying to the Esports World Cup here. It's looking good, but Bren is coming closer. Good speed from Bren. Bren is trying his best, but Muda is not slowing down significantly, and Muda will make it to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, you can see that means a lot to him, but more than anything else, I think Muda, this is what he always displays, is just did it. It's fine. We got it done. It's relief on Muda's face. He can finally get some rest. The jet lag, I'm sure. That's funny. Anyway, it's setting in for him there. That's one of his past teams, or whatever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's a new era of Trackmania. That's long one. But now it is just now up to Carl Jr. to get it done before Otak overtakes, right? A 1 round win for Otak will get him on finalist as well, and therefore Carl Jr. cannot afford to be losing out on these rounds. Currently by 3 himself in third position. This is the worst possible situation you could find yourself in. Where did Bren go? He's gone into the void. Nobody's right back there. Never mind. He's still in it. And Otak right behind him. Bren overtakes into first position once again. It's neck and neck between these three players. Carl Jr. overtakes Otak. He's moving towards Bren at a blistering pace. Maybe he can overtake here on the final few jumps. I mean, it would be a difficult situation for Bren. Is he going to clip a wheel? He's slowing down a little more than Carl Jr. in these final jumps. Can he hold him off for just a couple more seconds? He can indeed. The man down at the bottom of the leaderboard currently secures himself a little more.
3 individual mistakes there in this particular sector. Otak with the very inside approach doesn't really get him any exit speed. Carl Jr. also slightly brushing the wall, and then Bren still finding himself ahead after that early touch, but getting a lot of speed out of it. So very chaotic part there, but it was Bren denying the finalist mode to Otak, and also the match being over if Carl Jr. had won this round. But now we see an early mistake happening. I think it was Bren lifting off there, so he will be behind, yeah, by 2 seconds, and Carl Jr. finding himself in the lead. But look at that speed here from Otak. Otak into the lead, and he can also be in finalist mode if he wins that round. Good approach here as well from both players. Otak going very wide, Carl with more speed, though it's neck and neck. It's only 12,000 of a second between them here. Carl with a good landing, Otak clipping, and I think this could be it, Twiggy. It could be over if Carl Jr. just survives the ending.
I mean, it's no way that Carl Jr. should be throwing this one away now. The man from Canada all the way to Birmingham here today for DreamHack. It looks like he's about to punch his ticket to Riyadh, and Otak can do nothing but lie and watch.
And you can see the relief here as well from Carl Jr., but he doesn't really seem too happy about it. He knows if he wants to get the $5,000 at the end, that he needs to step up his game, because he has a serious contender here with Muda, who closed out the match as the first person. Bren also a bit gutted from his performance, but what can you do if the players play that level of Trackmania?
Yeah, it's hard to see. Bren is going to have another chance, of course, down into the lower bracket now. It is not over for him, but it is Muda and Carl Jr. who move forward into the upper bracket final with Epos and Grenadi. And the lower bracket semi-final will be, the lower bracket final, I think, actually, is where the 4 losers from those upper bracket semi-final games will find themselves.
Yeah, I think it's the round of 8 then for then, because we still fight, like, it's top 12 now. So like the match after that, they will then fight it into the lower bracket final. Then we have the consolidation final coming up. But of course, different names, different terminologies. It's also lower bracket, not loser bracket in some ways. So we can get this one mixed up. But what is important now for Bren is to win this next match and not fall behind there.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be in a lobby next, as far as I am aware right now, with Gwen, Elcon, and Mime in his next game, which, well, it's certainly a simpler lobby, I think, than Muda and Carl Jr. I think Bren definitely had high hopes for that one, and I think more than anything else, it wasn't losing out on one of those top 2 places. It was more just the amount of points and the amount of mistakes that came through over the course of the whole series there.
And then Otak will be seated into the match between Vosal, Pack, and Massa. So that will also be very interesting to see. And those matches will be played not at the same time. So we're gonna see matches happening one after each other. I hope so. No, it's match 1 and 2 at the same time. So there you can also see the full bracket. The winner bracket final is set in stone, or the upper bracket final as it's set in the graphic here. It's Epos, Muda, Carl Jr. and Grenadi. And then we also have the lower bracket as well that will be displayed here very soon, where we have also 2 very intense matches happening between Gwen, Bren, Elcon, Mime, and then Otak, Vosal, Pack, and Massa.
Yeah, again, we're up into the top 12 now, and there's going to be no holds barred from here on out. Every lobby is going to be a lobby of death here, and that's exactly what it looks like from this perspective. And you know, it's 4 French players on the chopping block after that game, right? They are in the danger position, right? It's all or nothing. If you get through into the next round, then incredibly well done. You're in that top 8. But if not, then unfortunately you're going to have to settle for just missing out on that automatic qualification to the EWC.
Yeah, it's do or die in the next round, and we're gonna be seeing that after a small break. So guys, be with us. I think we need that break as well.
Water, water, running as fast as you can. Slow down, can't keep up. Don't think I have any more left. Out of breath, out of breath. Tired, tired, I can't take the pain no more. Yet you insist on making puddles on the floor. Been here before. Been here before. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. You say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. You say it'll get better. How can they know? Mercy, mercy, none from my head. to breathe. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours, hours? Pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And we are back, and we have a banger of matches coming up, but we sadly can only pick one of them. Twiggy, I'm very much looking forward to that, because if the two players who win their respective match will go to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these ones are for everything now. It is do or die. You're either out of the competition or you qualify yourself for one of those very valuable 8 spots. And I mean, these two lobbies, again, they're very, very difficult. You know, there are players in these that have dropped down very early on into the lower bracket, like Pack, as we see right there, who, you know, was in a lobby with Mudder, Epos, and Jadon right at the start of the playoffs, lost out on that one narrowly, and now finds himself in that, having to make that lower bracket run. And yeah, I mean, I rate him to stay in this one, but I mean, it's a difficult lobby.
Yeah, so Massa and Otak then also meeting again. They already played in the first upper bracket round against each other. But then Pack, with a great run in the lower bracket, was defeating Mime in his respective match. Mime got second, Heath and Paco were eliminated from the tournament. But Pack played against 2 players who then made first position in their upper bracket match after that. So that is definitely something to consider. Pack, for me here, one of the favorites who can make a very deep run into the tournament. And then Massa as well, not to be counted out for Otak, with a great comeback as well. And then Wosal, I think everybody, or like so many players, do sleep on him as well. He had a great run as well. And he got second behind Carl Jr. in his upper bracket match as well. Elcon and Mime were behind him in there. So it will be quite exciting to see that, but only 2 can make it through. If you're in the bottom 2, you're eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And you're going to have to try and, you know, try harder in the Elite Cup to get enough points to get yourself into one of those other spots, or you're going to have to go through the online qualifiers, which is just a lot of stress. And especially if you're part of an org, as a lot of these players are now, right? They have been picked up by orgs because the Esports World Cup obviously coming up. A lot of these big orgs have taken a look at Trackmania players, done some scouting, asked around for who is the best in the business, and picked up these players with no guarantee of a position in that spot. But you know, you've got to perform when this time is here, and if you cannot get it done in this tournament, then you're going to have to, you know, bank all of put all of your eggs in one basket on another qualification setting, and there are only so many available.
Yeah, definitely. And also with new maps being released, you need to pick them up, put in the hours, and that is definitely important for a player like Pack, who currently sits in 13th position in the Elite Cup ranking. His best position was on the very last map of the Elite Cup, which was 4th place, so he got himself some nice points out of there. But 13th in the ranking could at the end not be enough. The top 8 do qualify from this particular order, but also make sure that someone like Muda is not included in that ranking anymore, as well as Carl Jr., who has already qualified, Granadi as well. So then the places will go down to 9th, 10th, and 11th place.
Yeah, exactly.
As well as Epos, so that it will be 12th even.
Yeah, exactly. There's only so many of them that are available, of course, and a lot of players have been, the thing is, off to maybe a start that they wouldn't have been happy with as well. So they have to try and get things done here, or they have to look towards the online qualifiers for a spot there. So it really is crunch time for a lot of these players, especially when you've got an org backing you and expecting certain things, and there's a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, also a new situation for players to just join such an incredibly big team, mostly named by the name of Wosal, who just who just joined a very exceptional esport organization with Gen G, Massa being part of Berlin International Gaming since the start, where they joined Trackmania, but then also Pack and Team Vitality. Like, that's a huge signing as well. And then we also have one more player in here, one of two Team Liquid players, Otak, who also looked very strong in the match that we've seen beforehand.
Yeah, and that just does mean you have those expectations. I think the thing is, you look at a lot of other esports, these orgs have players in them. It seems pretty normal for most other, but Trackmania has never really had that international reach that has attracted these big worldwide organizations like Team Vitality, Team Liquid, Team Na'Vi, Falcons, Twisted Minds. They are making these pickups now because Trackmania is part of something a little bit bigger at this point, and it's important that these players, keep them on the hook, right? Keep these big organizations going so that they can, finally. I think a lot of these players, right, have been grinding for the better part of a decade, if not more than a decade. Like, you take a look at Muddy, you take a look at Carl Jr., who we just saw qualify. These guys have been winning tournaments for well over 10 years at this point in Trackmania, well before Trackmania 2020 came out. And finally, there is an opportunity to actually make a good winning from this one, and actually, earn yourself some fame and recognition as part of the org too.
Yeah, well said there, Twiggy. But also one thing is, Muda is also one of the newer faces in the competitive scene in that regard, even though it feels like ages where he...
Oh. Is that just me, or... Okay. Gone.
Qualified.
Oh. He's back. Yeah.
Mania Challenger League, which was alongside Skandir, who was his teammate at Alternate Attacks, which I was also part of, but then also got some great results in, as of very recently, big Trackmania Cup just behind Bran, where we had a stunning final between to the offline finals from Red Bull Faster.
Yeah, I mean, there have been so many of these events that these players have been racking up a lot of, just experience on, right? And now finally, the Esports World Cup coming around does mean that there is a lot more on the line than I think a lot of the players are used to. But at the same time, in the cases of a lot of these players, it feels like they have been training for this moment. Finally, Trackmania is getting the recognition it deserves in a lot of people's eyes. And therefore, there's so much more to play for, and all of the years of hard work that they have put into this game is coming to fruition here. And Pack, I think, is another one of those players, right, picked up by Team Vitality, and I think that is a very astute pickup from an organization that has been winning trophies in a lot of esports for a while, and it's their only pickup so far as it stands, as far as I'm aware, unless Team Vitality have gone to something else.
Maybe something is cooking in the background.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, it's not a duo league or anything like that when we move into the Esports World Cup, so therefore, there's no reason to pick up more than one player in the end. And well, maybe you want to pick up another player if your only player is going to crash into a wall here. And it is Team Liquid that overtakes with Otak, the second player. Epos already having qualified for that team to the Esports World Cup. Pack is going to fall down into 4th position in this round, but there's plenty of time to catch up.
Yeah, definitely. But what a mistake there from Pack there eventually, as he drops all the way down to last position. Otak winning that round, Massa on 2nd place, and then we have Wosal on 3rd here in this opening round. But Pack was on a great time. He was 0.3 leading at the start here from the get-go, had an exceptional start in front of his opponents, and he now has a very good start yet again. But can he make it through this quarter pipe jump? Very important to accumulate as much speed as possible, but also try to jump very low in there. But you rightfully said it, Trackmania getting the recognition. I also really think that this is a very easy game to understand, but if you play it, then only like, how are players getting away with it? So it just, like, the level is already, like, it's absolutely incredible, and we can see it in this kind of competition as well. The Wosa now gets a very good dirt flick in here as well. Pack, however, with good speed, but everybody's just not slowing down here. It's 0.15 of a second. Wosa with a good line. Pack with more speed. Massa also trying to have a saying in this identity here on this particular map, which was also the very first competitive map, which was called Vantaneo back in the days. It had this identity as it was the very first map of the Trackmania Grand League 2021 season, where Muda did not perform that well, but of course, slowly but surely racked up experience, gained control, and was just dominating, and eventually won a final against Carl Jr. in the Trackmania Grand League playoffs.
Yeah, of course, as well, while we're, looking at orgs and looking at the game as a whole, I just want to give a shout out to the skin creators for this. In other games, when you've got your esports skins for those games, they are created by the developers of the games and stuff like that. If you look at Rocket League, you look at Valorant, games like that, you'll have the skins to do with the orgs, and those are submitted by people from the org, or they're submitted by developers of the game. Generally in Trackmania, they're created by community members, and they just look so beautiful. They'll probably be commissioned by the orgs themselves, but look at the Gen G one, the Liquid one is clean as well, the Vitality one on Pack's car, absolutely wonderful. So a big shout out to all of the skin creators for this game, because they've done such a stellar job with these new orgs.
Wow.
Oh!
Otak failing the ending there. Massa finally winning a round, and it's now only Pack who's still looking for a round victory. Could we see 4 individual winners here on this opening map? USA, good performance though from the players. 20, 20, and 17 points for them. Pack still sitting at 12 points, getting second and then last twice. So he still needs to do some catch-up work here in order to not fall majorly behind. But he again gets a very good start. Massa with so much speed here from that bobsleigh block and the transition as well. But every player just giving everything that they have. Also with a very, very good quarter pipe jump there, propelling himself into the lead, and he finds himself quite comfortably ahead. And also Pack now with a slight mistake, maybe just a line adjustment that he had to do, 0.2 behind. But if you should not count him out, he's one of the fastest players on the racetrack, and let's see what he can do in this particular round. Look at the overspeed from Pack here, overtaking Otak and also Wosa within one turn, jumping from 4th to 2nd, and he's not done just yet. Just 1 car length behind Massa, who looks to win his 2nd round here on USA. It's looking good, just the ending left to be cleared for the German, and he will do it.
Wow.
And Pack will still get 2nd place, but look how close it was here, Twiggy. Only 1/100th of a second between 2nd and last place.
I'm sure Big are going to be incredibly happy right now that they have so far retained both of their players moving forward, especially as all of these players are getting snapped up by these new, these orgs that have plenty of teams in the Esports World Cup, because, Big has had a hold of these two for quite a while at this point. And a lot of other teams have, got bought out, right? The players have been bought out or have been, kind of let go into this kind of new era of the game to make way for these new organizations. Big have retained Massa and Grenadi, and they are paying dividends right now.
Definitely they are, and Massa looking great here. 30 points on the opening map. That is very good. But now we go to Brazil, which is map number 2 in this particular rotation. And maybe Massa can extend his lead here. Great start from the German, who's just coming from a background where you call it tech. So that is where you just drift a lot in those turns, and big style is what we see right now with all the surfaces being utilized. So Massa was a high tier player on the tech style, but he then branched out into multi-style as well, was really struggling to pick it up at the start, to find the consistent groove. He really wanted to match his pace that he has accumulated over the years on tech, but couldn't quite get there. But now, just look how fast he is. He just executes those nose slides with ease, and also those slides here, finding himself in the lead. Great approach in here as well. Pack on second place. It is Owosal who is getting a good battle onwards here to Pack, but Pack with a great ending. Massa fails it though, and that was a very important 10-pointer for him to get, as he only finishes on third position.
I think you could see the surprise on Pack's face there as well. He was probably checking the HUD on that one right towards the end and saw that at the final checkpoint he was in second place, and then suddenly gains 10 points. That must have been a surprise. It must have been a surprise for Massa as well, who'll have to settle for 4 points out of that round. It's not the end of the world whatsoever, but definitely not what he would have wanted, failing right at the finish line there.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate there for Massa. He could have been up to 40 points, still leader when it comes to points though, so that is not too bad, all things considered, but he knows that he could have been much further ahead in this particular round. Pack now with a great start, going so wide. Just look at the exit speed that Pack carries through this kind of corner, but then it makes it very hard to not catch airtime in that particular line there, but Pack makes it so nicely. But Massa fighting back yet again. He's going into the lead, very wide approach. They're having to readjust, but has a lot of exit speed in that corner here as well. Will it be enough for Massa to finally win this round here after it looked so good for him in round number one? Great approach. Pack coming back with more speed though, but good approach from Massa here as well, and Massa will win this round. But look how close Pack came there.
And that really just came down to one more brake tap there from Pack, who had to just slightly readjust. He thought he was going to miss the finish line at the end and had to go for a different line and just tap the brakes for a millisecond longer, and that puts him in second place. And Massa will once again come away with the lion's share of the points out of that round. And it's staying so close between this whole lobby right now.
Yeah, definitely, but Massa with a good opener here. 44 points and 4 points between second and last position in this particular race. Massa was in the final here against Carl Jr. at the Elite Cup, where he was sadly only getting that second position due to a slowdown that has occurred to him on one of the beach sectors where he didn't get a clean transition. Now Massa again in the lead. He looks so fast here on this particular map. Ortag and Pack as well as Wosa can only watch from behind and pray that Massa makes a mistake or having to do a small readjustment, but that looks just so good. But now Massa slowing down. The others are coming closer. Massa still in the lead, but only by a bit, and now he slides out. He will not play a role here. Massa shaky in the ending, it seems like. But who wins the round? It will be Pack in front of Ortag.
Another one where things shift around once again, and indeed Pack taking away 10 points from that does put him a little bit closer to Massa in the standings. You just get the feeling these players are super glued together in this lobby. It is going to be heartbreak for whoever misses out on that top two.
Yeah, definitely. It will be over. The tournament will be over, and you will barely not qualify to the Esports World Cup 2026. For now, there's still plenty of spots up for grabs, but this, of course, kind of applies a lot of pressure to you, because then you know, okay, I have to perform in the League Cup now. And if you don't perform there by the likes of Pack, who currently sits on P13 in the Elite Cup ranking, then you have to go all the way through the regional qualifiers. But let's take a look onto this round, because look at the start here from Pack. It's looking beautiful. He could win this round as well and go into the lead. Very good start from Pack, but Massa actually slowing down now. Didn't get a good exit there from the dirt.
Pack will stay out in first place for the time being, but needs to play this correctly. Threads the needle between the rocks. It's a good finish line. I mean, that's a brilliant time from Pack. A sub 104 to close out that round and close out the map. And I think he'll move up now into first position. Massa down, but not out.
But so much potential there from Massa, really messing up the second part of the map here. And times also 103 we have seen there from Pack. We've seen some 104 winning times, but Epos was really good on this one, as well as Muda. They set so many incredible times on this particular map. As we now go to the next map, the third map of this rotation, and I'm really looking forward to see if also Otak and Wosal, who currently sit a little bit further behind, can come back from the point deficit.
That is the question now. And, well, we're yet to reach the conclusion of this one. Obviously, there is another game going on at the same time. The thing is, it's just heated up to such a fever pitch, right? With our two games in the upper bracket were ridiculous already, and about as close as you really could get realistically, even with such, in some senses, one-sided lobbies. But even now, they are just so much closer, right? Wosal only down by a little bit, right? Just 17 points between first and fourth for the time being, and we saw that Epos was down by almost 30 points by this point. And still won.
Yeah, and still won, so nothing is far from being over. But look at that, Pack half a second ahead here. It's really his round to lose. He could gain control after a very good start from Massa. Was leading the race for quite a bit, but then of course had some struggles with the ending on Brazil. But look at that, Pack will win this round, slowing down just a little bit there. Didn't get the best of endings, but still a 0.498, sealing the deal up to 64 points now. He's locked in. It's looking good for Pack.
Yeah, he looks calm. You can see him readjusting after every round. And the thing is, for a player like Pack, I think a lot of the players who we've seen go through already, the expectation is to win these games, and if you're not, then that's a problem. Every round that you lose is you underperforming. It's nothing to do with your opponents, and that's, I think, the beauty of Trackmania as well, is that you know, there's not really anything your opponents can do to stop you from driving your best times. And therefore it's all on you. Yeah, exactly.
They can just try to beat it eventually, but still close. Massa, of course, dropping down the line here. 54 points, 48 for Otak, 41 for Wosal. But Pack just looks unstoppable also in this round, finding himself so far ahead. Wosal going for a very diagonal jump, trying to squeeze out as much speed as possible, but jumps very far in exchange for the speed that you just gained there. So Pack still in front and getting a great line here as well. Let's go into the half pipe jumps. Wosal gaining control. Massa also coming back. I've seen a mistake. I think that was Wosal clipping out who wins the round. Massa not getting it too well, and it will be Pack again. Wow. Not crumbling under the pressure, winning another round.
That was blistering from Pack in the identity. I mean, going as low as possible was in the situation where you need to do that. Sometimes you take a look at the HUD, you see a player is within a tenth of you, and you just have to push. I think that is where Pack shines, right? This is a player with quality, and when his back is against the wall, I think Pack can bring out something ridiculous all the time. I think definitely has had a lot more peers from the UK reach his level, right, in terms of the competitions that they've been winning in recent years. But Pack still stands as one of those British players that has been so good over the last 4 or 5 years of Trackmania.
But there's already one person who has done it even better than Pack so far. But Pack, yeah, he's really the staple of the British and Irish Trackmania community, as he goes for a rather safe approach but lands very early, so he has good speed. But let's take a look onto that line here, or into this round, because Pack is still leading, but the cars are chasing him down. Wosal had a very good part in here and gets it very nicely again, goes into lead. I think there was a small clip from Pack's side, so he will be out of the conversation. Wosal also clipping here. Who's gonna get first position? Will be so close, but it will still be Wosal winning this round in front of Otak. Pack still getting third position, Massa on last, so very important for Wosal winning this round. So he comes back, but it could have been much more. Like, just imagine he also had won the previous round.
Massa starting to slip away from first position further and further now, and Otak and Wosal have started to catch up in these rounds. And with that round there from Wosal, you can imagine that very possibly some momentum can be gained. A little bit of confidence from these players is exactly what they need. Otak just had a very, very tough lobby and finds himself in the lower bracket after what was a very, very good run, but in a lobby with Mudda and Carl Jr. now down in this game and has to bring it all back in this situation. Do or die. Still has tough opponents to play against, but you can see the end of the tunnel, and that is what he's aiming for right now.
Yeah, definitely, but look at Wosal's start here, 0.2 ahead, already 46 seconds, so you cannot really talk about the start, but he was dominating just from the get-go, and that is a very, very good round from him. We see a safe approach there as well, but Pack is coming closer here to Wosal. Will it be enough to overtake? The answer is yes. Wosal completely falling apart. Pack wins this round in front of Otak here. So very unfortunate there. There was so much on the line there. 10 points just gone for Wosal in that round, and does really conclude the comeback. He cannot make it anywhere closer towards the others.
Yeah, Pack is starting to carve that path out in first position. I think he must have just been gutted just before the first game of the playoffs, right? Knowing that he was going to be in that first match of the playoffs with Mudda, Epos, and Jadon. Not only two countrymen that he would have to compete with, but also just such a difficult lobby. Knowing that you're going to probably be sent down to the lower bracket unless you can perform out of your mind, and then you've got to win those two games with no safety net. He's done a good job so far. I think in his mind, this should be a win for him. And right now, that's exactly what he's achieving.
Yeah, but also take a look onto the battle here for second place. It's so close, all things considered. Just 10 points between them. And this will all come down to the ending. But Pack, very, very close of reaching finalist modes. Only 32 points away. And I think if someone is just having the momentum on his side, it is the person in the lead right now. It is Pack, also here finding himself in first position. Wide approach will have a lot of exit speed. Wosal also trying to get as much speed out of this corner as possible, but it is not enough to overtake Pack temporarily. Now we go into the NASCAR turn, the leap of faith. You want to release here very, very thinly in order to get as much exit speed as possible, and both players doing it very nicely. 4,000s between them, different approach into the dirt as well. Pack going so far outside in this third sector, propelling himself back into the lead with no worry about the other players, but Wosal with a great approach here, coming back. Very good one here. Wosal in the lead. Can he win it in the ending? The answer is a yes. What a great ending from Wosal, setting a new PB as well.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous finish from Wosal. I mean, absolutely did not lose any speed in the identity there. It's a difficult one to carry speed through because there's so many tight angles. You need to set your car up to land in a almost 90-degree position several times. It's so easy to lose speed there, and you have to limit the amount that you're losing while still being able to control the jumps down into the next section. It's such a tough identity. I think if anybody has played the black tracks in the campaign right now, you will know, if you're not a pro player, how tough it can be to get those ones done, especially whilst retaining more speed than the safe route, which is a dirt path all the way around the other side of the map.
Yeah,
specifically intended for you to lose time to the identity.
This map just feels like a marathon, and it's the longest map in the map pack that we have. And then you still need to do this incredibly hard ending in the ending, but the ending, okay. But, well, you know, we already getting a bit lightheaded here, but it is fine. But it's so hard to do, but the players are just doing it so consistently. Yeah. And now Wosal again finding himself in the lead, can overtake Massa in the standing, and this looks very much controlled again. Massa really pushing it, but it's not enough to overtake Wosal here. He's so far in the lead, and look at that time again, another 0.3 from Wosal. Very good 2 laps from him, getting himself 20 points in this particular 2 rounds. So very good to see that. Also now jumping up to second position.
Yeah, Massa drops down into third. and is on the brink of falling down into 4th position to the other Frenchman there. Otak close behind. And Pack, while, you know, has not really gained many points here on Greece, has given himself enough of a lead that that's not the end of the world whatsoever. Consistently just gaining 3rd position is giving him enough points to stay out ahead, but things will tighten up if they, you know, stay the same on this map. And right now, it's a very, very close round, but you have to worry if you are any other player than Wosile that he's just going to tear ahead on that identity as he has done twice in a row now.
Yeah, that could definitely happen, but look what kind of close round we have in our hands right now. 400s between all of those 4 players here, and it is Pack trying to get so much exit speed, also with that white line. What was that drift from Pack there? How did he survive that? But it's one of the closest rounds that we have seen all tournament long there between the players. 500s going into the part before the staircase here. Pack in the lead, but only by a couple of thousands. He can hold on to it. Good approach there as well, but he has Wosile still behind him, but it will be enough for Pack to win this incredible round with a 0.2. Wow, what was that?
Finally, Pack can breathe after what feels like he's been holding his breath for the whole of this map so far. And he moves himself up into the triple digits. 107. Still not within a win of finalist, but that was a much-needed victory there. He'd been hemorrhaging points to his competitors. And, I mean, we've seen how allowing people to be close to you in terms of points can come back to bite you a little bit. In the case of our first game today, Grenadi almost losing out on a position in the Esports World Cup to couple of players. Epos was the one who took advantage of that, but fortunately Grenadi did come in 2nd place and did not lose out to the 2nd finalist there. This time Pack trying to get himself as close as possible to that 120.
Yeah, he can do it with a round victory. Then he only has to finish one more round to activate finalist modes. But Otak, Wosile and Massa, they still need to get some points here as well. Only 7 points between them. It's getting so close, also due to the great performance from Wosile on this map. Massa is out of the conversation for now. He's 0.3 behind. Wosile with a great line here over the grass sector, coming closer to Pack, who really wants to get that round win here. There will be one last thing to worry about in the next round, and Pack is going to make it. Wosile made a mistake, and it's actually a tie. And in this situation, it matters who was in the lead in the last checkpoint, and that was Pack. So a tie, we haven't seen that all so often in this tournament for now.
I feel like a lot of reaction gifs are going to come out of these face cams. Pack looking like that was an awkward finish, but regardless, all he needs to do now, finish one more round, and he'll be on finalist mode. Gotta hope that not many players are going to catch up to that one, but it really is going to be a slog for 2nd place between everybody else.
Yeah, I agree. This will be a very close fight, but still, finalist mode has to be cleared out. But just seeing Pack's performance, he's just one step ahead of its opponents here. But also Wosile showed us what is happening again. Like, same situation in comparison to Grenadi. Grenadi needed to finish, I think it was at 119 points. And now Pack is at 117. And we go to China, a map that is heavily dependent on the bug slide. So this could be far from being over for Pack, because he knows that he probably has to nail the bug slide in his finalist round. And he did not do it in the first round here. But Wosile now with a mistake, going too inside there on the ice slide, brushing his car and making a mistake, so he's out on this one. But Otak now can get some valuable points. Massa coming closer as well. Good approach there. This will all come down to the last part, to the ice turnarounds that are very tricky to do. But Massa with an exceptional line there over the dirt sector, finding himself in the lead, but only by a couple of thousands. It's almost equal. It's actually equal in the checkpoint. And Massa versus Otak is it, but as Massa sliding out there, not really gaining control of his car. So it will be Otak winning this round here. Or will it be? It will actually be Massa staying ahead. Even though he lost time there, he got a great last turnaround and stayed ahead of Otak.
It does look at this point as if, with Pack now on finalist, a couple of orgs who made big investments in players are going to have to settle for hoping that their representative will gain themselves a spot in the Esports World Cup through some other situation, right? Vitality feeling good about their pick, but Liquid, I mean, obviously already have EPOS in the runnings, has qualified himself already, but Gen G, if Wosal does not get through on this one, then they have no representative that has qualified through DreamHack Birmingham. I mean, on the other side of things as well, you take a look at Mime from Na'Vi. Another big investment from an org that may not pay off for them. I'm not quite sure how that game is going right now. I have heard that it has been triple finalist at some point. I'm not sure if it has closed out now, but regardless, setting our sights on here, Pack knocking on the door of Riyadh, right on that finish line here. If only he can stay up in first position, but it's Otak looking to deny him from Team Liquid to Team Vitality. I mean, it is a rivalry set in stone, but this time Vitality will prevail, and Pack qualifies to the Esports World Cup, the second British representative.
Yeah, what a great ending there from Pack as well. And yeah, I think the other match is really a nail-biter, but we can talk about that after this match has concluded, because the fight for second place is on. Pack with a great performance, going for the safe start here in his finalist round, of course, and it really paid its dividends. And now we see Wosal can go up into the 100 point, or over the 100 point mark if he wins this round. Massa with an early mistake, so that 96 points will also reach 100 points. Otak sliding out though, so that propels Massa up into second position, but it's still anyone's game here after just a good performance from Pack, deservingly closing it out, and finds himself as the 5th player at the Esports World Cup 2026 in Riyadh. And let's take a look. Wosal, he can just save the ending here. He's 3 seconds ahead of his opponents, and he will just do that calm and collected over the finish line, and you get yourself 10 points. Oh, that was almost him sliding out there, so a bit too close for comfort, but still gets the job done, and Wosal collecting 10 points.
I can confirm on the other game, Elcon has qualified for the Esports World Cup of Team Nemesis, and the other 3 players are all triple finalists as we speak right now. And imminently, I will find out who the second qualifier from that game is, because it is, right there. They're on their final round.
Yeah, you can tell us after that, because it is Wosal again in the lead, making the bug slides, and is now ahead of Massa here, with roughly 0.2 behind. So it's not looking too bad for Massa to maybe catch up to Wosal, because he went so inside there. Massa will have a bit more speed. Look how much he comes closer here in this corner. 600s between them. Massa is also in dire need of those points to set himself up nicely to reach finalist mode as the first player from those 3 left on the track here. And also Otak struggling to find a good line out of the dirt here, but it's still Massa versus Wosal into the turnaround we go. Massa gets it good as well as Wosal, but Wosal dropping a bit of time there by the looks of it. It's 0.1 between them, and Wosal almost sliding out there again, allowing Otak to overtake him temporarily. But since Wosal had more speed, he's going to win this round, wins the individual battle. But Massa, most importantly, getting 10 points here. Only 1 victory away of reaching finalist mode.
Hello, Virtual. It is Elcon and Bren who have qualified from the other game. That does leave the Na'Vi representative of Mime scrounging for Elite Cup points from this point onwards. And from what I recall, Mime has been struggling for consistency on the Elite Cups as well. So that's going to be a tough fight with Na'Vi breathing down your neck as the organization that you're representing, the only representative from that org. Wish him good luck from here on out, but he is out of DreamHack Birmingham, and therefore it's going to be important to get that done through another route. And that's this is tough situations to be in now for a lot of these big players.
just one match away of reaching the Esports World Cup 2026, but that's all that it takes. Sometimes it's even one round when there's a triple final situation coming into play, but we might have that in this match here as well, because Massa is not guaranteed finalist in the next round. He still needs to get first position, and Wolsal as well as Otak are not too far away either here. Good line from Massa though, wide approach, doesn't go for the airtime reduction, but a very direct approach and a lot of speed, still gets him first position for now. Otak fighting back though, he wants to deny the finest mode. Two mistakes there from both Otak and Massa, and Wolsal going into the lead. That is very unconventional that this happens, but well, we just saw it here live on stream. Wolsal, again, we have another player, and I think that's the third match in a row where we have a player at 119 points.
I don't understand what happened in that round, but regardless, Wolsal feeling very, very good about that, and with things so close, that is exactly what you need. You need to hope that that little mistake will come through that allows you in the door. Otak now down by several points, 16 to the next position, but it is going to be a double finalist no matter what situation we find ourselves in here, with Wolsal and Massa knocking on the door of 120. And then it'll be down to the wire between the Gen G representative and the big representative.
Yeah, but very important really for Otak to get those 10 points. But in this round, it looks like Wolsal is going to deny him. Otak is really trying to push, but he didn't get the best start of things. Good approach for the drift though, so he will catch up very nicely to Wolsal. And no mistake this time around from Otak, but Massa again into the wall, but he just needs to finish this round in order to make it into finalist mode. And Otak has to deny both of them twice. So that is really hard for him to do, not up to 110 points, where he's only one victory away from reaching finalist mode. He's up to 108. Wolsal, very important that he got that first position, but also a bit gutting. He had 119 points. Don't close it out.
Let's do or die now here for Otak. Under the big stage lights, his teammate from Team Liquid has already qualified. Was the first qualifier to the Esports World Cup, and Otak is left on 108 points here on USA, hoping for a mistake from Massa and Wolsal, or for a godly round from himself to get himself into a position where he can win another round and therefore get onto triple finalists and fight for things. And it is looking good from Otak to start things off here on this round, arcing out ahead of Massa, fighting for second place now. And if he can maintain this position, yes, he would have to go another round, but he can do it. There's a path to victory, a path to upsetting the big player and the Gen G player. Massa on ice once again, unable to make it work. And now it's Wolsal who is going to be challenging Otak to the finish line. Otak holding him back, has a mammoth of a mountain to climb, but maybe he can stake his claim on the first, I don't even know, benchmark of that cliffside and deny the players, and to the finish line. Wolsal pips him at the final corner. A couple of thousandths done it.
How
Otak, it's commiseration, it's heartbreak.
What just happened there? Also, Wolsal clipped the wall there slightly and didn't slow down. Maybe you've spotted that on stream as well. How did he get away with that? And he is through. Massa was really trying his best, but before the ice, he just didn't have the best of approaches. Wow, Massa and Wolsal are through, and Otak and, no, not Pack and Wolsal are through, and Otak and Massa are eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, Otak is just left staring at his screen, wondering what happened. I mean, that is gutting. Had first place that whole time, and yeah, he had to go further than that, right? He had to get another round win and then win again in that triple finalist situation. But there was a moment there where you felt like it was inevitable that the script would come off in his favor, and just got everything stripped away from him in one fell swoop by Wolsal. I mean, congratulations to Wolsal, I think, fully making that comeback happen against Massa, who was ahead for most of that round.
Yeah, he was. And then it all came down to the ending between Otak and Wolsal there. 3,000ths of a second. That is all that it takes here. What a great snipe, and so much on the line there of making it to the Esports World Cup, and Wolsal has done it.
I mean, that's everybody qualified, and now it is just playing for prize money. It's playing for pride. It's playing for, you know, the title of the DreamHack Birmingham winner here, and that is in and of itself a big situation. But we have our 8 qualified players in Epos, Mudder, Carl Jr., Grenadi, Elcon, Pack, Wosile, and Bren. And I think there's no more apt lineup coming out of this one. There's maybe a few upsets that happened earlier on in the playoffs, but what a performance from those 8 players.
But you can also just see how close the level is. It's just one round at the end. That is all that it takes, because everybody's just getting points left, right, and center. But at the end, only 2 players from each match can go through. That's sadly how it goes, but they still have the opportunity to qualify to the Esports World Cup on other occasions. But congratulations to Pack after a dominant performance, as well as Wosal really fighting his way back into the match and then winning in finalist mode. Guys, we're gonna take a small break, and then we're gonna be back with the upper bracket final, which will be another great match that we have in our hands here. It will be so close, and this is of course then also the direct entry into the grand final as well, where 2 players will qualify to.
No 2 competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you What a shame
Hello everybody, welcome back to DreamHack Trackmania. It has been a hell of a day already, and we have just carved our way down to the top 8 players. The 8 players that have qualified, of course, to the Esports World Cup. Those first 8 spots already filled. Everything else is now through online qualifiers and the Elite Cups placements. But there's still so much left to play for, right? These top 8 need to duke it out for their cut of the prize pool, for everything else. I mean, there's so much to play for. And more than anything else, I feel like just having a win against some of these players on LAN in the books would just be such an awesome experience.
It's such a prestigious tournament for the players here to win. We have 4 more matches for today. We're going to be covering the upper bracket final. But let's first see what actually happened in the lower bracket, because it was absolute carnage in the other match that we have had as well, where we had just an incredible match between Gwen, Bren, Elcon, and Mime, and it all came down in a triple final situation. Bren was fighting his way back into this match, almost forced a quadruple final situation, but he then ultimately, Elcon closed it out, and Bren got 2nd position, knocking out Gwen and Mime of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are names. Definitely. This is bound to happen on LAN in this kind of setting where, you know, there are going to be, let's not call them upsets, but very much, you know, surprising situations. You know, we're looking at a situation with no Gwen, no Binks, no Bren, no Otak in the top 8 here. We've got Wosile. You know, there is situations here where players have just lost out on this top 8 spot. And, you know, definitely some surprises, I think.
Yeah, and also in the very last round, it just all came down to the wire. It was so fought after, but I think we were expecting that as well. But Pack, Elcon, Wosel, and Bren will be our lower bracket round of 4. So this match will be played after the upper bracket finals. Players need also a break after this particular match, but the top 8 is locked in. And now we play it out for the prize money. There's still a lot of prize money to be determined. $5,000 for the winner in this particular competition. That is quite noticeable as well, right? But of course, the main victory, I would say, is the just entry into the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, if you look at the prize pool of any of the tournaments in the Esports World Cup, I think you can understand why the players are definitely looking forward at that rather than just at this $20,000 prize pool for this event. But still, this is a decently sized prize pool for a Trackmania event. In recent years, we have been getting more of these kind of investments moving forward into Trackmania Esports, and it has been wonderful to see more of these events, LANs especially, where we're getting bigger prize pools. But definitely with this one, the fact that it's a qualifier and it's $20,000 US dollars, that's pretty immense.
Yeah, I agree with that. $5,000 for the winner, $3,000 for second, $2,100 for third, and then $1,500 for the last person in the grand final. But first of all, we have to decide who actually goes into the grand final. I have the feeling that any of the 8 players have the shot of making it. 2 from those 4 players that we're gonna see very soon have a direct spot into that, and the other 2 have to wait who qualifies from the other lower bracket match to the lower bracket final.
Yeah, and I mean, look, here's the thing. This is now for look, I think for a lot of the players and a lot of the teams representing the players, you know, Team Liquid obviously having entered Trackmania very recently, now with Otak out of that one, a lot of those hopes lie on Epos, and Team Liquid are going to be looking specifically for a win in this event. However, it would be really, really good for Epos' standing in Team Liquid if he managed to get a high placement in this one. And I think for a lot of these players, you know, the orgs aren't looking at the prize money for this one. They're more looking at the chances of them making a deep run in the Esports World Cup later down the line. So the placement isn't just for that prize money. It's also just so that we know kind of what we're expecting as we move forward in this year.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe also some rivalries then forming here between Massa, for example, And then also Wosile, who knocked him out, right? Or maybe it will be even a rematch between Gwen and Bran. We have been seeing them playing against each other, I think twice or 3 times even. But let's not jump out of things, because we have Epos, Muda, Carl Jr. and Granadi playing. And Epos also, yeah, it's a long day. It's also very taxing mentally, so he's not really in the zone for now, but I think he's surely gonna get there, especially when we are on Brazil, where he looked so good on.
Yeah, I mean, it's been ridiculous, right? And the thing is, this lobby is just gonna be I mean, just Epos, Mudder, Carl Jr. all setting tons of sub 104 PBs on or tournament PBs on Brazil alone. This is such a stacked 4 lobby, right? You really cannot, I don't think, draft a better kind of matchup here. Already this feels like a grand finalist kind of situation, and you're probably not going to see a better match on these 5 maps this year, but you probably won't. We'll have a bigger map pool by the time we're at full-on EWC. This is the pinnacle, I feel like.
I think the only thing that is really missing in this match is a loose cannon like Gwen or Elcon, right? Maybe Elcon can also make it into the grand final, or someone like Pac. Sure. I do think that, you know, Granadi, of course, very, very consistent, but not setting world, or has the potential to set world records. And you can also see the players just having a laughter here just before a very important match. But of course, a lot of pressure has been released from them, as they know they've already qualified to the Esports World Cup. So they just play everything that they have. But I think they will still give everything that they have. And it will also be a show match to just see how incredibly talented those players are. And maybe with, I mean, also no pressure is also not the best thing to have, right? But I do think we're gonna see a very, very close match, all things considered.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think you can kind of tell the vibe that the Trackmania players tend to have with each other. It's much more visible when you see them in person, right? I think there's always, and maybe this is kind of part of the fact that they're not competing directly, right? You are racing against yourself, but there are other people in the server. That's essentially the vibe of Trackmania. You can see it in the chat a lot of the time. You'll see good lucks when people get to finalist mode. You'll see good round when it's a close match, like you know, 2 people finish within a 1/10 of each other. You'll see those happen. You'll see congratulations when people set PBs or world records or anything like that. And that kind of sportsmanship is something I feel completely unique to Trackmania.
Yeah, it is. And also just having a laughter just before the match, like the players just had there. It's cool to see, right? And it really differs from other esport titles, as we have 2 real players in this match, quite coincidentally, by the name of Muda. And then also Granadi, of course. Epos plays with a controller, also rather new to the scene, of course. And one of the rising stars from the United Kingdom. Very fast player, but it's not really... It's not on here for the longest of times being, but he had really a lot of good runs, especially at XP Evo 2024 and 2025, which are the biggest Trackmania tournaments organized by the community, for the community. And he looks sharp. And also here, like, he was ahead of Granadi, but it will be even a harder task now to beat Muda and Carl Jr.
Yeah, I mean, this is, God, it's only been about 5 years since, maybe even less than that, since Epos's first real documented kind of tournament participation, let alone a victory on a you know, high stage, right? His first real victory, the British and Irish Professional Cup, which is a hyper-regional Tier 2 tournament, was in 2023. And his first real international Tier 2 win was far later that year, and then obviously participating in the World Championship after that and winning in the wild card there. So has had a monumental rise. I mean, considering the lobby that he is in with especially Carl Jr. and Mudder, who have been in the scene for over a decade now, it is ridiculous to see.
But also Granadi, of course, branching out from a different game, Trackmania United forever, being very good on other cars, the snow car that has also been implemented here. Granadi was very good on that as well. But, you know, I still remember when he was as good on Stadium as me, but he improved. He just improves every year. It's just incredible how good he is also in this round. Now fighting it out with Epos, who didn't get the best start. Carl Jr. wins the round a bit more conservatively for a winner bracket final, but 0.2 between the players. It is a 1:04.10 as the winning time. And also the first time I stumbled upon Epos IRL was at the Racers Summit LAN event in Scheveningen in the Netherlands, where he was able to win it, and he did it in such a dominant fashion. And I was like, yeah, this guy, he is the new staple. He is the one to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a... you are watching almost Trackmania royalty at the moment here. The new guard, the old guard, just about everything that is amazing about Trackmania Esports, or has been for a while now in this one lobby, and it really could turn out to be an incredible match. I mean, that was quite a slow start, I would say, for this lobby. Everybody finishing with a 104.1 or 2 or 3 in that situation. They have much more in the tank, and you will see that. But look at the grouping of these 4 players, all neck and neck, and you're going to see that round after round.
Yeah, and also hardly any mistakes happening. Maybe some small micro adjustments, but no player going into the wall here. Good line from Epos coming back. This is so close, though. Who's gonna win this round? Muda in front, and Muda will win it. But again, it's only 0.2 between the players and a 0.8 from Muda winning this round. But it's like, it's so incredible. How can they drive so consistent, but also then so close to the world record round after round after round? Epos sitting at 7 points, and he was so good on this map in his semi-final beforehand.
I didn't even see who came in second there. I'm assuming it was Carl Jr., but he was only a 100th behind of the tournament record just then. That was a ridiculously fast round from everybody. And still somehow it manages to work out that, you know, what would have been a tournament record there from Carl Jr. as well is second place. It's just going to keep being that way. I think this is one of the tracks that you're going to see getting a lot closer, or rounds, Regu driving a lot closer to those tournament records, but still, it's ridiculous to see. And I just wonder how much these players can keep this up, right? This isn't even the final game of the tournament. We've still got the grand finals to go for 2 of these players, and for 2 of them, they're going to have 2 more games to play after this.
Yeah, maybe it will be a rematch, or someone from the lower bracket can knock them out of this particular finalist spot. And again, 8,000 in the ending. Carl Jr. winning that round here, but it's nothing. A thin slice of paper hardly fits through there, and it is Carl Jr. now up to 26 points. He leads the race, and Muda is on second. Epos and Granadi a bit further behind with 12 and 13 points respectively. And also Granadi doesn't get the best of starts here, finding himself 0.1 behind as well as Epos. Important to hold your gear here. You don't want to change the gear while you're drifting with your car. That applies for every surface, so you want to hold gear 4 on this particular order. So you want to steer very, very thinly, very like, just make micro adjustments, because you drop the gear there quite easily because you drive on plastic with watery wheels. So that is something to consider on there, as Granadi again not with a good round here. Twiggy, he finds himself behind, but look at this battle for first position here between Muda and Carl Jr.
Yeah, it's just going to be a fight to the death here. Carl Jr. has a little more speed there out of the dirt. Will catch up slightly, a more inside line. Muda tears away once again, but it's so tight from Carl Jr. and he might just gain the advantage in this final turn. Carl Jr. overtakes at the finish line and manages to gain another 10 points from Brazil. This is ridiculous driving from the 2 non-Europeans.
Yeah, like, it's crazy. Like, also Carl Jr., it seems like he comes to Europe, wins a LAN event, and then dips again. Like, that's like an ongoing trend for him at XP Evo. It wasn't like that. He was not winning that particular event. He had a strong competitor there. Muda was also in that final, as well as Mime, who has been eliminated from this tournament, but Epos won that tournament there. And we go to map number 2, which is going to be France. So let's take a look of how this one is being played out. Carl Jr. with a very good performance so far, but also Muda with a different ending line makes use of that, but couldn't stay ahead of Carl Jr. Got a fantastic first map, 36 points here. That is so good.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous start considering the stakes and the level of competition in this lobby. Let's see if he can maintain it across the rest of the maps here. We're now on to France, and a very, very different style of map. That last one we saw, Brazil, mostly a reactor map. You're playing along the vista, you're driving along rough terrain, so it's all about kind of controlling the car, keeping your gears, as you mentioned. This one, a much more traditional style of track, a lot of dirt in this one, a lot of road surface, and that identity far more, we won't call it simple, but there is a way to gain plenty more time, and that's, yeah, sure, and that's why you're going to see times further away from the tournament record round on round, but it is really one you can push for time on, and it's staying neck and neck here to the finish line. Muda tears away. Carl Jr. clips a wheel. You can see the frustration on his face as he drops down into third position. By the end of that one, Grenadi overtakes.
Incredible round there. 0.1 from Muda as well, claiming round victory. Grenadi getting second place out of it, moves up to third position, but you can really see this ending is... It looks easy, but you can get so much time out of it, and you want to make sure to not lose any momentum. You don't want to clip, you also don't want to overjump. You need to find a thin line between risking and saving that particular part. But if you're making a mistake, you're out of this conversation for that first position. Let's take a look onto Muda, going for that wide line, setting up for a no slide. Look at the speed from Muda here in this sector, going up to first position, gaining so much speed. And wow, this was incredible. Just poetry in Trackmania here from Muda. Grenadi on second place though. Muda slowing down a little bit. Now important to land flat, but also very early in that sector. Muda with a little bit of a bumpy landing there. Epos and also Grenadi coming closer, but it's all to play for. Carl Jr. is behind though. Can he make something happening in the ending here? It looks very harsh, but he has good speed to work with. Good jump from Muda. Muda going for the safe approach. He will lose some time. Carl Jr. can move up from fourth to first position within one identity. Is he going to make it? No! Epos with a better trajectory and another 0.1 here. That is exactly what Epos was in need of to not fall further behind. But what an almost comeback there from Carl Jr.
We saw the same thing from Epos in his last game to qualify him into the top 8, where he had a slow start to the series, but then as he got a little bit warmer, as he started getting comfortable with the lobby, he started putting up better and better times, more and more consistency, stealing points away from his competitors. And we see it there again. Carl Jr., after making a tear in the identity, is not able to overtake Epos in the end. And maybe we'll see that a few more times around in this one, because it's going to stay close the whole time. Carl Jr., though, is taking away the most points consistently round after round. Muda, again, up ahead after that last jump. But Epos gaining on him. Jump after jump.
Wow.
Wheel clips over the edge there, and he's going to fall into fourth position, but not by much. Everybody's still in the fight here. Muda out in first place still by a decent margin. Can Carl Jr. and Grenadi fight back on this identity? Can they get some good jumps here? Muda is just flying away. He is untouchable in this round. This is going to be ridiculous from Muda. What a time. Another tournament record put down. A sub 107. You will not see Trackmania like this every day.
And that's courtesy to the no slide there as well. Grenadi got it good, but Muda got it almost perfect. You could have seen the speed difference from both of them in there, but Muda unstoppable. He looks to set a new world record here also, if he continues to play like that. Maybe he wants to hold this one back for the grand final. but right now he doesn't get the best of starts here, finding himself on 3rd position. But let's just take a look onto Muda, what he can do with that nose slide, wide approach, and then flicking into the nose slide. And look at the speed advantage that he has over Epos and Carl Jr. catching up a bit. Granadi also got it quite nicely, but it's still anyone's game. Granadi with a very aggressive jump, having to readjust. Muda, very wide approach there as well, catching back up to Epos and also to Carl Jr. Landing very important. Carl Jr. got it well. Muda is out on this round. Epos on seconds. Granadi also losing some time here. It's 0.2 of a second, and now Carl Jr. can finally get himself to the halfway point of this match here already. If he just survives the ending, okay jump, maybe a little bit too much airtime, but he also knows the checkpoints. He knows that he doesn't have to fully push it, and he will win another round. Epos coming close, and it's still a 0.048. It could have been much faster. He definitely could have gained maybe like 0.05 to 0.1 in the end, but it gets the job done, and that's what's important at the end.
It's ridiculous that Carl Jr. does not look satisfied with himself at this point in this match. You see him looking up to the skies. He's well ahead of his competitors, but he knows that he can be driving more consistently at this point, and that's the internal battle that he is facing right now. It is not about beating who else is on stage with him. That's not his fight. His fight is with himself. He wants to be more consistent. He wants to be far out, head and shoulders above the rest, winning on his own.
Yeah, definitely. You just play against your own mind. You should not think about that. Like, it's a very important and I think also neglected aspect in esports, the mental side, right? As well as a penalty kick in football. Players are able to make that in training, but if you play a Champions League final and then you have to shoot a penalty, that's a complete different story, and you can compare that to this kind of situation here as well, because the stakes are so high for the prize money here. Of course, $5,000 for the first position in the grand final, which we're not quite yet. It's the stage before that, but also let's see what Epos can do. Granadi bleeding some time here, 2 seconds behind, and will most likely not play a role in this round unless all the players making a mistake. It is Epos though who can finally gain some points after a not that good of a start, but Buddha is catching back up, has the tournament record. Granadi has beaten the world record just beforehand. It was the world record actually, set on day number 1. It looks like Epos will win this round ahead of Muda. Not good speed for Muda there either. Cannot catch up to Epos, and Epos with a 105.2, getting himself 10 points.
A very good round there from Epos. Much needed. Again, after everybody hemorrhage points to Carl Jr. and Muda in that last map. That is very good for them. And while things are definitely splitting up between 1st and 4th place, you could see a world in which things even a bit more out. Granadi, not a good start, fully restarts the track. Knew he wasn't going to get enough speed for the bug slide at the very least, and maybe just have gear issues for the whole track if he kept things going as they were. Epos is down by a few tenths, but it is Muda and Carl Jr. up at the top here. Epos right behind and got a good ice slide there, so may just be in contention towards the tail end of the track if he drives the rest of this well. Muda and Carl Jr. fighting for 1st and 2nd place right now. Good exit from Carl Jr. He'll gain about a tenth on Muda on that one, but Muda with more exit speed, and it's all going to be down to this identity. How much speed can you get out of these boosters when you turn around on the ice here? Muda goes wide. He looks for a good exit here. Carl Jr. just about gaining only a little bit though. Can he get anything out of this final one? It's a little wide, and he won't get as much speed as Muda, who will take away 10 points from this one. It's a PB from Carl Jr., but it's not enough.
You know what this really reminds me of the upper bracket semi-final, where Muda and Carl Jr. were also hand in hand dominating the match against Otak and Bren. It seems like Muda and Carl are just on another level in comparison to the other players, even though they play against the winners of the other semi-final, Granadi and Epos. But right now they cannot have a saying. We see only one person going for the bug slide, but Granadi completely loses his momentum here. But we've also seen him really struggle on China in his match beforehand as well, where he was in finalists, but then has allowed the other players to just gain so much more points. And then we also ended up the others just gaining so many points over and over and over. And then it was Epos qualifying in front of Granadi, even though Granadi was dominating this match. Now, Epos finding himself quite far in the lead, 0.3 of a second here. Carl Jr., someone in no man's land, half a second behind the leader, but Buddha losing some time in this sector. Epos also didn't get it super smooth as Carl Jr. coming close, but he also is still 0.6 behind, so Epos will win this round. Very important round win to stay in close contention to second place. Carl Jr. getting third, and also a good time from Epos. A 0.2 here to end of things on this round.
Yeah, and you might think, you know, looking back at the last couple of maps, especially Brazil, where we were setting records, and France as well, where Mudda set a tournament record too, that this is, you know, it's weird. They're not quite getting anywhere close to the tournament record. This is just not quite as consistent of a track to drive those kinds of times. It's so much less likely that you're able to do so round on round. So it's so impressive that we're still getting relatively consistent 0.2s as the winner, as the winning time in these rounds. And Epos setting that time a very, very good one, and is now really up close to Carl Jr. and Mudda here, putting pressure on them. And again, this round in first position by quite a decent distance. It's going to be difficult for Carl Jr. and Granadi to contend with him for this one unless he makes a big mistake or one of them gets an unbelievable finish on this track here. Epos stays up in first position. Can he hold on to it through the identity? That's the question. Carl Jr. goes further inside. I think Granadi went onto the penalty snow back there, but he's got way more speed. Never mind. And he's not going to be able to catch Epos, but he may just be able to stay ahead of Carl Jr. and deny more points to the leaders.
Yeah, but it feels like both semifinals, playing-wise, are just merging together. Buddha and Carl Jr. incredibly fast. In this round, they lost some points, and then Epos, after a poor start, just getting into the groove of things, winning so many rounds, and is locked in. You see it here as well. A little bit of a smile, though, but also Carl Jr. and Mura can feel that Epos is ready, and he wants to reach the grand final. The only one not really living up to the expectations that we might have had before the match is Granadi, was dominating the semi-final up until the point where he was in finalist mode. He was over 20 points ahead of Epos, but he should lock in. We go to the next map, which will be USA. And here it is very important for Granadi to catch up. He's 24 points behind Epos.
Exactly. Epos is caught up at this point. It is now Granadi's time to have to do that, and has been just slowly slipping down the rankings. It's a difficult situation to be in, being down by this far from the top three. Sometimes you'll see a player tear ahead and they'll be out there on their own, up at the top, maybe two players, but having three players right up at the top and only one down on lower points, that's a tough situation to be in for that final play. You get in your own head, you need to gain more consistency. It's good from Granadi, but he slams the back of his car against the edge of the wall after the ice, and this is not going to be a good round for him either. Carl Jr. up in first, Epos trails in second, and Mudda right behind. Granadi's going to have to settle for another fourth place in this round. Carl Jr. will come home to another first. Epos in second. It's another tournament record here on USA from Carl Jr.
What the hell was that time? A 0.421 from Carl Jr. crushing the tournament record. I think that was beforehand from Gwen, if my memory serves me correct. So what a great time from him, as he's now only 8 thousandths away from the world record. Or was it from Bren? I'm not 100% sure. Maybe the chat can tell us. But what a great time from Carl Jr. Didn't even look that fast because the others were also so close to Carl Jr. But that is asserting dominance here, up to 88 points. The Team Falcons player is locked in and also getting a very good start now. Granadi having to readjust there, had to release to not crash into the wall. And Carl Jr. again finding himself so far ahead here. Make it 0.1 of a second. Epos going for the attack back though. Very important to get a very tight drift here. Epos fails at clipping the inside, so it's Carl Jr.'s round to lose. Carl Jr. is still fighting it out with himself, of course, and also Granadi having a great section there, trying to catch up, but it looks to be like another 0.4 from Carl Jr. Will it be enough for a good time here? Let's take a look onto the last part. This is absolutely incredible. Will it be a new world record? The answer is no, it's a 0.5. It wasn't the fastest of ending transitions, but he is focused, and this is the player to beat.
I mean, ridiculous stuff from Carl Jr. It's like he's reached a second gear here in this tournament. I just rising to the occasion every time. This is a player with so much experience at this level in these kinds of tournaments as well. It's just been training him for this moment here up against what is one of the most stacked lobbies I've seen in a very long time, and it's exactly what you need to be doing. Can anybody contend with Carl Jr. at the moment? This would be the round to do it. Carl Jr. off to a slightly slower start than we've seen from him so far, and Epos is taking full advantage. He's out in first place this time around. Granadi trying to claw back some points after what has been a tough start to this series between these four players. Epos with a good ice section slides out in first, and everybody is really close together here as we move towards the identity of USA 2026 here, but it's Epos in first place still. Mudder and Carl Jr., they both gain time on Epos. It's going to be neck and neck to the finish line. Can Epos get it done? He can just about. Never mind. Mudder overtakes at the finish line. It's a personal best for both of them, but somehow the Australian gets first.
Oh my, what an ending there from Muda. I think it was Epos clipping there, so very important for Muda to win this round, because Epos was really gaining that momentum, could have overtaken Muda in that regard, but it is Epos staying behind, and Carl Jr. also up to 102 points. And let's go into the next round here, as it is a great start again from all of the players. As you can see, Carl finding himself in the lead. Muda, Epos, and Granadi trailing behind. Granadi definitely not playing a bad match, but it's just so hard to find any points against Carl Jr., Muda, and Epos here in this particular match. But with a 10 points, Granadi can set himself up nicely for a comeback here on the next couple of maps. Good approach there from Muda. Look at the exit speed from the dirt flick here. Very well done from the RC Esports player, as he now fights it out with Epos for that first position, but he clips out. He bumps there, and it will be Epos in first. Who's gonna get second though, Granadi or Carl Jr.? Or will it be another clip from Epos? Almost failing it there. But Epos wins a round here, up to 98. What a great round, though, from the players. Muda was on a great time again, but clipped out there on the inside. Took too many risks.
It's not a mistake you see these kinds of players making all the time, and that is just being pushed to his own limits, which is, I mean, that's saying something, right? If Muda can be pushed to his limits, he must be up against some difficult opponents. Clips his wheel all the way over the edge of the track there, falls off, has to go for a full respawn. Anybody who's played USA 2026 will know how difficult that identity is if you don't set up for it correctly. You make one wrong move, it all falls apart. You can fall into that water so quickly, and the respawns are so rough there as well. And the thing is, if you're respawning in this lobby, that's it, you've lost the round.
Yeah, you definitely lost the round there. Unless someone else respawns, you can maybe end up with 4 points, but you will be out of the conversation for that 10-pointer here. As we speak of the 10 points, Carl Jr. with a 10-pointer only has to finish the next round to activate finalist mode here, but it is Epos with, again, a great start. Muda finding himself a bit further behind. Granadi and Carl Jr. also looking very good in this round. Muda going for the exit speed, and look at that, it really pays its dividends. He goes into the lead. Granadi does not slow down by completely almost skipping the block with his car there, but it's still so close between them. Epos is behind, but Muda with a great line there and so much speed after the guys, finding himself in that top battle, but he really wants to deny the 10 points to Granadi, who could pick up some momentum here on Greece 2026. Good approach from Granadi, going very inside, setting himself up nicely for a wide approach there, but also Muda gets it very nicely. It all comes down to the staircase in the ending here. Who is willing to take more risks? It's Granadi with a nose slide there, having good speed. Muda goes into the lead though. Carl Jr. coming closer. Who is going to win this round? It's so close. It goes to the line here. Granadi with a good nose dive, and he will stay ahead. But it's again 0.2 between them. Epos last with a 0.5.
This is ridiculous. Granadi needs this, of course. He needs tons of this. So many rounds like that is exactly what this player is looking for. I mean, but it's getting so close up here at the top. Again, the top two will qualify to the grand finals here. Everybody else is going to have to settle for the lower final and then fighting their way back into that position where they can be part of the grand final with the top two from this game. And it's looking like it is going to be down to the wire between these top three. Carl Jr., Epos, Mudda, they are all on those triple-digit points. 120 is what you need to get to finalist, and then once you're on finalist, you still need a round victory to get into that qualification position there. You are not out of the woods just by gaining points. You cannot coast your way to the finish line. You have to push for every millisecond, and that's exactly what's going on between these three. This is just a microcosm of what we have been seeing all day from these players. Epos gains so much time in the dirt. He overtakes Carl Jr. moving into the identity. Who can get it the cleanest? Because once again, it's less than a tenth between all four players. They are completely neck and neck. Can anybody pull out ahead? It's Granadi again. It's less than 2/10 between everybody, and somehow Epos entering the identity first will have to settle for 4.
Yeah, Granadi and Epos swapping positions from the last checkpoint to the finish. Granadi with an incredible identity here in the ending. Really good on Greece here, and this is really where he can pick up some momentum, up to 85 points. It looked like a round that he is going to lose, but now he's back into this match here. If he can do it again, this will be a great way of doing that. But we also see our first finalist who could reach the grand final by the name of Carl Jr. Doesn't get a good eyesight though, no exit speed to work with, and look how far ahead Granadi here is. We could see a new tournament record here as well if he continues to live like that. What was that line from Granadi? Having to readjust a little bit, but he's 0.1 ahead of Epos, who's trailing him down. Muda on third position as well, but Granadi on an incredible run here. Very wide approach, trying to squeeze out every kilometer per hour possible there, but a better drifting line for Epos, resulting in more exit speed and going into the lead. He wants to deny the momentum and also go up to 114 points. It's a 3-horse fight for the victory in this round. It will be so important for Granadi to get that one. More exit speed for Granadi in this sector. Good slide there as well. Epos losing a bit of control. Granadi coming closer. Who's going to win this round? It will be Epos with less speed. No, Granadi clipping. It's Epos winning the round up to 114. Granadi has to settle with second place.
I cannot believe these rounds. This is just unprecedented stuff. Carl Jr. up to finalist now, but Epos is only 6 points away. Mudda cannot get onto finalist in this round. Granadi is starting to catch up as well. Barely 10 points behind this player. Actually, no, sorry, barely 20 points behind this player here, and not quite as exciting as I made it out to be, but yeah, it will be more after this round now. Can Epos manage to just secure himself those 6 points he needs to get up into finalist and get himself in that position? I mean, we saw Epos enter finalist second in the last game we saw him play, and he overtook Granadi for that first position into the EWC standings. But Carl Jr. this time is on a tear. He's in first position. He's not looking to hold any bars against his opponents, and he may just secure his spot in the grand finals in this one round.
He can definitely take it here. He's 0.15 ahead of its opponents. Apos with a very good line. They're trying to catch up, but it's Carl Jr.'s round to lose. He just has to control the car, and he will be our first grand finalist of DreamHack Birmingham. But will it be enough? Apos with the attack, Carl Jr. with a better landing, and Carl Jr. will qualify to the final of Road to EWC Birmingham. What a good performance there in the end.
I mean, look at that from Carl Jr. And that is an amazing performance. An unbelievable performance from Carl Jr. It's over for him. He can have a little break now. He's going to have to wait until after the lower bracket finals are done to get going with that grand finals. Yeah, he's got a little bit of time to decompress after that one. Everybody else in the server still sweating. Grenady, the reality finally starting to sink in that this might be his finally his time to lose a game. I mean, he has been avoiding death for what feels like the past couple of days. And it might just have to face his fate going down to the lower bracket. We're back on Brazil, and Epos has been amazing on this track, but so has Mudder, and Mudder can deny Epos here.
Yeah, Epos is in finalists as well. Can he make it a quick one? Look at the start from Granadi, though, going aggressively on the inside. He's definitely not out of the conversation just yet, but he needs to get second, first, and first place. And then, of course, wants to deny Muda the finalist entry in this round here as well. It's very important for Granadi to win this round and not force a double finalist situation, but at least he should get second position out of it, that he only has to win 2 rounds to force a triple finalist mode. Right now, he's in last position. Apos with a great line. Muda going a bit wider, trying to accumulate more speed into the plastic, but it doesn't work out for him. Apos finding himself in that battle with Muda here. Apos with more speed as well. Now we go into the water glider section one more time. It could be the last time in this match. If Apos holds through, Muda with a wide approach will go for the left side approaching. Apos with a mistake. Muda will also activate finalist mode. Granadi gets second. Now has to win 2 rounds in a row, though, to deny both of them, and then do it again to have a shot of directly qualifying to the grand final.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. I'm going to be completely honest. For the players, it must be absolutely... their heart rates must be through the roof. Maybe not. Maybe they are the chill kind of players that I think we know that they can be. I think you need to be you just need to have the mental fortitude of something amazing. Oh, Grenady. Oh, it's just so over for Grenady. He's felt it set in over the last few rounds, and I think that has cemented his position now in 4th position. For this lobby, it is going to be between Epos and Muda here on Brazil, the final stage to close things out. Both of these players have set tournament records here in the recent last couple of days, but who is it going to be that can cross the finish line first in this so important round to secure the place in the grand finals? Muda doesn't have enough speed. He tries to take it further inside to gain back that time. He crashes, and it's easy for Epos. He can take home 2nd place and join Carl Jr. in the grand finals with another tournament record on Brazil.
Wow, ending it with a bang there. What a great time from Epos. And you can see the sportsmanship as well. Muda was really pushing it, going on the inside. I think even got affected by the water there, so he was not able to control the wheels there, all things considered. Granadi tried his best. And also, what is funny to me is that I've seen this bug happening on the transition from the beach only to players from Big. Massa at the final against Carl Jr., and now it happened to Granadi on the very last round of this match as well.
Oh my god. We need some decompression time of our own, I think. Here's the thing, if the next couple of games are going to be like this, we're in trouble. We are in trouble for this tournament because things are absolutely ridiculous, I think, and we've still got 3 to go. I mean, we've still got the lower bracket semi-final, of course, and then the lower bracket final with the 2 losers from this game. But it is Carl Jr. and Epos, the first 2 players that will enter the grand final. They've secured themselves at least 4th position. That's at least $1,500. It's a ridiculous performance from these 2.
Also, Carl Jr. taking revenge on Muda, closing out that upper bracket round of 8 match where Muda got first position in. So Carl Jr. and Epos are our first grand finalists, and also Granadi and Muda, they have a little bit of a breathing room now. They have 1 hour to wait, or 1 match to wait, because we're going to have a match between Pack, Elcon, Wosel, and Bren in the lower bracket round of 4. That will also be a banger match. We still have 3 matches up for grabs later on, but it just feels like it's getting more and more exciting from match to match here, Twiggy.
Yeah, I keep thinking it cannot be topped, but we keep proving ourselves wrong with that one. Ridiculous stuff. We're going to head to a quick break before we get going with our next ones, because I think we need some time to calm down, get some water, and I think you guys might need that as well. So we'll see you in just a little bit when we are back with our lower bracket semi-final.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
We back, everybody. We are back with one more match and then another one and then another one.
Oof.
It's just a marathon at this point, but players are just treating us here with incredible performances and we are long from being gone. The top 8 has not even been decided who's gonna go out in 7th and 8th position.
Yeah, exactly. We will now find that out, of course. It is our lower bracket semi-finals here to decide our 2 lower finalists, and then that game will decide our other 2 grand finalists. And I do think there is a name here which we have mentioned that got a little unlucky at the start of the playoffs in terms of who he was coming up against that could challenge for one of those grand finalist places other than, I think, the 3 very solid grand finalists that we just saw play in the upper finals.
Yeah, you speak about Pack, but also look at Elcon, both with deep runs from the lower brackets and both winning both of the matches afterwards, and now they're facing against each other. Elcon lost against Wosal, who's also in this match, and Carl Jr., and then Pack came 3rd in this match and lost against Muda and Epos. Epos, of course, already in the grand final of things. But only 2 players from this match, so Pack, Elcon, Wosal, and Bren, will play against Granadi and Muda in the lower bracket final, which will be happening after that. And I'm excited to see that because it feels like Elcon is such a glass cannon when it comes to playing, but if he's locked in, he is unbeatable, even for someone like Carl Jr.
Yeah, I think, look, he's been performing well today, but obviously it's all about, can you reset for the next game, get back on top of things, and go from there? Because, look, you're against the toughest opponents in the world at this point. You know, you have made it into the top 8. Congratulations. You've made it to the EWC. Now you actually have to perform at the peak of your ability to be able to take out players like Carl Jr., Epos, Mudda. Those are the 3 names that I think we're all looking at as the top 3, the grand finalists. There is people that can overtake that and climb above them to the peak of the mountain, but it's really about how you perform on the day.
Yeah, well said there. I think that's also the players to beat here because Granadi looked strong in the matches that we have seen him today, but he was then struggling to find any pace in the upper bracket final as we're starting off things here. But I do think that also those 3 mentioned players, Buddha, Epos, and Carl Jr. Will see each other in the grand final, of course, with Epos and Carl Jr. already being locked in, but then Muda also making it out of it. But who will be the last puzzle piece into that? It could be Wosal, Grand Pack, or Elcon, or maybe even Granadi is also playing in the match later on. Already is locked into that lower bracket final, but let's first see Wosal with a very aggressive inside line there. Bumps a little bit. He went for that line quite a bit in the past as well and gets a good line. We see a player sliding out. That was Elcon. Didn't get the best of lines there. Pack regaining control, finding himself in the lead here. Good approach there. Wosal not too far behind. And let's take a look onto the upwards camera here. Bren and Wosal pushing it, but it looks like a win for Pack. Oh, but he slows down a bit. Bren with a mistake. It will be Wosal with the inside approach, but he will actually get overtaken by Bren there in the end. But Pack capitalizing on a hectic first round.
Yeah, that's good from Pack. I think the main thing he's been struggling with today, at least in comparison to the players that we have up in the grand finals and a lot of the people he's been up against, would be consistency. That's my main thing that I'm looking for more so from Pack right now, because he's been driving great times, but compared to players like Carl Jr., like Epos, like Mudda, he's just been crashing a little more than those guys and needs to fully pull his finger out if he wants to be able to contend with them, but it is very possible, and all he needs to do is get over this hurdle, then he's into the top 6, and then he just needs to win that lower finals. It's a tough road from the lower bracket, but he's got to do it.
Also, playing 3 matches in a row can be a heavy advantage, but you could also feel drained going into the grand final then eventually. Whereas on the other hand, we see Epos and Carl Jr. having an extensive break, can watch this match, also analyze what their opponents are doing, or maybe work on couple of things here and there. I don't think Carl Jr. is going to implement the bug slide on China. But firstly, let's take a look what will be happening in this round. Wolfsal very inside. They're having good speed. Will it be enough for first position? The answer is no. Bren will defend that. Off to a great start. First and second position here in the opening laps. And that is happy or good news for the Twisted Minds player.
Yeah, indeed. Overtake into first position for now, with Pack crashing and ending up in fourth position in that round. Elcon so far, the player struggling for points the most, but I think, as we know, by the end of the first map, it's hard to really pick out who is going to be leading the group by the end of the series, and right now it really is anybody's game.
Yeah, but also look at the start there from Pack, trying to jump a bit more from the outside to control his car nicer. It works out nicely, losing a bit of time, but making it so easy to control. And since he already was ahead just before the jump, it worked out nicely. But now we see a mistake from both. I think Brennan Wolsai slowed down dramatically here, and Elcon now on his way to maybe get some points. Doesn't brush the wall there. That was a very risky line, but propels himself into a lead here. 0.15 ahead he is. And it is Pack who's chasing down Elcon into the identity here. A map that was already been used in some Trackmania Esport competition. Trackmania Grand League 2021, the opener of the Grand League back in the days. The map was called Vantaneo, and it is Elcon winning the round here. So good and well-needed 10-pointer after only securing 7 points from the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, things even out pretty heavily after that round. And I mean, this is something you're going to see more and more of as the games go on for the final few today. I think we are just at that level now where everybody is just going to be at each other's throats in terms of consistency, in terms of points, in terms of being able to put up a fight against each other. Pack is the player in the lead currently in this round, but Bren neck and neck with him in terms of points overall. I'm looking for that first position in this round.
Yeah, he's looking to get that one. Goes for the wide approach there as well. Good speed accumulated. It's neck and neck between them. Wosal again having a different line there. You're gonna see him bumping on the inside to set up for the drift so wide there, and having a good approach for the ice sector where you want to steer as little as possible. So just a lot of different lines in this part being chosen by the players, where this one looks just so simple, but we see at least 3 different approaches in there, and Wosal finding himself in the lead there. Will we see? I think that will be the 4th individual round winner here, as Wosal will clock in a 102.7, and Pack struggling at the end. You could have seen him being stuck on the outside of the scaffolding there, and Wosal also overtook like that, so Pack down to last place.
Yeah, difficult time there. And if you are struggling for that consistency in this lobby, it's only going to get worse from here on out, right? This is going to be your easiest game of the day. Well, not easiest game of the day, but easiest game of the day going forward. And therefore, you need to build up that consistency right now. And none of these players, I would say, are looking like they will be driving at the best times every single round. But you can see them pushing for PBs and getting very close to the tournament records as well. So they all have it in them. That's the thing.
Yeah, they all have it in them. And as I already said to you just after the previous match ended, Elcon could win the whole thing theoretically. It all just comes down who can get those bug slides here the best. And whoa, look at that. That is just beautiful from Elcon. And he was also doing that at the Elite Cup on a regular basis. He was one of the few players who consistently went for the bug slide. I think he went out in somewhat of a top 10 rounds, top 15, something along those lines, but he was able to do it so consistently. But now getting attacked by Pack. But Elcon, look at the speed here. We could see a new tournament record from that guy, and he's locked in. And also Twiggy, look how close the points are after map number 1.
Yeah, exactly. It is literally 2 points between first and fourth. And it is just going to come down to the wire, isn't it? There's no other way of looking at this. Elcon is on an absolute tear right now. I mean, he's untouchable in this round. Pack, no matter what he does here, cannot do anything. He goes for the safe line at the start. Basically, it was a foregone conclusion, not able to overtake on this one. It's not quite as close to the tournament record as maybe you might think, but yeah, Elcon probably could play it a little safe towards the end of the map there.
But if someone doesn't know what safe means, it's Elcon. Another player that I would put in there is Gwen, who I think for me it's a little bit of an upset that he got eliminated, but he played against Bren and Elcon, of course. It was very hard to beat. But again, Elcon gets this bug slide so consistently, and also the gear that you have after that, Twiggy, is so hard to just get before the drift, and Elcon just does that effortlessly. Wide approach there, different entry to the ice, goes a bit, let's say wider into there, and has a beautiful exit like that. Pack went for a very direct approach, but it also worked out for him, but clips on the inside. Unconventional mistake there from Pack, and look at that, the only player who didn't make a mistake is Elcon himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to be completely free up there. We'll see if he does finally understand the meaning of the word safe, or if he just goes for a PB anyway. As Bren, Pack, and Wosal are trailing by a lot. This is an uncharacteristic round from these 4 players, but regardless, I mean, Elcon should be completely home, free, and dry on this one. Yeah, absolutely. I would call that a safe time from Elcon there. I think he's baffled at how far away the players are in his opposition.
It looks like he was smiling or something like that. Maybe he's like, where's everybody?
Yeah, where are they?
Elcon gaining control here, 43 points for him, 1/3 through of reaching finalist mode. Brand, Pack, and Wosal only 1 point apart from each other. And keep in mind, the bottom 2 is eliminated. And let's take a look onto the Buck side again. Will Elcon do it 3 times? Yes, he does. But the others, Brand and Wosal, will make it as well. You can see the comparison, how much Pack actually lost. I think he also brushed the outside wall there a little bit. He's 1 second behind, but this is anyone's game here in the top 3.
It really is now. Pack is struggling a lot here on China. This time around, that is going to affect his score as we move forward quite heavily. It is really tight between those 3 at the bottom, and the longer they let Elcon get away with this, the more likely it is that...
Wow.
Oh, wow. Hitting the wall there is so unfortunate. The more likely it is that Elcon can do exactly what you said, and begin this kind of Elcon-esque run. But Bren overtakes here on the ice and may just be able to overtake first position with a bit more speed. Not quite able to get it done, Elcon. He falls back into second place, and Bren finally manages to gain some points out of these rounds.
Yeah, the deep dip 1 and 2 winner here wins around here up to 42 points. Now 7 points clear of Pack and Wosal. Elcon still with 6 points out of that round. Not looking too bad though for the young Czech driver. Plays for Team Nemesis. Ren. Oh God, it's just so close for you of clipping there. And look at that approach from Elcon, slowing down a little bit on the landing. Bren has a better apex in that turn, so he goes into a lead, but both of them doing it very nicely at the start. Wosal behind, and I think also Elcon touched the wall there or just lost control, so he'll fall down the order, down to P4. But it looks like Elcon had such a good identity here as well. Not in the round from before, where he had to readjust a little bit, so he conceded first position to Bran. But what a fight between Pack and Bran here, who have been playing so many matches against each other. But now Pack with a mistake. Wosal coming closer as well. Elcon is also out of this conversation, and this could be Bran actually going into a tight score with Elcon up to 52 points. That is good news for Bran. But what is Pack doing here? Is Pack going for the attack? I think he's too far away. He should just settle with second place and move on to the next round. Wosal also going so far on the booster and will not be able to catch Pack here in the end.
Bren will be satisfied with that end to China there, as we'll move up into a tied position, as you mentioned. 52 points alongside Elcon. And while it may not be exactly where he needs to be, and there are definitely players nipping at the heels, being up in that top 2 is the only thing that matters right now. It's the only thing that will get you into the lower final and give you a chance of getting up into the top 4. Pack struggling for consistency right now.
Yeah, but maybe he can turn things around on map number 3, which will be Brazil. So that is a map, of course, where it's a little bit unconventional in comparison to the other maps, even though there's a lot of nuances to those maps like into the entire maps of this map pool, but you hover over the water with super react to boost up. You don't even get watery wheels by hovering over there, and then it just feels completely different in terms of how your car reacts to acceleration and braking movement. It's way more sudden. And then also here you have the watery wheels at the start, where the car feels so just hard to control. It hardly steers when you actually steer. It slips away, one could say. And now Pack gets a great start alongside Bran. So this leaves us with our top two. Pack with a very wide approach. They will try to get as much speed as possible again, but catching airtime here is vital to avoid. Both players doing it nicely. Elcon 0.1 behind. Good drift setup here, closing in the gap to 0.05 of a second. This is already a very close round here, going into round 9 of this particular match. Good nose slide from Elcon as well, but he cannot catch up to Bran. But he's now ahead of Pack here, going into the last water glider section. Elcon is pushing though, Pack as well. Wide approach, who's gonna win this round? Bran with the wider approach, Pack with a mistake, but Elcon doesn't have good speed, but he gets it through. How did he survive that? How has he more speed than Bran in the end?
I have no idea how that came down to the wire so much there. Pack gets a wheel lift off of one of the rocks and will have to settle for 4th this time. Joins Wosal down at the bottom of the group here, and we're starting to see two blocks of players emerging from the 4 here as Brent and Elcon start to widen that gap from their competitors. It's such a difficult lobby to be in once again. Any mistake is sending you all the way down into 4th position, and there's another one from Pack. He's far too far over to the left, and he'll get sent up by the rocky terrain of the Vista there.
Yeah, Pack out on this round. He will not play any significant role, but this is now Wosal's chance to come back into this match. But Brent with an exceptional line there, trying to push everything out of there, and it works out very nicely. But Wosal has a better line through this plastic turnover there, also avoiding the obstacles quite nicely. Brent with a good nose slide. Wosal also had it very nicely. Look at the gap here. It's not even a couple, it's 0.07 of a second. Wosal with a wide approach had more speed. Brent going for the risk on the outside though, and he will have more speed, and it will be enough to overtake Wosal, who lost control. A bit of a slower winning time with a 0.2, but still nicely done from Bren.
Much better there. I mean, Bren, you can barely tell if he's happy by a round win. But hey, I think being satisfied and staying locked in may just be how tends to be how a lot of Trackmania players do. Keep themselves in that consistency.
He's content.
Ring. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't tend to see too many Trackmania players celebrating after every round, but that's the thing. There's just too many of them. You don't want to bring yourself out of the zone, out of the flow state that you need to be in a lot of the time to drive the exact same times every single round for hundreds of rounds on end in a day.
Yeah, definitely, but that's also a very important skill set, to just play round after round. Pack made that mistake beforehand, but now he's not affected by it. He just doesn't care what happened last round. He just plays round after round and just tries to just make a check mark behind it and be like, okay, I can look into this afterwards, or it just doesn't matter. Mistakes do happen, but just don't be scared of the part that comes up again. So Pack now on his shot of getting those 10 points here. Tight approach. Elcon will have a bit more speed, both going for the inside rock line there, but Pack will win this round here with a 103.922, setting a new PB as well. So good time there from Pack, and maybe a small comeback, question mark.
Very possibly. I think that could be a confidence booster that round, finally finding the kind of performance that I think he expects of himself, let alone what other people expect of him in this situation, you know. Needs to be getting more times like that, and especially if he wants to perform in the next 2 games. If he does move forward into the lower finals, he does move forward into the grand finals, he's going to need to be setting on this map a sub 104, because up against Epos, up against Mudda, up against Carl Jr., all of these players have been setting sub 104s pretty much every round.
Yeah, definitely. And now Bren losing control. I'm not sure if he actually touched the inside there and got watery wheels there for a split second, but it looked like that team just was off the line and then he lost control. But again, Hack on first position. Elcon also tied in points with Bren, so he can move up ahead. Bren on third position right now, still 0.2 away, but look at the speed here from Elcon from that nose side. Well done here from the Team Nemesis member as he now comes closer to the end, but it's still a close fight. But Pack dropped down the line here, made a mistake by the looks of it, but now jumping back again. So I don't know what happened there, but Pack probably just had to readjust, had a wider approach, and then going into second position with overspeed. But Elcon up to 82 points. That is good news for him. Pack also closer to Bren now, but good job there from Elcon, of course.
Yeah, Elcon maintaining the performance that he put together in earlier maps, and that's the important part, right? I think a lot of the time is you are going to have strong suits when it comes to the maps, just based off of whether it's the surface or how many hours you have put into those tracks to gain the consistency that you have. I mean, you look at Bren over the start of China, and you know that just seems like his forte, right? And being able to put together, Elcon mostly at the start of China seems like his forte, and he managed to gain so many points off of that. It's all about maintaining that lead.
Yeah, definitely, but he needs to make it through. Now we go to France. We have a nose side in there. Elkis with keyboard, but there's also something like action keys in Trackmania where you can limit your steering movement to, let's say, 40% to 60% to 80% to 20%, so you can still do this kind of nose side that Elcon is doing there, which gains you time as opposed to sliding. But you have to take a different line before, and you have to go very wide to get a good exit from that one. But now Elcon goes into the wall. Pack also into the wall, almost, but he was able to survive it to wall side with a very, very tight jump, but will concede a lot of time because he just has so much speed that he doesn't get a clean landing after that, whereas Pack jumps low and accelerates earlier again. Pack in the lead, ahead of Wolfson and Bren, but the identity will decide it here on France. The half pipes, the 4 half pipes that you need to clear. Pack in the lead, not sliding out, and that looks good for the Vitality member to win this round. What will the time be? A 0.2? It will be a 0.2 indeed, a 0.280, winning him another round.
Very solid for Pack there. And the two Frenchmen are going to have to settle for watching his dust on that one. I believe Bren actually clipped to the end of that final jump as well and had to settle for 4th place in that round specifically, but Wosal was chasing Pack that whole time, not quite able to get the overtake done by the finish line. And that's exactly what Pack needs right now, is closing that distance to first position here. It's now only down to 13 points for him. Wosal is the player trailing for the time being, down on 61 points. Still definitely not a immutable gap. 25 points can be done in barely any time whatsoever, but needs to lock in and put in the work.
Yeah, he needs to replicate what Pack was doing in the last couple of rounds, closing in on the players, and is now only 6 points away from Bren. But Bren has an exceptional round here, 0.1 ahead of Wosal, but any mistake will send Bren down to maybe even last position, because every player is within 0.4 of a second here. Bren with a good jump, Wosal with a bit more speed though, but now messes up this transition here. And look where Elcon and Pack are coming from. Wosal drops all the way down to last position, and that is what it takes. One poor trajectory and you're down to last. That's the level that we're in right now.
Yeah, Bren doesn't break a sweat there at the end. And with all 3 players chasing him, did not give away that lead. Manages to close the gap to Elcon down to 3 points. Bren now starting to put in his name into the hat for those final 6 places. But the fight is still on for everybody involved. Nobody has got away. Nobody has got into triple digits. We're still fighting tooth and nail for every single point on the board and every single point that can be gained out of each round here. Bren takes over first place for this one. Did anybody get more speed out of the dirt? It seems like Bren is going to be holding onto first place for the time being. Pack trailing behind Bren and Wosal now, but Elcon moving around. Lots of speed, too much speed on the outside of the dirt, and he's going to slam into the wall. He's going to slow down. He's going to be out of contention for this round. Pack with a good landing is right behind Bren now, and Pack has been gaining on the identity here of France and see if he can gain on Bren this time. Wosal, however, fighting again here in the final throws off the map. Bren, it looked like his wheel touched. Pack does have more speed. Wosal drops back further into third. Can Pack get it done on the final jump? Pack can get it done on the final jump. The Brit moves forward. It's not a blistering time, but it's good enough.
This was maybe even the breaking point here for Pack to just jump back into the match up to 87 points. Bren not able to capitalize on that mistake there from Elcon. Still tied in points, but Bren could have been up to 99 points and Pack would have been at 83 points. So that is a huge difference that it makes here. The momentum is really shifting in this match. Also Elcon now with a mistake. The only player a little bit further behind is Rosa, but Pack is just trying to push here, trying to make a sing, trying to jump into the top two, where Bren and Elcon are standing for almost the entirety of this match here. But look at that start from Bren now. Wolsal also in there, 68 points for him. He needs to have more than that. Bren with a poor line, having to readjust quite significantly and loses a bit of time there. Wolsal coming closer. Pack at 87 points, going for the unconventional safe line and losing speed. And look how much he lost with that. 0.6 behind. Also a lot of good gear on the landing. So does Bren and Wolsal now, who are fighting it out for 10 points. Will be so important for Wolsal to get those 10 pointers here across. But Bren is so far ahead here and not making a mistake this time around. Only one more transition to go, and Bren wins this round here with a time of 0.298. Another good time. 105 points for him. And also Pack cannot capitalize from that mistake from Elcon, who's been struggling quite a bit here and is now only up to 98 points. So it's still anyone's game here, Twiggy. And I think Bren setting himself up nicely for finalist mode, though.
Yeah, Bren, the first player up into triple digits there. And that is definitely, that's the first hurdle. It's not over yet, of course. Still need to get up to 120 before you're on finalist, and then from there you still need to win a round to get through. We've seen players lose out on finalist mode plenty of times, not just today, but in every single Trackmania event, I think, that uses the same mode. And look, it is not over. Absolutely not over. As we move through different maps, of course, we're just going to find different strengths for different players. And we're now in such a situation where Elcon and Pack can both challenge Bren here. They're not down by far enough that they are, you know, the Bren is out of the woods by being on 105 points.
Definitely not. He still needs to win a round and then at least get second place here in order to reach finalist mode. And this will be hard to do against Pack and Elcon. The tournament record is from Elcon, who is at 98 points, was losing a bit of momentum in this match, it seems like. Look at this line here from Bren, but it is Elcon coming back with a wider approach, having more speed in this sector due to that wide landing there, just not drifting on that platform and carrying more speed through it. Also here, this is looking very good from Elcon. Good drift though, a bit tighter though. Bren also maybe over tapping the brake there a little bit, but it seems like Elcon finding himself in the lead, and he's the first one to enter the staircase here. Will it be enough to deny Bren the victory here? This will be very important for Elcon to somewhat have a room to breathe for in front of Pack, who's only on 4th position. And Elcon, yes, he does win the rounds, doesn't get the best transitions, but look at that time, 1:13.247. If he just had gotten that nosedive in the ending, it would have even been faster.
Yeah, exactly. And that does bring Elcon right up in contention with Bren here. Pack still trailing behind, but fortunately for him, nobody is up on finalists for the time being. There is a possibility that Bren gets it done in this round, but he would have to come in 1st position to get to that 120 mark. Elcon just far enough away that it isn't possible for the Czechian. And that does mean that Pack is put in an awkward position here where he really needs to be coming first in the next couple of rounds to deny those.
Yeah, definitely. But look at that round now. It is Bren now with a mistake. So he needs to get second position in the next round for sure in order to reach finalist mode. And look at that. Elcon can regain control. 108 points if he wins the rounds. He only needs to finish if he gets second. Well, he has to get second place again. Very wide drift setup, trying to squeeze out so much speed out of that corner. And Elcon does it very nicely. Pack is trailing behind, but touches there. Was almost overtaking Rosa with a good approach, but now also concedes a lot of speed for the ending. But it's still not looking too bad for Pack. He's still close by to Wolsal, really trying his best, but it looks like Elcon is also slowing down. But Pack overtaking Wolsal there in this sector, and Elcon driving a 0.295. It also looked like he slowed down a bit, but maybe that was deceiving because the cars go a bit slower. But it is Elcon who will guaranteed be finalist on our last round. But for that, he has to finish the next round, of course, on Greece.
Yeah, this stays so close now. 3 players up on triple digits. I mean, the likelihood of it being a triple finalist pretty high at this point, as all it would take is 2 good rounds from each of these 3 players to get that one done. Pack would need 2 wins, of course, but Bren only needs 1 win or a decent placement. And Elcon only needs to finish a round to get up into finalist mode, and then from there, obviously, backs against the wall. Players will play a little bit differently. They'll risk a bit more, and it just changes the stakes up in this one. And all 3 of these players up at the top here. Wosal is the one struggling for points at the moment and needs to be fighting hard to get back into this game, but might just be the reality starting to set in that he's going to have to settle. But Pack is the one in first position now as Bren once again pushes it a little too hard, slams into the wall. We'll have to full reset on that one. Can Wosal capitalize off of this, or will it be Pack taking the 10 away? Wosal has been so close to finishing first in so many of these rounds, but he's failed at the final hurdle here on the identity of Greece. And again, he clips his wheel. He slows down. He's not going to be coming in first. Pack takes first away. Wosal thankfully holds on to second, but Elcon will be moving on to finalist now. Pack has got himself into a position where he can deny this finalist win, and he can get himself up into that situation. Bren still has to do more work.
Yeah, definitely. Bren has to do some more work. Did he not finish round number 2, actually? I think he was at, or was he at 108 before that? It could have been. I definitely need to rewatch that, because definitely Bren didn't get a lot of points in the last couple of rounds, allowing Pack to also move up to 111 points here. It's not looking too bad here for the Team Vitality player, as he only needs 1 more victory, and if all stars align and Bren then also gets second place, we have a triple final situation. But Elcon is in finals, but now clipping here, and it is Pack and Wolsa with a good line. Also Bren coming closer here towards Wolsa, but Pack is on a tear here in this last round, as he can close it out, or just be in finals and then close it out afterwards. But what a great comeback as it has been after a weaker start from Pack, falling behind on map 2. But look at that, Wolsal, as you said, has not been in first position all that often, but was in the battle for that in so many of those rounds. Now in the lead, Pack coming back as well. Bren also in there. This will all come down to the end. Wolsal with a very risky line, goes for a low jump there, and I think also Pack has made that mistake. It will be Bren in finals, and also Wolsal getting some points, but Pack is failing it. And also we have seen a new tournament record here from Wolsal.
To deny Pack the opportunity to get into finalists there, and no less, allowed Bren up into it. I mean, if Pack had kept it clean and Wolsal had not had a round like that, then, well, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. But still, it's one of those situations where it could have gone so differently. Can Pack now fight back into this one with 2 players on finalists? Obviously, there are opportunities to get yourself up there too, but it just makes it so much more difficult. We're going to move back to USA, of course, with Bren and Elcon both on finalists. Now, all they need to do is close it out. 1 round win for either of them. This could all be over in 2 rounds.
Yeah, just win 1 round. It's easy, isn't it? But I also double checked now. Bren indeed didn't finish the second round, so he missed out on 3 points there. Not sure how much that comes into play now, but it's definitely something worth considering. that Bren didn't finish that particular round. But we have Elcon and Bren who have been dominating this match for most of the time. Then we've seen a comeback from Pack, now failing the ending there on this last round there on Greece. But he can deny, and if he gets second position, well, he will also be in finalists. But he also don't want to have a 1v1 against the other remaining finalists. Volsal at 97 points, not too far away from it, but we see a weak line there from Elcon, going very wide and has no speed to work with. Bren with a great line. Volsal is getting overtaken, and it could be Bren going into the lower bracket final if he survives this part. Good drift there as well. Volsal is really pushing it. I think they are too far away though to catch up to Bren, unless Bren makes a mistake in the ending. Volsal is still trying it here. Let's take a look at what Volsal is doing. But no, it will be Bren who will qualify to the lower bracket final with a 102.649.
He looks annoyed with himself that he didn't do it sooner, if nothing else. Maybe relief from Bren there as he gets it done, gets over the finish line. He'll be the first player into the lower bracket final to join Mudda and Grenadi. But it's Wosile who managed to pip Otak and Massa to this finish line here on USA as well. Wosile put together an amazing couple of rounds, and well, I mean, if Bren wasn't in that round, then Wosile would have been first here. This may just be his comeback round. He could deny Elcon, he could deny Pack here. All Pack needs to do is get a good round out of this one, but Wosile is the player who can cause an upset. Elcon needs to get it done in this round or he's going to have problems.
Yeah, definitely, and Elcon is having a good start here as well, but Wosile again with his signature line, taking it so much different than the others, staying alive, but Elcon with more speed. But this all comes down to the ending. It's 700s between the players here. Is this do or die? Elcon with a mistake. We will definitely have two finalists in the next round, but the question is, will Wosile also hold on to that first position? That is a very risky line, but Wosile will be making it, and is only one victory of reaching finalist mode as well. That was a close ending, and then we already cut to Wosile's face, but he was able to get it, right?
I think so. Based off his reaction, it seemed like it. Pack will move up into finalists. He got it, but that does mean that Wosile is in a position to get onto finalists as well if he does come in first place here in this round. Just for context, there is delay between the cameras and the gameplay, so it's sometimes difficult to tell when the cut should happen, obviously, for the broadcast manager here. So if we do miss any finishes, we'll try and get the best information to you. But can Pack or Elcon close it out here? It would be kind of heartbreaking for Elcon after putting in such a shift earlier on in the series if he could not get it done here. But he's going to have to hope for a mistake from Pack and from Wosile in this round, or at the very least from Pack. Wosile,
there it is.
It's a good correction, but it's going to slow him down significantly. Oh, Elcon slid out there on the dirt, I think. He did not get the full bug slide. He will not be in this round whatsoever. Pack has a free run of things. All he needs to do is not make a mistake, and he will upset Elcon to make it in to the lower bracket finals. It's a final stretch, and he does not need to push for it whatsoever. Pack has got the job done. Elcon, commiserations, because he put in such hard work earlier, but you can see the sportsmanship between the two as Pack moves on forward to be with Mudda, Grenadi, and Bren in the lower bracket final. I forgot who the other finisher was there. I almost thought it was Wosile because he did put in such a comeback effort at the end.
But look at that sportsmanship there as well. Everybody just fist bumping or just hugging. It's great. But Bren and Pack, the long-term friends, have been going through hand in hand. But it really looked like Elcon had the upper hand in most of the matches, or like just in the match. But then round 3 on China, I think, was the turning point where he was really dropping on a lot of points and a lot of opportunities. Also on the next rounds after that, on Brazil and France as well. He tried to regain control, but Pack was moving in, building up momentum, and fought his way back into the match. And then Elcon didn't get a good start on this last round on USA. So this was the match here. But that was a banger though, but it is Pack and Bren going through eventually.
Yeah, once again, I mean, we're not going to get any games today, I don't think, which aren't pretty amazing. And that does mean we are down to our final 6. We say goodbye, of course, to Elcon and Wosile. Very close to making it work there in that game. But it is Mudder, Grenadi, Brent, and Pack to decide our final 2 grand finalists that will be joining Carl Jr. and Epos in the grand final. And at this point, it is really going to be some pretty amazing games. I think Bren or Pack could very much make a run to upset at the very least Grenadi, if not Mudder, depending on how they're feeling after their short break from their last game.
Yeah, agreed. So guys, we're going to be back after a small break, and then we will be jumping into the penultimate match of Road to EWC Trackmania DreamHack Birmingham. Stay tuned and be with us.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Trackmania Road to EWC at DreamHack Birmingham. We are down to our final 6 players here as we just finished off the lower bracket semi-finals. We're now onto the lower bracket finals to decide the final 2 grand finalists. That's a lot of finals going on. But of course, that's the stakes that we are going on here. There are so many routes to victory here, of course. And the thing is, the qualification to EWC is the big thing. That's what it is. I mean, that's what it's about, right? That's why it's called Road to EWC. But we have locked in our 8 from this tournament that are going to EWC. Plenty more ways for these players to get through, and I'm sure a lot of the players who made it to playoffs and got knocked out are going to be looking at those routes to get back into the swing of things. Plenty of organizations knocked out, such as Na'Vi, right, that were expecting to get into EWC, are hoping to get into EWC. Big investments in the players, but we're down to our 6 here, and it's all for, I mean, pride. It's all for the prize pool. It's all for being able to say, I won at DreamHack Birmingham here. And right now, it's Carl and Epos that are in the grand finals. They've locked in their spots. We are down to the lower bracket final with Mudda, Grenadi, Bren, and Pack, which is a stacked roster once again.
Yeah, I agree. And you just name it, Na'Vi. You know, the player from Na'Vi by the name of Mime didn't have the best Elite Cup season so far. Of course, got in a good result on Greece, but he really needs to pick up the pace in that regards, because Mime currently sits at 12th position, just ahead of Pack. Finished, what position was it? Was 3rd on Greece. He barely missed out on the grand final, which was played between Grenadi and it was Binks, I think. Binks was also in the grand final. Yes, exactly. And then he got 3rd in there, so he finally got a good result, but he cannot rely on that performance, even though we now have, like, of course, the top 8 will qualify from the Elite Cup ranking, but take into consideration, Mudda, who's on 2nd place, will then give his position away to P9 because he's already qualified, and this applies to a lot of players who are currently sit in the top 8. Bren, Wosile, Grenadi, Carl Jr., Mudda, those players to mention. Then Epos on 9th position as well will concede that position down the line as well. So it could be at the end that the top 13, top 14 players from the Elite Cup ranking do qualify to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and of course, there's also the online qualifiers. We're yet to get the full scope of exactly how those will shape out and how those players will make their way in, but there's plenty of spots available for each region. Of course, Europe, North America, South America, Oceania, Asia, and Middle East and North Africa. So there are plenty of ways to get to the EWC other than in this event. And look, it's just been amazing so far already. I mean, I just want to call out how ridiculous this event has been. The quality on display has been above just anything we've seen in such a long time in Trackmania, I think.
Yeah, not only the gameplay, but also the production behind it. All very professional, very, very good. Just so good to work with. So thank you to the production as well. It has been a blast working alongside with you guys. And we still have 2 more matches unfolding here. And now we have Bren, Grenadi, Mudda, and Pack fighting it out for 2 spots in the grand final. Grenadi and also Mudda dropping down from the upper bracket final where they lost against Epos and Carl Jr. And Grenadi definitely not coming with a lot of momentum into this match after falling behind quite significantly, but now getting a very good start into this round. But look where Bren is. Bren, of course, has been winning the lower bracket round of 4 match, and Pack getting 2nd into a very close battle at the end against Elcon, sending himself out of the tournament. But Bren is already on a great time, but only 0.1 of a second ahead of the rest of the playing field. As you can see here, cars are hauling in the background, but the first mistake has happened, and that was a yellow car skin. That was Pack falling behind. Bren also not with a good line here. Grenadi coming back. Grenadi with more speed. Bren clipping, and Grenadi wins the first round here. Mudda also overtaking, and Grenadi will happily take that with a 0.17 as well. Bren was on an incredible time.
That's a really solid time from Grenadi to must have been just regaining a little bit of confidence down in the downtime from falling from the upper bracket finals, right? He'd had a run of just being completely undefeated in those games to get to that point, and I think it was catching up to him by the end, right? He was going down eventually. I think he kind of knew, especially by the end of that series, and maybe just losing that game allowed him to just go, okay, well, the stakes are a little bit, you know, they've not gone lower, right? We're in the lower bracket. Obviously, we get eliminated if we're out, but at the very least, there's not as much pressure on me. I'm not in a lobby with all of these insane people anymore, and therefore can just fight a little more clear-headed on this one, but you're still not out of the woods. You're up in a lobby with Bren, Pack, and Mudda now, and it is Pack in first place by head and shoulders, and Bren following not really close behind whatsoever. Grenadi fighting up for second place, but unless Pack makes a massive mistake, this should be an immutable victory here.
Yeah, definitely. Pack also going for a rather conservative approach there in this jump over the dirt. But look how far up he jumps. He knows that he can save it, but that was maybe a bit too much because Bren is coming closer. But I think he knew that he could save it there. So smart decision making, even though the checkpoint can be quite deceiving. He knew that he was half a second ahead. There's no checkpoints in those quarter pipes embedded, so he doesn't know up until the end. But it's Grenadi still leading the round here, even though he only got 4 points out of that round. Mudda getting second place, still in fourth position, and then Bren on 10, but still only 5 points between them. No one really walking away with it. It was maybe Grenadi's shot if he had gotten that second position. So here we go into the next round. Bren looking very good though in this opening lap here, or opening laps rather, and also here he gets a very good start. Let's take a look onto Mudda's line, going wide to snap this snow slide, and look at the speed advantage that he gains over the other players here, coming closer to Bren and Grenadi as well, and moving up into the battle for first position. Grenadi going very wide in that approach here as well. Good lines from all three players in the top three, but look at that, everybody's in there. Also Bren in there as well. Mudda with a great jump, bumping a bit, but gains control and has so much speed there to work with. Great line from Mudda. In the lead he goes. Bren, Pack, and Grenadi are behind, and Pack with a great drift setup here. One to turn to as much speed as possible. Grenadi almost touching there, losing ground, and it is Mudda versus Bren here in this final round of, or this penultimate round of France 2026, and it is Bren clipping, and it will be Pack winning the round, 18 thousandths ahead, and that's also a new PB for Pack. Grenadi only on third with a 0.4.
Pack has been doing a good job of just staying ahead here. Slowed down when he needed to in the last round. This time had to push for it, made it work again. Sometimes that clutch factor is exactly what you need in this kind of situation. Only 2 spots available for the grand final, so you have to be putting together some good times. We're not going to have a good idea of who is eking out that victory over the rest of their opponents until, you know, the end of the second or third map in this series. But for now, Pack out ahead by a few points, just 5 ahead of Grenadi for the time being. It is Mudda in first place for this round though. He's going to be stopping anybody else from getting an easy victory here.
Look at that line from Mudda as well. Not only the nose slide, but also the outside dirt line. But his former teammate for Team Jetlag got this transition so well. As you can see, the Twisted Minds player finding himself in the lead quite comfortably with 0.1 of a second. Also not the best drift there for Mudda, allowing Grenadi to catch up dangerously here. But look at that transition from Mudda, jumping a bit further up there, sliding a bit, losing time, and it will be Bren winning this round here, looking good. Also clipping there a little bit, but still a good time at 0.283. Pack overtaking Grenadi in the end, but that was a great round and very important for Bren on this last round here on France. And with that, he moves up to second position.
I mean, everybody within 6 points of each other now. So basically not even worth playing that first map in terms of, you know, just the ability to get away from your competitors here. Everybody has just ended up on the same points total, and we may see a lot of rotations going through in terms of the map pool, just in terms of how close these players are and how much it's going to come down to the wire.
I agree. I think it will all come down to the next maps here of how it plays. Maybe someone can gain some momentum as the next map that we're going to see. Will it be... It should be USA coming up. just took a look into another chat to see the map order. Then it's Brazil afterwards, then we have Greece, and then it will be China as our last map in this rotation. And if we're done with that, well, we're gonna go back to France. And I think seeing the players so close to each other, I think we almost guaranteed go into round number 21 to map number 1 again. Maybe without any winner so far, but look at that start here from Pack. He has gotten it so well in the previous rounds as well. He's so far ahead already. Muda trying to chase him down, but has less speed than Pack here. Good approach here. Pack can hold it together. Muda with a great line without a lot of exit speed in that corner. How did he not clip there? Muda up to first position battle here again with Pack. It's 14 thousandths of a second. Muda with a good line here as well, but it's also Bran in the mix. Kanadi fell a bit further behind, quarter of a second. Pack with a great round here though, but he is still getting a lot of pressure applied from Bran, who clips on the inside, and it is Muda who can also not overtake and sets a 0.6 here. Muda also barely staying ahead. Granadi gets that third position in front of Pack, but what a hectic round that was, and also a good time in the end.
Yeah, deep exhale there from Pack, who seems like is leaving absolutely nothing on the track right now. Knows that this is the final chance to get up into that grand final. It's been a tough couple of days for Pack, who immediately ran into Epos and Muda up in the first round of the playoffs and has had to pull off a lower bracket run from the very first round, and really has done an amazing job of doing so far. He's now knocking on the door of the grand finals. May just get revenge over Muda for sending him down to this position to begin with. At the very least, could be holding hands with Muda into the grand finals, into that final spot. It would be difficult to see a world in which Muda couldn't get into the grand finals there, but it is Brent who crashes out on the edge of the ice this time around. But it's Pack up in first place once again, looking to extend that victory. Muda almost slides off into the water as he did a few rounds ago here on USA, but it's not enough to overtake Pack at the finish line. Muda clips a wheel right at the end, and that solidifies the positions. Pack, right when he needs it, able to extend his victory.
And what a run would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4 lower bracket matches, and then back into the grand final, trying to just win against Epos and Carl Jr. And he, of course, wants to take revenge against Muda, who has been winning the upper bracket round of 16 against him. So against Muda, won against Epos, Pack, and Jadon, where Epos then got second position as well and sent Pack into the lower bracket. What a good performance at the start. 47 points, the player who really made an impact here when it comes to points gained. But now Granadi with a great start here as well. He was struggling in his previous match, but now fighting himself for that 10-pointer in this round. A bit wide entry here. Will go very close there to the limitation of the block, but he made it very nicely. Is up to first position. Pack is, however, pushing a lot. Granadi with more exit speed. It's looking good though, but Pack is certainly not slowing down. He's very good on tag, and I think Granadi also clipped, slowing down, also allowing Muda to overtake, and Pack win the third round in a row on USA. 57 points. He looks so strong. And also Twiggy, I think Spam mentioned on an interview yesterday on Virtual Channel that Pack is just the lower bracket master, and I think that just confirms his thesis.
Yeah, I mean, he's been struggling a little bit for consistency today, taking a little bit to warm up into the day's events, but has been holding on to things consistently, making sure that he's not losing at the very least in terms of the grand scheme of a game. This time around, maybe he's been saving up his energy, because 3 rounds in a row is absolutely ridiculous from Pack, and he's looking to do it once again. The consistency has just been squeezed out of him like water out of a stone now. And he's managed to find his form after what has been a day that, I mean, has just been on the brink for Pack. He could have gone out at any moment, and he's held on to everything. Can he get his 4th round on USA in a row? That would set him so far apart from his compatriots here.
But look, Bran with the attack here, going into the lead. Pack with a wider approach. Bran almost hitting the wall, having to readjust, having to lift off the accelerator, and Pack can make it 4 out of 4 if he gets a great ending. But he has a worthy opponent with Bran, who's gonna get a Bran clipping, and Pack driving a 0.5 here as well. Bran was on an
Even
absolutely
Mudder is like, what is
incredible-
that? Even Mudder doesn't know what he's come up against.
Yeah,
there.
he
What
deserves
a
that
ridiculous
sip.
performance. Yeah, go ahead,
But
take him
Bran-
out. I mean,
Bran was on a crazy time here as well, Twiggy.
yeah, that was ridiculous. I mean, getting the overtake at the finish line. Hey, you could see in the way Mudder looked over at him. He was not expecting that performance out of Pack on USA 2026. Ridiculous stuff, and that by itself is enough to put you so far ahead that, I mean, all he needs to do now is consistently finish second and he'll be safe realistically. Just needs to hold on to that consistency, right? Doesn't need to be finishing first in every time. Doesn't need to be pushing for every single round. The only round that matters in coming first is the finalist round.
Yeah, but you say it, he's 24 points ahead of second place, currently occupied by Muda. So Pack with a lot of points to work with here. But just before USA, Twiggy, we said well, no one is really walking away with it, but now, one map later, 40 points plus later for Pack, 4 victories. We have a clear answer and also a statement from Pack as well, who could theoretically qualify to the grand final and beat, or try to beat, Carl Jr. and Epos. And also here we have Pack and Muda fighting it out. Will it be a next victory in a row for Pack? It's looking good. Good speed for both of them. Bran and Granadi has been falling behind.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say we're moving on to another map which has looked good for Pack today. Maybe a little better for Mudder at the very least, has been setting tournament records that only just got stole by Epos at the end of that last series. But for at the very least, Pack should be very happy to take a couple of seconds out of this one. I don't think he's going to be dreaming of overtaking a 103.8 in many of these rounds, but at the very least can consistently land on that 104.0, 103.9 kind of score, which is going to consistently get him points. He doesn't need to be getting 10 points every round anymore. This is where Mudder is going to come alive, but he's not really going to be able to challenge Pack unless he has a really outstanding map here.
Yeah, I agree, but now Muda doesn't get a good start. Went a bit wider there. Not sure if that was intentional, trying to get more speed in that sector to make sure to hold that gear. You want to hold gear 4 there. You can drop that on the landing, but Pack made his homework. He got second position, going up to 73 points, so still 20 points clear of second place. Good line there as well, but Bren and Granadi had it even better in this sector. Granadi with a great drift as well. Look at the speed from Granadi, from the German wheel player. Pack is behind. He really wants to push it here, but he has no time to work it out for maybe the ending can come into play, but it will be hard to catch up point 2 to the race leader Granadi. Good line there from Pack, overtaking Bran. Is it enough to overtake Muda here as well? Good approach from all of them. Who's gonna get second? First will go to Granadi. If he survives the ending, he does so. Muda will stay in second place. Pack gets third, but what a close round that was. 1500s between first and last. Good round.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason you see it being typed there in the chat by Pack, and that is 1.5 tenths between every player in the server on that one, and it was a blistering time, no less. I mean, Pack will be a little annoyed that his hard work only got him a third place there, but again, he's still out ahead. And while that lead is slipping away, he's worked so hard to put himself in that position that everybody else is going to be fighting twice as hard just to get up there with him. Mudder, this is his time to bite down on the cherry and make sure he's able to get maximum amount of points out of this. I would say on paper, this is his best map compared to the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, it could definitely be. And now Muda also with a great start there, but Pack is fighting back here. You can see it. What a great approach over that sector, trying to get so much speed, but Muda was clipping the hole there on the inside, but it's just a leap of faith. It's just something that you come second nature with. So great line there from Muda. Is now 0.1 ahead, and I wonder what the stopwatch will say. Will we see another 0.8 from Muda? The answer is a 0.9, but still enough to win the round, up to 69 points. Brennan Granadi slowly but surely falling behind, and it looks like Pack and Muda will be the first two people to reach finalist mode, maybe even the only people in this lower bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is kind of what we predicted, I think. If you'd pointed, you know, a weapon to my head and asked me to choose 4 finalists out of this, I probably would have gone with Pack and Muda to join Carl Jr. and Epos in the grand finals. But you never know. That's the thing. We didn't know if Elcom was going to make a run towards things. We didn't know who was going to be in this game. I think now that we're here, unless Bren and Granadi can really pull their fingers out, it's going to be difficult for them to catch up to Pack and Muda if Muda keeps up this streak of good rounds.
Yeah, definitely. And now he has another good round, but a worthy contender, maybe even contenders, with Pack getting a great line, going almost into the lead. Now the nose slide coming into play. It's neck and neck here, 500ths of a second. Muda, however, in the lead. And how incredible was that 3 of those 4 players we could theoretically see in the grand final already met in the first upper bracket round of 16 of the second bracket. And who's going to win this round? It is so close. Muda up to 79 points, and he is also surprised by that.
We need that. That's another reaction gif. That straight into typing GR.
I love the emotions. I love it. It's so good. Like Muda.
I think that's as well a situation I think most people who have played this game for a little while, taken part in a few Cup of the Days or something like that, they know all too well, is seeing those times at the end and just going straight to your keyboard to type in chat and say good round to your opponents, because that was so close. Pack almost had it there at that final checkpoint.
Yeah, 7,000 at all that it took there for Muda to go to Greece as map number 4. And I mean, this is probably a good map for Granadi. Maybe you remember the comeback that he almost had on that map in the previous match.
Yeah, well, he's going to need something at this point. Muda has pulled away from the 2 at the bottom. Still not able to catch up to Pack, even after a very, very good map from him. Pack just got so many points out of that map before that it was going to be impossible for Muda to overtake or to catch. Still a 10-point gulf between the 2 of them, and we're closing in now on triple digits, and then we'll be closing in on that 120 to get to finalist here. Pack has just done such a good job of getting himself in a position where he doesn't need to worry as much as everybody else in the server.
Yeah, look at that. Also, look at this round here, 500s between them, and Pack is at 89 points. But Muda coming very close, and with a round win, he would even come closer to Pack. But look at that approach here from Pack, trying to go so close there to the outside, going for overspeed in this sector as well. It's still neck and neck, 700ths of a second. Muda falling down to last position within 1 checkpoint. Pack still in the lead. Granadi going for the attack as well. Bren in there as well. Pack with a good nose dive as well. But Granadi has more speed, and Granadi does it again. Granadi's ending on this map is exceptional, and he finds the round win.
Came out of absolutely nowhere, Granadi. I mean, we couldn't really see because everybody was neck and neck on that identity there, but he just managed to have that line every single time he comes out of things ahead, and I really cannot even begin to describe to you the physics of how he's able to get so much more speed so consistently out of that one. You can you know, say, oh yeah, you know, if you get your car tilted forward at the end, you get your wheels on the ground earlier, therefore you get more acceleration, but he just does it so consistently.
Yeah, and also look at this exit speed here from Granadi, overtaking Bren within a couple of meters after the ice set has ended. Wide approach here as well, not the best of landings, but Pack has good speed. I thought he's gonna slow down a bit more, but he still has good speed and is 0.1 ahead. But I really want to see what Granadi can do in this identity here at the end, at the staircase sector. Stays in close proximity to Granadi, applying a lot of pressure towards the Team Vitality member. And this is a close round. Also, Bren lurking in the shadow. Granadi having a great line, going super outside there to just get as much speed as possible into the grass sector and then snap into a nose slide. He's doing it great, but I think Pack is too far ahead for Granadi to catch up to. Oh, also not a good landing here from both Granadi and Pack, but Pack would stay ahead with a 0.5. So a bit of a slower round, but only 0.2 between the players. This could have been anyone's win, but you can also see the relief there from Pack winning this round.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I think obviously there are just too many rounds in a match of a 120-point cup mode for you to, you know, have a big reaction every round you win, right? But you definitely have the energy to just go, oh, okay, we can relax for 5 seconds before we start our next round. It genuinely is that kind of feeling from these players, and I think every single one of them is that kind of player, right? Where maybe I think Mudder would have the most kind of vitriolic reaction at the end of a close round, but even so, everybody is just trying to conserve as much energy, as much focus, as much concentration as possible into every single round.
Yeah, don't get fatigued. Pack plays his 4th match of the day today. This is really something. It's also a good skill set to have, to play match after match after match and then don't get fatigued. And you can see Pack is certainly not getting that. Perfect outside dirt line there, extending the lead to Muda, but it looks like Pack is just going up to 115 points here. This could also be a good time, maybe even a 0.2 by the looks of it from Pack. Doesn't clip there, very much controlled, gets the nose step in the ending. What will the stopwatch say? It's a 0.2 indeed, and what a time, a 0.232 from Pack, up to 115 points. Only one more second place, and he's our first finalist. Look at the gap as well, 24 points. And it's still not over for Granadi, though, because Muda also didn't score significant points in the last couple of rounds. Of course, got second position, but this is not enough to somewhat be close to finalist mode just now.
I mean, Pack has absolutely stepped up to the plate in the latter half of today. This is a ridiculous performance. With the talent on the show in this match, considering we're in the final 6, every game we've had so far has been so close. Triple finalists, quadruple finalists almost in one of the lower bracket games here. And Pack is got a gulf of points between him and second place. He's got Mudder in the same lobby as him. He's got Bren and Granadi in the same lobby as him. But he's managed to get to 115 before Mudder has even got to 100 at this point. He will be very likely on finalist before anybody gets to 100 points here. That is ridiculous at this level of competition.
But Granadi's really trying it here in this round. But look at the outside line from everybody here. It's so close again, 700ths of a second. One player has slowed down dramatically, and I think that was Muda here, who's now 0.15 behind, but going back into play, having more speed. It's so close here. Who's gonna win this round? Will it be Bren, Granadi, Pack, or Muda? The answer will be Bren, who's in dire need of points. Pack also not in finalists, up to 119. Granadi getting second. Bren maybe a bit annoyed, one could say that, finally finishing around in first again, but this could be too late here for Bren.
I think annoyance has been the main emotion that Bren has felt today as we've gotten into the later part of the competition. I feel as if Bren has not hit a wall, but, you know, you're coming up against so much more difficult, more consistent opponents that at a certain point, it's just so difficult to keep up round on round. And we have seen a lot of small mistakes from Bren that have sent him down in points, have made it so it's difficult to keep up with these players. He's in a very difficult lobby right now. I think you can see it setting in that it's just like, man, I just haven't quite done enough.
But also, just... again, we have China now. I think one of the weaker maps for Granadi. So a comeback for him will be quite hard. Pack and also Muda going for that safe line. But also think about the match that we've had beforehand as well. Was getting first in that one. It's the person currently sitting last in points. So it really shows that everything can happen just a reset button from match to match. It could be anyone winning it, and I think positions have been swapped around multiple times when players have met each other more than, or have met each other twice or even 3 times during the time of this event. But look at that, Gennady now getting a great start. He was struggling with it quite a bit, but maybe he has this mentality now that he has nothing to lose. He also has the world record on this map, but maybe the world record was a bit too risky, but he's on a great time here by the looks of it. This could be a 0.1, maybe even a new tournament record. I don't know, but let's take a look what the stopwatch is going to say here in the end for the German wheel player for Berlin International Gaming. It is enough for first, but what will the time be? It is a 0.3, so not as fast as I was expecting it, but most importantly, 10 points. Bren getting second as well. Gennady coming a bit closer, but Pack will be finalist just now because he just finished a round, so good luck to him.
Yeah, Pack, I think we can welcome into the grand final prematurely. I don't think that would be at all difficult to say. I mean, he's got a lot of points between himself and anybody else in the server. It's more now Mudder that I am worried for, right? Has very slowly but surely been letting Bren and Gennady get a little bit closer in terms of points, and Mudder is one of the players where we would have predicted that he would be in the grand finals. Obviously, there were only 2 places up for grabs in his earlier game in the upper finals to get there, and he just narrowly missed out on it to Epos in the end. But I mean, it was always going to be close there. You could not welcome a 3rd player in. He was going to have to fight for this one, and maybe Mudder can just gain enough of an advantage ahead of Gennady and Bren to stop them from gaining those points that they sorely need to get back up into that position here. It is Gennady who is close, but Mudder will be denying him this round. It seems like a full 10th between the 2 of them. Can Gennady get more speed? It's not happening. Mudder is going to sail into that position in 1st place, get himself up onto the triple digits, 108 no less, and Pack will have to wait for that win for another round.
I think it will be hard for Pack to close it out on this particular map, because Pack doesn't go for the bug slide at the start, which saves up to 0.3, maybe even 0.4 of a second. Gennady getting a no slide there. It's of course a drift that is quite hard to do. Bren and Mudder both getting the bug slide. Mudder has failed it though, but look at that gap that is already unfolding. It's 0.3 of a second. Bren got it so good, and he just now has to survive the round. He has still Pack behind him, both Gennady and Mudder with mistakes. So as long as Bren doesn't make a mistake, he denies Pack the entry into the grand final for now, and we have one more round. This was not the best line from Bren though, so Pack is coming back here quite nicely, 0.2 of a gap, but it's hard to catch this one up unless Bren makes a mistake, and this could also be the story of a comeback, because with that he would move up to 94 points himself. Mudder will go up to 111, and Gennady up to 100. Bren, 1 turnaround, looking good, doesn't lose any speed, is 0.3 ahead. The second one comes into play now, looking clean as well. He survives it, he denies Pack, and Bren is up to 94. And again, it was the deficit that was just happening from the get-go.
Yeah, this couldn't be a worse map, I don't think, for Pack to be on finalist on, because he's just going to have to watch as players get ahead of him. As you mentioned, he does not go for the bug slide line at the start, and that just means that unless everybody makes a mistake, he's going to be down by a lot of time, and that's just really difficult to make up. Speaking of mistakes, 2 in the early doors of the round, and it's only Gennady ahead of Pack now. Only Gennady able to deny him from being able to close out this round and go into the grand finals here, and Pack is gaining on Gennady. He's already made up almost a 10th. He's far more inside on the ice. He's going to go lower on the wall. Is he going to be able to make up this time on Gennady by the end of the map? Can Gennady keep him at bay for a little bit longer and punch his own ticket into the grand final, get himself a little closer to finalist here in the lower bracket finals? He's staying out ahead for the time being. Pack is watching, waiting, hoping for a mistake. It's impossible at this point. You saw him take that deep breath. It's almost impossible that he will be able to get the win out of this round. He's just going to have to watch as Gennady sails over the finish line once again. Mudder, thankfully, not in first place, will not be moving to finalist here against Pack, but it's all going to be down to our next map.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but every time when a player was finalist on this map, I think he wasn't able to close it out. I don't think that there was any finalist so far, maybe one, who closed it out on China. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it has been just the great staller of this competition.
It's very possible.
It only takes one player to survive the bug slide, and this what occurred in the last 3 rounds on China. So Pack is feeding the pressure now. The players are trailing behind. And of course, the players in the back, they have to take the risk. They need to go for the bug slide. If all 3 faded, well, it's over. But in this case, at least one player has survived it. And in this case, I think it was even all 3 players were like in first position at some point here.
Yeah.
That was just incredible to see. So maybe we go into 3 finalists, because if Granadi wins and Muda gets second, we have 3 finalists here.
Fortunately for Pack, he made up, oh dear, that difference in points enough that he could forego several rounds on finalists there on China, knowing that he was not going to be able to come first in any of them, and still survive with no other players on finalists here into France. With that mistake from Mudder, that is going to be another round where Mudder does not move up into finalists. He's been within reach of it for several rounds now. Pack moves up. There's a mistake from Bren as he touches the wall on the grass section, and it's only Granadi that can deny him. And if Granadi denies him, then he will also be on finalists. Can Pack stay ahead? Can Pack get into the grand finals first out of these 4 players? It would be a ridiculous upset against a player like Mudder, but here comes Granadi looking to take it away from the jaws of victory. It's so close, but Granadi moves up into finalists as well. Pack is frustrated. Granadi looks over. Why did you let me in? He's there now, and he's looking to steal a spot from Mudder as well.
Granadi resurrected in this match, also into finalist. Muda at 118. Now can Granadi take that momentum to his advantage? Pack also like just being like, what am I doing there? In the end, he was maybe saving it a bit too much. Granadi had it so well, almost making that mistake in the ending by slightly clipping, but he was able to survive it. And now the momentum is on the German side here. He didn't have a good upper bracket final match, but he fought his way back into the finalist mode here. Muda fading in the nose slide. He will be out here. Also Pack with a mistake. It's between Bren and Granadi for the victory. Bren could also move up to 111 points. That is a good line from Granadi, going very outside there. Bren still in the lead, but this all comes down to the ending again. Granadi with a great line. Bren slowing down, losing the gear, and this could be the German into the grand final here by the looks of it. It didn't look like that in this whole of the entirety of the match, but look at this gap here, 0.4. Granadi just has to survive those last couple of jumps, and he will be our 3rd player in the grand final. 1, 2, 3, and number 4, and here we go. Granadi is our 3rd player in the grand final.
I do not believe it. Granadi has managed to cause one of the biggest upsets we've seen in quite a while here. Pack was ahead by so many points. Granadi clawed them back piece by piece in China and closed it out there on France. Pack does not manage to close it out. At the very least now, he has one free round to get it done. Mudder didn't finish. He would have been on finalists as well if he'd just got to the finish line here. Oh my god, it just might be that Mudder will live to regret that decision here. Pack only needs 1 round in first place to get himself into the final. And Mudder hangs the wheel again. Every time he seems close to getting there, he now just has to hope that Bren can deny Pack one more time. Can Pack finally clutch it out, or will Bren stop him from doing it on his home ground map? Bren goes a little too low. Did he not make the jump? I don't think he made it over. It's over for him. This should be Pack's to take away. He's far more than a second ahead. All he has to do is make the jumps. It doesn't matter how quickly, how slowly he does it. Mudder.
Oh, I thought he failed.
He's going to be slower. Mudder, can he get done? No, I think he hung another wheel. It's commiserate. It's heartbreak for the Australian, who after all this time and so much hard work doesn't make it head in hands. And that is just one of the most heartbreaking scenes I have seen. for the player who traveled the furthest to be here, I don't know how he did not make it. And he doesn't know how he didn't make it. Oh, what a ridiculous situation.
So Bran, of course, also currently living in Australia, and both of them eliminated in this consolidation final. Granadi, against all odds, has made it as the first person, and he can probably not believe it himself after a very weak performance in the upper bracket final. He stayed ahead of Muda, qualified as the first person, and Pack making such a deep run into the tournament, all the way from the first lower bracket round into the grand final.
I mean, you can see there on the face of Muda that we all expected him in the grand finals. He expected to be in the grand finals. You can see it as he packs away his wheel there. That was not what should have happened. That wasn't the script. That wasn't the script. There's so many wheel hangs right at the moment when he needed just one more round in his favor. I cannot believe it, but it does leave us with Carl Jr., Epos, Grenadi, and Pack in the grand finals, and that should heat up a lot.
Yeah, so we also expected Muda to come through in this match. Just the first half looked so good for him.
Yeah.
But Grenadi really came back into this match here on Greece and on the other just rounds after that as well, and then just capitalizing on those mistakes, denying Pack, making it into finalists, and then winning himself. Wow, what a great comeback, showing such a good mentality there.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous stuff, but now it is all just down to the grand finals. We will be back in just a moment, and then we will be bringing you this, I mean, absolutely ridiculous grand final, if not just for Carl Jr. and Epos. Grenadi and Pack, the comeback story from both of them. This is worth watching. You're going to want to be here. Call up all your friends. Get them in the stream. Let's get everybody together for the watch party here for the grand finals of DreamHack Trackmania Road to EWC. We'll see you in just a little bit.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
And we are back. One last dance here. It is the grand final of the Trackmania Road to EWC DreamHack Birmingham. And I'm excited for this match, Twiggy, as much as you are. I'm very much looking forward to it. It will be so good. And we can see the pick order here as well in this particular grand final. Greece is the opener, picked by Granadi. Epos picked Brazil. Pack on USA and Carl Jr. on China. So the decider then will be France. But of course, we play up until a point of 140. And the pick order was also a bit different here.
Yeah, for sure. And that's more and more important, obviously, as we move up to 140 points in the cup mode, because it just means you're going to play more. You're going to play more maps, and there's going to be more rotations round. And depending on how far somebody stakes their claim ahead of the rest of the server, which, based off what we've seen so far, unlikely to happen that somebody's going to get too far ahead. Pack, however, is going to touch the inside wall there and fall back into 4th position for the time being.
Yeah, so here we go. Granadi with a great start, though. Maybe he can take the momentum because he was the first one through from the lower bracket final into the grand final. He was ahead of Pack there, who has also made it, and then upsettingly, Muda didn't make it, but look at that. Carl Jr. in the lead here. Very good start for him, for the Team Falcons player. Granadi can only watch from behind. Epos tries to come into 2nd place, but it's not enough. Granadi had an exceptional identity, though, and I think this will also be a good map if you take a look just proceeding into the match, because we're gonna go to 140 points. And look at the speed from Granadi here as well, applying a lot of pressure to Carl Jr. Will it be enough to overtake here in the ending? It looking good for the German, and Granadi with a good nosedive. Carl has a bit more speed, but Granadi's able to control it. He wins the round. What a starter for Granadi.
I think definitely, at the very least, an underdog, if not the underdog for this game. Starting things out with 10 points is very, very good. But we know that Granadi is very happy with Greece. Incredibly good at the identity. And that's the reason why it was picked first by him. Yeah, we're expecting to see big things. But it's more about, at this point for Granadi, I think, gaining as many points as possible right now. Because once we get onto the maps like Brazil, like France, it's going to start to slip away from him, I would think.
Also China, definitely a map where Granadi was struggling on. He has the world record on this map, but showed inconsistency on that particular map. But I think the pick order really favors Granadi here, even though he has been falling behind quite a bit. 0.15 of a second here between him and the leader, catching up to Pack in this corner. Carl Jr. and Epos looking unstoppable in this round, but it all comes down to the last sector yet again here, as Epos gets a great line, makes it through, has to oversteer a lot in the dirt into the entry, pushes the outside a bit more than Carl Jr. It's neck and neck, a couple of thousands between them. Granadi is behind 4 seconds, cannot catch up with a great ending. He has to rely on a mistake to get some points here. It is Pack with a good line, and there's one player making a mistake. It's Epos, and Pack up into the lead from 3rd to 1st. Good ending as well, and Pack wins the round.
Pack will be very happy with that result, but it is at the detriment of his fellow countrymen. Epos falling completely off of the identity there, but has definitely over the course of today had slow starts in the series that he's played, so do not count Epos out of this one. It is still Granadi in the lead now, 14 points, just about ahead of Pack and Carl Jr. on his own map pick.
Yes, he is, and Pack, not with the best of starts, goes for the white line. He has a lot of speed into the ice slide here, and it's looking good for him. Epos maybe having to readjust a bit, losing a bit of time from the exit, but not too much, maybe 1 or 2 kilometers per hour. Was able to get that one through eventually, but look at that line here from Pack, is really pushing it. He goes into the lead. Granadi on 3rd position, almost hitting the penalty surface there on the inside, but makes it through. Now to the leap of faith, to the release turn. Granadi gets it super good, as well as Epos. Pack with a great drift line as well here, still holding on to the lead of roughly 0.1 of a second here, as you can see. But Granadi's ending was so scary to drive against, and he has it good again. great approach. Has a nose slide here. More speed than Epos. You can see the direct comparison there as well. Bit of a slide for Granadi. Going for a wobbly landing. Gets it good, but I think Pack will stay ahead. But what a close round that is. A 0.2 to win the round here for Pack yet again.
It's not simple to come in first place out of this group here. And you can see that exactly in the way things are flip-flopping about. Pack will take over first position from Grenadi. That is a worrying sign, of course, if you're anybody but Pack at the moment, who has just been gaining momentum as we've gone throughout today. Yes, it took him a while on finalists to get over the finish line, let Grenadi in ahead of him in his last game, but that does not mean that he has not put together one hell of a day. I mean, keep in mind, before he got to finalist, he was well over 30 points ahead of second place.
Yes, he was, but now he's in here as the leader. But look at the start from Carl Jr. Epos not able to control the landing. Carl Jr. clipping there, trying to squeeze out every possible kilometer per hour there. But this demotes him down to third position. Only Granadi is behind, who has made an even worse mistake. 3 seconds behind he is, and it is Epos now in the lead, batting it out with his fellow countryman Pack here. I mean, we are saying it beforehand, Pack, maybe the player to beat in the British and Irish Trackmania scene. And he gets it really well here, as well as Epos slowing down a little bit too much. Pack almost clipping that. It was so close, but he wins the third round here as well. Or like 3 rounds out of 4, with like 3 out of 4 rounds he has won. What a good performance from Pack on Greece.
Yeah, what a performance, and denying Epos a lot of points there as well. He will end up in final position here, but that's actually quite a gulf between first and last in this lobby for the time being. And it wouldn't be, by my estimation, Pack that would be this far ahead to start things off so far.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very good performance here. Also setting a 0.2, of course. Great time from Pack. And he's locked in, but keep in mind, we play up until 140 instead of 120 points. So that is a difference here, all things considered. And now we go to map number 2, which will be Brazil. So a very tricky map, but I think if we can just consider a player who's fast on this map, it is Epos, who didn't have the strongest first map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Epos has been setting amazing times here. Carl Jr. as well has been putting together some really good runs on Brazil too. And Mudder really is the one missing out in this situation. Set a tournament record right before Epos stole it from him. Is now not in contention for the grand final. So that's one target out the way for Epos he doesn't have to worry about. And he can probably capitalize off that quite well. Get out ahead of the competitors that he's got in the server with him at this point.
Yeah, and we see like we have a small delay here. We've seen Granadi chatting there. So, okay, we're live. Okay, we're ready. And here we go into the first round. We go on Brazil. Pack with 33 points. Stellar first map for him. Doesn't get the best of starts, but goes for a wide line there to transfer as much exit speed as possible. Doesn't have to readjust a lot in the loop here. And he comes back into the fight for first position. Granadi a bit further behind, fighting for survival in this round, but he's 0.2 away, and that means that he's not in the conversation for first position, and gets this line here where you can get a zoom from this transition if you just have an awkward trajectory in there. You want to really take it very flat in there, and Granadi with that is multiple seconds behind. So that is now Carl Jr.'s or Epos' opportunity to get first position.
It's the perfect position to do so here. Pack out ahead for the time being, but it is really neck and neck between himself and Epos, who lifts a wheel up on the bank there and is going to lose out on time to Pack, but it will be the Team GB 1-2 over the finish line, but Pack extending that lead even further, so stone cold in the exact moment when he needs it.
43 points for Pack, 17 ahead of Granadi, and then Epos and Carl Jr. in last position at 23 points. So Pack, really dominant performance here. Didn't get the most perfect start, but was able to just get a great outside line here and finding himself back into the lead. So great line there from Pack. just trying to not drop the gear, which can happen on this particular landing. Carl Jr. not with a good start, getting the slowdown there as well. So another clean transition from him, finding himself half a second behind. Granadi battling with Pack here for the round victory. What a start would that be for Pack, winning 5 rounds out of the first 6 that have been played. And Granadi still has to say something about it, goes a bit more inside, just lacks a bit of speed in comparison to Pack, still getting a good entry into the plastic, but Pack still in the lead. This looks like a dream start for Pack here. If he can find another 10-pointer, what storyline would that be from the first lower bracket round of 8 match, playing 5 consecutive matches in a row, and then just leading the grand final? Pack is setting himself up nicely here. 53 points. It's looking so good for him so far.
This is ridiculous stuff, completely unprecedented, I think, from Pack, who before today obviously had got through the lower bracket runs, but had been struggling for consistency a bit even down there, just not quite stepping up to the plate in terms of getting this many wins. This is, not what you would expect from a player who has had to come up through the lower brackets and has been clawing his way through rounds at this point. This is a different side to Pack. I do think that he has that second gear in him that he has to unlock, and we're seeing it now.
I agree, and just keep in mind, low brackets round of 4. Elcon versus Pack, it could have gone much different for Pack there. He could have been eliminated from the tournament. It all came down to one final round, and now Pack finds himself not only in the low bracket final like beforehand, but also now in the grand final, leading it by over 20 points. But I think he will lose some points in this round, allowing Epos or Carl Jr. to come back into this match. Good line from Epos. Carl a bit further inside there, traveling less distance. Epos will have more exit speed. Is it enough to catch up to Carl Jr.? The answer is a yes. And Carl Jr. wins the round with a 103.858. That is exactly what the Team Falcons player is in need of.
I mean, Epos must be just so frustrated at the amount of times he has come second to Pack or Carl Jr. at this point on a map that he has seemed confident on today. He's not been setting bad times whatsoever. He's just been pipped to the finish line by either one of those players every single time. He's on a tear now off the get-go this time around. Can he maintain first position?
I hope so, but he doesn't get a good landing there after the water bounces, maybe even slowed down on that water bounce, so that leaves up some time and space for Pack and Carl Jr. Granadi also fighting, and look at this round here, Twiggy. It's so close. Granadi almost catching airtime there, but that wasn't a good drift setup going into the wall. He will be out on this round. After a great start, everything falls apart here for Granadi. It's Pack versus Epos, and that will be huge for Pack if he wins the round. And that looks good because Epos didn't get a good entry into this beach sector here. Carl Jr. trying his best to catch up to Pack, but I don't think it will be enough. Pack will win another round, up to 67 points out of 80 possible. That is just a beautiful display of skill from the Team Vitality player.
Pack is on something else right now. There were several moments today where we thought Pack was going out of the competition. Maybe not out of the top 8, but since he got to the top 8, so many situations where we were like, damn, Pack is right on that fringe. Pack is just barely making it through these games. This is something else entirely. Yes, he got that kind of that 4-win streak in his last game in the lower bracket finals to get him well ahead of Mudder. And then he got to the finalists situation, and there was a situation where Mudder could have overtaken him there. Granadi overtook and took that place in first into this game. And then it was almost, Mudder was 2 points behind on that one and DNF'd one of those rounds. Could have overtaken in that. Pack has been very much on the borderline this whole time and is getting even better, warming up further. It seems like there is no ceiling for this man.
Yeah, I agree with that. It could have all just been different if Mudder had finished this round and would have been in finalists. Also, Granadi heavily capitalized on that hectic ending in the lower bracket final, making himself the third person qualifying to the grand final. Then it was, of course, Pack eventually. Epos not getting a great start into this round, but look at this close fight here in the front. Pack and Carl Jr. hand in hand. going into the lead, but Granati having a great line there as well. Only a couple of hundreds between them. Pack a bit wider there as well as Granati. Will they able to get good exit speed? The answer is yes, barely not clipping the wall there. Epos also coming back to Granati, who gets a wonky entry into the drift, but it's between Pack and Carl Jr. yet again here. Pack finding himself 0.1 on the lead. Carl Jr. is pushing though. Will it be enough to overtake Pack? It all comes down to this last part of the track. Pack clipping, and Carl Jr. wins the rounds.
And Epos overtakes into second as well, and I think Carl Jr. knows how lucky he got at the end there that a mistake came through. Yeah, you can see that. It's a wry one from him. And look, this is exactly... we need to mention kind of play styles in this one, right? Pack and Granati, they have just come from a game. They are warm. They're so... Pack has played the maximum amount of matches over the course of this tournament. He has not had a break whatsoever. Coming from the lower bracket, has played every single game. I think the only break he had was right at the start of the day when we were playing the upper bracket game before we got into those simultaneous lower bracket ones, right? And
yeah, it was.
So he's warm. There are some players that fall off when they play too much. They get tired, they get fatigued. Some of them just keep gaining momentum, and it seems like that is Pack right now. There's something to be said on the other side. Epos seems like he is a momentum player, but he's been hard stuck to find runs of games that he can play. He has been in the waiting room several times today, and just now he has come off the back of a wait for the lower bracket finals to be played. And I think something is definitely different in that. Carl Jr., similar situation. This is why I think they're taking a little bit to catch up to these players, but there's Carl Jr., maybe with a bit of momentum from the last round, coming in first place here. We still need to wait for Epos to wake up and start gaining some momentum in this game.
Yeah, last time Epos was waking up in his particular match, it was happening on Brazil, but we already came from Brazil. We already have seen this map. Maybe it will be played again because the point limit is 20 points more in comparison to the other matches. But you rightfully said it, Carl Jr. gains a lot of momentum here, up to 62 points. Pack at 77. And Granati and Epos both dropping further behind. The momentum is not really swinging towards Epos here. The Team Liquid driver also finding himself just behind Pack and Carl Jr. Also Granati catching up here in this turn, getting a wide setup, maybe a wonky exit, but he gets overspeed, but not the best entry into the drift there, so falling behind even further in this round. But look at this fight that is developing here for first position between Pack, Epos, and Carl Jr. Pack with a great line, Epos losing some time here in that transition where you don't want to catch any airtime. Pack again in the lead. Will he get it through now? Can he deny Carl Jr. the third win in a row? Epos is out, Carl Jr. with a no slide, allowing Granati also to overtake, and Pack will win the round. What will the stopwatch say? It's a 0.6 as well. Great time, and Pack up to 87, denying really the round win to Carl Jr., who got the no slide.
Yeah, again, to Epos and Carl Jr., it's more commiserations as we move forward. Granati's still struggling for points as well, but it seems like the Pack show right now. I mean, he has just been on fire so far, not allowing anybody else to gain any kind of confidence, any kind of momentum, and still Epos is struggling for pace when it comes to this lobby, struggling for consistency more so, and we're going to need to wait until the next map to see if he can fight back on this one, but he's running out of time.
He is, he certainly is. He needs to act quick. We also played out for third and fourth position here, so the match will not over up until we have determined our top four here at the end. So 3 players have to clear finalist mode when they want to get onto the podium, if they want to get on there. But take a look onto this round. Granati with a commanding lead from the start, but Carl Jr. also holds on to that. It's 19,000s between them. This will be so important for Granati to get those 10 points. Wider approach. No slide there from Granati. Good line there as well. Has a bit more speed than Carl. Pack also coming back here. Carl is making it. Granati with a clip, and Carl Jr. wins the third round here as well. It could have gone to the German favor as well, but it's not enough. Carl wins another round.
It's starting to feel a little bit better for Carl as he gains a few more points, gets a little bit closer to Pack there, who is still maintaining that lead, but it's Granati and Epos that are being left by the wayside for the time being, and that is not a good sign for them. We're heading on to the next map, of course, and there is going to be a fresh opportunity to get some points out of this one. but it seems to be starting to slip away. I think you can see from Epos, you know, you saw the good spirits from Grenady being sent the other direction. He's down there at the wing of the stage, feeling it now.
But yeah, all of the other 3 players just laughing, having fun, having a good time, also enjoying playing the highest level of competition. And then there was Epos just fully locking in and just trying to survive. He's at 52 points, but he's 41 points away from Pack. And now we go to China. Bug slides here at the start, very important to do. We see 2 players not going for it. Carl Jr. and Pack didn't make it, but look at the start from Epos here. This is looking fantastic as Grenadi's also not too far behind.
That's exactly what Epos needs. Not a round that comes from the mistakes of others, but a round that comes from his own pace. That's the only way you can really gain confidence. You can only gain momentum that way. Otherwise, you are just hoping that somebody else will make a mistake. And this time around, Epos has pace. He has been in first position for the lion's share of this round, but Grenady has carved a path ahead and may look to deny him once again. I mean, Grenady has been playing, I don't know, the distraction in this game so far. He hasn't been gaining points for himself, but he has certainly been denying points for everybody else. Epos neck and neck with him. Can he finally get a first position in this matchup? It looks like he's just about ahead, but more speed from Grenady will get him overtaken, and Epos again is denied first position by 6 thousandths.
Wow, what an ending there from Grenady, catching a bit more of the booster and staying barely ahead there of Epos, who drops now further down the line. 58 points for Epos in here, and then Pack still at 96. 16 points ahead, but we see the bug set again, the most vital part of this map. Epos and Grenady both getting it so good, but look how good Epos got it here. Grenady struggling to find a good exit, and this is now the round for Epos to win. He needs to get this one to bounce back into this match. Pack is roughly 0.1 behind here. Good eye set from Epos, very wide approach to get as much speed as possible. You don't want to slide out on the boost, you want to end the eye set as soon as possible once you enter the booster there. And Epos does it so well. He's 0.3 ahead of its opponent. It's really his round to lose here, Twiggy.
This is exactly the round that Epos has been looking for, has been scrounging for this whole matchup. Carl Jr. is completely out of things with a touch against the wall on the dirt section. Epos has so much speed, he almost crashes into the far side of the wall there on the final section of the map. He's so wide there in the boosters. This could be an immense time from Epos. Nobody can even keep up. Grenady trying his best, but he's nowhere near the tail lights of Epos as he crosses the line with a 105.288. That is exactly what he needed. That is the confidence booster that Epos gets him out of this rut.
Yeah, but still 2 more rounds to play on China. Still 2 more bug slides that you have to execute. But you can see it as well. Epos now at 68 points. It's not looking too bad for him. When all things just come his way. If he just gets 2 more round wins, he would be up to 88 points, and that is a great start as well. A bit of a rocky landing there, but has a good setup for the drift. And also Grenady did it very nicely here. Jumps quite far into that, setting up nicely for the dirt, jumping there a little bit, but look at the entry into the ice from Grenady, almost clipping the inside there as well. That was just beautiful. Epos lacking a bit of speed there, so he's getting overtaken by every player in the lobby, and I think he has also made a mistake there, so he will be out of the conversation. So it's between Carl Jr., Pack, and Grenady in this round. Good speed from Carl going up into the lead. Grenady with a bit of a wider approach. Will the speed advantage come into play before the turnaround? It's looking good. Oh my god, so close to the wall, and it will be Grenady in contention for first place, but I think Carl is too far ahead. Maybe he can catch up to Pack here in the end. It's 500s between them, but it will be Carl in first. I think Pack will be in second. Yes, indeed. The gaps did not change at all there, and Epos only on last position here, so cannot win this round.
Well, China has been, if nothing else, the grand equalizer here. Things have gotten a little bit closer so far. We've still got a round to go in this one. Maybe we can see things get a little bit closer. Pack cannot quite find the immense success that he has been having over the rest of the maps. And we noted this earlier on. He just does not allow himself to. He goes for that safer start, and that just, based off of things, means you're not likely to get first place that often. You're losing out on those points. It's not the end of the world, especially if you already have that lead. He's on those triple digits already. However, it just means that everybody can have that opportunity to catch up to you just a little bit more. But can Pack get another round win out of this, extend his lead further?
Yeah, it looks really like that. The gap is just melting away for Pack here, but if he wins this round, he would go up to 116 points, jumping significantly closer to finals mode, but he has a worthy competitor here. 13,000 of a second between Carl and Pack. Pack will have more speed, going for the overtake. That makes the ending a bit harder because you need to brake and release a bit more there, but it is Pack winning the round, and that is what he was in need of, setting a new PB as well. Keep in mind, he loses 0.3 at the start to the world records because he goes for the outside line and not the backside. So that is an immense time here from Pack.
Yeah, and well, if we were playing in any other game here, Pack would be right on the brink of finalists, but we have extended the finalist deadline by 20 points, so he will need to gain another 24 to get up to that situation, and everybody else is running out of time, and they need to lock in a little bit more. Grenadi and Epos more so than the other player in the lobby because they are down by a significant margin of points.
Yeah, we now go to France, the last map in our rotation, and we certainly will go to Greece as well. Map number 1 again. The question is, will it be with or without Pack? 24 points away from reaching finalist mode. 2 first positions and 1 third would be enough to reach it. And then he has 1 finalist mode on his own for just plenty of rounds, actually, to, if you could say it like that. So it is looking good for Pack so far. 17 points out of Carl Jr., who also didn't get a good start into the first round here on France. Grenadi, wide approach, will snap for the nose slide now and has a lot of speed to work with. Didn't get it so perfectly, so he doesn't gain a speed advantage, but still finds himself in the lead. Wide approach there as well. Pack a bit behind, but that is a very good round here. Epos in the lead though.
This is exactly what he has needed. I mean, we've noted it a couple of times already. He's been struggling for those first places that we really have known him for over the course of this tournament, if not the past 3 years of competitive Trackmania competition. Carl Jr., however, is trying to deny him once again. It feels like the world is against Epos, and once again, he's pushing so hard that he falls back into 3rd position, and maybe even 4th later down the line. Carl Jr. crosses the line, and Epos again has to settle for 4th.
Yeah, and Carl Jr. clipping there as well, but doesn't slow down significantly, so he wins that round. Pack up to 120 points. Carl Jr. coming dangerously closer though, 11 points between them, so it could all come down to a double final situation. But for that, we still have to see of how the next rounds do develop. Carl Jr. not with a good start here, fails it, has to go back. You need to make sure to not clip anything at the start to be able to make those speed checks, and Carl Jr. came victim to that, so he's 9 seconds behind. This could even be the case that he doesn't finish this round because the finish time is only 10 seconds here, Twiggy.
Yeah, indeed. That is a unfortunate situation to be in, especially at 109 points. This is exactly the time where you need to be extending as many points as you can get out of this one. Once again, Epos in a position to be able to gain back some of the deficit that he has made for himself over the course of this matchup, but he's going so wide on the dirt there, almost touched the wall. Pack is right behind. Can he capitalize off of the distance between him and his countryman? It's exactly his position to take, and he has gone into 1st place, but he touches a wheel. He goes a bit too low. Epos will finally get his 2nd 1st place in the matchup. He'll finally gain some much needed points.
Pack 1.5 seconds behind, still getting that 2nd position across. I'm wondering if Carl Jr. was also able to finish. The answer is no. You can see it, he doesn't gain +3 points. So still a round win here for Pack, even though he got 2nd position, but it also allowed Epos to come back and equalize the score for 3rd position. We see another mistake from Carl Jr. at the start, falling behind by 0.7 of a second, still clearing that transition now, but this will not be good points for him, and that is good news for Pack, of course. will have plenty of finalist rounds on his own if he continues to play like that here. Granadi, however, with a great start here, but it all looks to fall apart for Carl Jr.
Still 14 points away from finalist here is Pack, so it's going to be hard work to keep that one up. It seems like he's put all of his effort in already, and fair enough, he's gone so hard over the last half an hour, and now he seems to be slipping back down the rankings. It's slow from him out of there, but Epos is nowhere to capitalize. He's all the way back, 6 seconds down, and Granadi can finally get a few points of his own off of this one, can keep it as safe as he likes, but he's going for all of the right side jumps, and he's going to go for a good time. Might as well while you're up there.
Wow, what was that ending there from Granadi? It was perfect. What a good ending, exactly what he was in need of. Carl Jr. sniping Pack in the end as well, and you can see the laughters in there as well. Players are certainly having fun playing this match. Granadi up to 98, Pack 130 points. If he wins this round, he will be the first finalist of the Road to EWC Trackmania DreamHack Birmingham competition, but can he make it? That is the question here, because Carl and also Granadi really have to say something about that, as well as Epos, who has a great start. Pack finding himself very far behind, already 0.2 behind Carl Jr.
Struggling just to get to that finish line, and I mean, it was last time when he was on finalist that things slowed down for Pack and he couldn't quite get that final step done. This time it's just a little bit before. I mean, the same point count where he started to falter last time, except we've moved the goalpost just a little bit. This time again, Epos is out in first place. He's been in this position so many times, and he has faltered at the finish line here. Can Granadi and Carl Jr. capitalize this time? They are right behind Epos this time, looking to make no mistakes here on the identity, but regardless, Granadi has taken over first place, and he will gain the full 10.
That is so important for Granadi, up to 108 points here. Great performance and that identity from Granadi in the last couple of rounds. And Pack at 133, he still needs a 10-pointer on map number 1 of the rotation again. We go all the way back to Greece, a map where Granadi was shining through a lot in this competition. The ending looked very good for him. And let's see if Pack can close it out on this map or not. It doesn't matter on what position he will end up on. He at least has one finalist round on his, like not on his own, but one finalist round on this particular map. He just has to finish 3 rounds on last position, but he needs to make sure to also deny points to the others. So it might not be enough, especially with Carl Jr. being only 14 points away from him, and Granadi also surpassing 100 points.
When it gets to that crunch zone, right, where Pack now needs to just get something out of this to make sure he gets into finalist before Granadi and Carl Jr. are nipping at his heels, because we are getting to that area. Even Epos is starting to catch up through just getting okay performances, right? It is still a pretty decent gulf between Epos and Pack, but it's not insurmountable. We have seen stranger things happen.
Yeah, we definitely did, but now Pack on 3rd position. He needs to get first to activate finalist mode in this round, but even 3rd would be okay, because with a finish he would be finalist on round 3 here in the 2nd rotation on Greece. But look at this round here from Carl Jr. So far ahead of Granadi, but keep in mind Granadi's ending was so good, and I think he can catch this up with a great staircase in the ending. What is he able to do? Good nose slide there as well from Granadi. Look at this speed from Granadi going into the lead there, not clipping anything. That is so clean, it's pixel perfect. Granadi will win this round here. What an insane ending at 0.229 as well.
Greece belongs to Granadi here, and that is just ridiculous stuff. He knows that he has set a brilliant time. He knows that he is on fire right now. This is his time to pounce, and he can make up that points difference right now. Pack, yes, he will be on finalist after this round as long as he gets to the finish line in time, but that's not a problem here for Granadi. He knows that he's going to keep getting better and better on that identity, and he can keep denying a first place. Pack can only finish in first if he gets a first position after getting to finalists, and he has been hard pressed to do so.
Yeah, and look at that start now from Granadi as well. He really found the momentum here. He's 0.1 ahead. Carl Jr. also dropping down the line. Pack not with a good exit there as well, losing a lot of time. So it's between Granadi and Epos. Granadi could move up to 128 points as well, tying the scoreboard to Carl Jr. So what a good performance from Granadi, really coming back after being behind for so long. But there's still the ending left. It looked good for him, but can he replicate it? It was so good in the previous rounds. He knows that he can do it, and also the no side here. Just look at the speed advantage that he has over Epos. He jumps so far into the identity, but now Epos is trying to have a saying here. Pack with a mistake, but Granadi again wins the round here with a time of a 0.221 again.
What? I mean, he's cooking.
Just a couple
There
of
is
thousands
no
faster.
other way to put it. This is ridiculous. Everybody else needs to start taking off their shoes when they play Trackmania, clearly, because while Pack is now on finalists, Granadi has made up so much of that difference. He is so close to being up there with him. Carl Jr. right there as well. And Epos isn't too far behind, but you could see a situation where this is triple finalist very easily.
Yeah, but Pack has the red name attached to his car. That means if he wins one more round, he's the road to EWC DreamHack Birmingham champion, but he doesn't get a good start here. Granadi and Carl Jr. finding themselves in the lead, but Granadi not with a good line here. Pack trying to get as much speed as possible, but he's out.
No.
He clips there. He will not close out the match thus far, and what looked like a Pack dominance from the start will probably conclude into a close match, but Carl Jr. and Granadi are just not there just yet. But after that performance, I do think that a triple final situation is inevitably going to be happening here.
It does seem that way. Pack needs such specific circumstances, it feels like, to close out the finalist situation. There are so many maps where it just feels like one of the players in this server ekes him out to the finish
Granadi
line.
again.
God, this is close, but Granadi gains so much speed on that second to last jump. Carl Jr. comes home in second place, and the Epos even moves up to 110 points. It is getting close here.
Granadi out of his mind on this identity, and imagine he would be in finalists now. This would be an absolute different story, but he misses 2 points. He's ahead of Carl Jr. now, and Pack still in finalist. We could see a triple final situation if Carl Jr. gets second place and Granadi only finishes this round, but they need to make sure to deny Pack the victory as well. Pack was really struggling in the last couple of rounds, didn't find any significant points or any 10-pointers to close out this match, and also here, this was not a good exit, and it looks like Granadi will accompany Pack in finalist mode, and then it all comes down to one final round, unless they get denied by either Epos or even Carl Jr. could jump up into finalist mode if he gets second position. This is incredibly close. Oh my god, what is happening here? Carl Jr. with such a good line here. Good approach to the drift as well. He has so much speed, but it doesn't really matter if he gets first or second. They just want to deny some points to Epos here. Of course, that he doesn't jump to 120 points. Carl Jr. into the wall.
No!
This was a horrific mistake, and Granadi will be the only finalist joining Pack in this round, but he has to survive this one. But Granadi makes it a perfect map.
I mean, Granadi, insane performance there on Greece, pushes himself up into finalists, denies Pack several times there. You can see how proud of himself he is, and he could take away first place now. He upset the whole of the lower bracket finals. Can he upset the grand finals as well? This is not a player we had in our top 4 an hour ago. And now he is in a position to take away first place at DreamHack Trackmania 2026. This is ridiculous stuff from the German.
It is, and now we're gonna go back to map number 2. It is Brazil, though. So that is the next map in the rotation. Double
We go
final
back to
situation.
another track where Epos and Carl Jr. are the favorites going into this one, and therefore another situation where we could have another finalists on the board, maybe even Epos getting it done. If he can thread together a few good rounds, this is the player with the best times on this track.
Look, Carl Jr. winning the rounds, Epos second, third, or fourth, and then Epos winning all the rounds afterwards. I would sign that. Quadruple finalist would be great. And right now it really looks like Carl Jr. is in first position. I didn't write the script, but maybe the script will be the case. But Carl, Pack, and Granadi have nothing to lose, but both didn't get a good line there. Carl can accompany Pack and Granadi in final situation. Epos has nothing to lose, but he needs to make sure to stay in front of Pack and Granadi here. And this could all come down to one last round if Epos then makes a mistake or doesn't finish in first.
Epos is not out of things whatsoever. This is a map where he shines, and he may just finish in first place in this round, maximize those points. He does indeed. Suddenly, Epos is back in the swing of things. It's triple finalist, yes, but Epos is not out of it. If he keeps winning rounds, we will be on quadruple finalist.
It was so important that he got that first position instead of second, because now he has to win only 2 instead of 3 rounds. We have 3 finalists now on the map: Carl Jr., Granadi, and Pack. Pack waiting so long to close out this match, but he wasn't able to do so. Granadi, with a perfect map beforehand, was able to get into the finalist mode, but now Pack gets a really good start. But look who's in front of him, his fellow countryman Epos from Team Liquid, but the Team Vitality member is not slowing down here. Great line from Pack. Can he overtake Epos here in this turn? He has more exit speed to work with, and Pack is neck and neck with Epos in this round, 15,000ths of a second. This is so close to call here, but it's Pack who really wants to close out this match from the first lower bracket rounds into the grand final, and Pack could win it. But look at that, Epos is fighting back.
Epos is ready to deny not just 1, not just 2, but 3 members of the grand finals. He has been a late bloomer in every match he has played so far, and right now he is still in first. Pack overtakes, but it's not enough. Yes, it is. Pack comes in first. Epos is not able to get it done, and he will need to fight for second at best. 2 more finalists remain in Carl Jr. and Granadi, but can they get it over the line?
What a run from Pack in this tournament. Just going through the entirety of the lower bracket and then winning the grand final after an incredible start from Pack, winning so many rounds in a row. He's the first one through the line and goes home with $5,000 here. What a good weekend from Pack, not only qualifying to the Esports World Cup 2026, but he can also call himself the DreamHack Trackmania champion. And let's see who will get second position. Will it be Granadi or Carl Jr.? Epos is also in the conversation, but if he wins the round, he's at 139 points. He will not be finalist just yet. Epos, however, finding himself in the lead. Look at that fight here between them. Granadi, with a wide approach, will have a good exit into this no-slide sector here, but he loses some time. Epos lost a bit of time in the ending, but it looks like he's going to deny both of those finalists if he just survives the ending. Granadi's out on it. Epos slowing down. Carl Jr. overtakes. Carl Jr. will get second place.
Carl Jr. Oh my god! Epos slows down right at the finish line. Carl Jr. takes the silver medal, and Epos is again going to be denied right on the finish line. It is heartbreak for this player, but it is Pack and Carl Jr. that come home in first and second. The fight is not over for Granadi. He can still be denied. He is still locked in. We are not done here.
We are not done. We still have one more round to play here. As you see, they are fighting it out for the bronze medal here. Will it be Epos or Granadi? It looks like Granadi has been falling behind. Yeah, he is so far behind.
Oh my god, it is going to be a double finalist in the final round here between Epos and Granadi for that third place position, it seems like. But Granadi fighting back, Epos taking it a little slower, taking it a little safer, knowing that the German is behind him here. But Epos has been so consistent. Yes, the last couple of rounds he's been pipped to the finish line, but he has been so consistent in this last round. Granadi crashed right here, and Epos is still so far ahead. He should be able to close this one out, and we will go to one more map to finish this off. Epos is not down and out. He was down by over 40 points, but he is still in the fight for third.
We go to one final round. We go all the way back to USA. So it will be the last round of the tournament where we determine third position. Oh my, what a great comeback from Epos, still having the shot of getting himself onto the podium here, but also heartbreaking for Granadi, being so close. If he just had one more round on Greece, or he had 2 more points and activated that final situation, he would have made it. I think Granadi would have won this tournament.
We just get one brief reprieve in the warm-up for this final round on this final map here. Epos locks in, Granadi locks in. It is all on the line here. One round to close things out. Epos has made so many mistakes at the finish line of this track. So many times, losing out on time to Pac and Carl Jr. here. But this time, Granadi needs to get it done. He has fought so hard to be in this position, and right now, he is a 10th ahead of the Brit.
But Epos is coming back with a very good outside line, accumulating so much speed. Different approaches here as well. Granadi jumping into it, and it's a neck-and-neck fight. Epos with overspeed. Can he use the momentum to his advantage? It's looking good, but now the dirt flick will decide a lot of this round. Granadi getting a great exit here up into the lead. Epos also struggling to find a good line over this sector there, and losing a bit there by getting a bit of airtime, but it's still so close. 5,000 tearing those players apart. Who's gonna get third position? Epos really pushing it here, but maybe going a bit too inside, but Epos with a good line clipping, and Granadi will get third position with a PB in the ending as well.
I cannot believe it. Epos fought so hard, and Granadi almost lost out to him. It is exactly where we expected Epos to be midway through this series, yes, but he got the comeback of a lifetime in this one after what was such a tough start to the series. And while Pac, yes, will take away first, and Carl Jr. in second, Granadi in third, Epos will have to settle for fourth after what was an amazing tournament for him.
Yeah, definitely. What an amazing tournament for all the 4 players in here, but what a roller coaster that was as well. Just back and forth between the players, and Granadi also reaching finals mode with an insane performance on Greece, but then just couldn't close it out. And Epos he looks disappointed. And, well, still a great performance. Pats on back, of course, to all the players in that grand final. What a treat that was.
Yeah, I mean, we unless we got quadruple finalists, that would have been the only way that could have got more insane by the end there. Ridiculous stuff from all 4 players, and I think well deserved. I think, you know, we had an idea in mind of our top 4, and that would have included Mudder there, and we thought, you know, could it be as exciting in the end without that player? But yes, absolutely, I think so. We can take a look at the final standings just in case we didn't hammer it home enough by screaming it into your ears here, and this is exactly how things line up. First, second, third, and fourth, you just saw them: Pac, Carl Jr., Granadi, and Epos. And then down there, obviously, we didn't close out every game with every single position. So in 5th and 6th, Mudder and Bren. Elcon and Wosal come home 7th and 8th. Massa and Gwen in 9th and 10th. 11th and 12th, Mime and Otak. And then 13th and 14th, Binks and Heave. And then Paco and Jadon come home in the 15th to 16th positions. It is, of course, the top 8 that will reap the rewards of an automatic invite to the Esports World Cup.
What an event that has been here, Twiggy. It was absolutely incredible. It was, wow, like, I'm stoked. 7 matches today, and I feel like I want to have more. I want to have more Trackmania esport action here. But I mean, every event has to come to an end. But thank you again for the opportunity. It has been an amazing weekend. 3 days of high-skilled Trackmania gameplay, thanks to just this incredible performance and preparation from the players. Wow, I'm out of words, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely amazing. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting Trackmania Esports here. It's been a wonderful event. I'm sure there will be interviews with the players as well on Virtual's channel. So if you want to go and see live coverage from the venue, you can go ahead and do that over there. But for us, that is going to be it. It was an amazing time. It was an absolutely amazing time. Thank you to the production as well for bringing this to you. And I cannot wait for more of this all year this year.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Wow.
All right.
What an event.
Disconnect from vMix.
Yeah, I'm also gonna leave. Thank you very much, production. Of course, it's
My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but I don't fade.